White women propagated that myth too, so it wasn't just white men doing it.
As predators. For this reason, many SNCC leaders prohibited Black men and white women from even being seen together
Yep.
in order to keep Black men
Safe. Yep. And that was the original reason why black men were not allowed to be around white women, for that very reason.
Lynchings were a very real, constant threat, especially in rural Mississippi, where SNCC did much of its work. This meant that white women who showed up in SNCC and wanted to help were placed away from Black men. They were.
But you notice the white woman says that white men and Black women were never a problem.
Nope.
Okay.
Daughters of the trade, anybody?
Daughters of the trade. So the divesting goes way, way, way back. Okay. So so divesting is not new.
Often assigned to work indoors, behind the scenes, often in offices and schools.
Wait, let's replay that.
Goes way.
Daughters of the trade, anybody?
Daughters of the trade. So the divesting goes way, way, way back. Okay. So so divesting is not new.
Often assigned to work indoors, behind the scenes, often in offices and schools. For women who join SNCC as new.
Okay, I wanna comment about that divesting thing. BGS says that divesting isn't new, but in my mind, divesting is more a voluntary thing. What happened back during slavery and Jim Crow wasn't always voluntary. So rape or sexual assault, that sort of thing, is not the same thing as divesting. And I'm kind of curious about him not expanding on that.
New volunteers during Freedom Summer. This could look on the outside like sexism. Knowing what we know about some of these white women's sensitivities about being kept inside, doing typing and office work, we can predict how they might feel about it. Now, it's important to point out that Black SNCC women worked as typists too, but they also worked outside in public doing everything Black men did, including.
Okay, what I'm afraid here is this woman is trying to center white women and their feelings. I would hope nobody gave a shit, how white women felt when and if they worked for SNCC or other civil rights groups. They were not the center of attention. Why would anybody care what their feelings were?
Holding leadership positions, because the presence of Black women didn't endanger Black men.
Exactly.
You can imagine that if Black men and white women weren't supposed to even be seen in public together, they really.
Dave, this is a good question. I'm kind of new to the term. Maybe in the last year or two, I've become aware of the whole divesting movement. Divesting pretty much means disinvesting. Black women investing from relationships with Black men. To put it kind of in a race sort of way. Black men and Black women, there are people, Black men and women, who are committed to, quote, continuing the Black race. And I guess the divesting is, hey, I divested myself from, continuing the Black race by going and seeking, partners outside the quote Black race. So I don't know that, to me, divesting has nothing to do with hate necessarily. So no, you don't have to hate something to divest from it, but divestiture does suggest that either there's either no reason to invest, investing isn't in one's best self-interest, or you're just not interested. It was something you might have been interested in and no longer are, so you pull out of the investment.
Couldn't have visible romantic relationships.
That is true.
SNCC leader Charles Sherrod was very strict about prohibiting.
Yeah.
Now, I can confirm what she mentioned about Dr. King and that particular set of Baptist preachers. They are very patriarchal. Yes.
Yeah.
The don't get twisted. Gynocracy was still in there, but My pastor that baptized me, very patriarchal.
Yeah, patriarchal leaning. Yeah,
Yeah,
leaning. Yeah, even though when they went home, there was a different reality. But that's very.
I have to say this term gynocracy, I find both humorous and problematic. I don't know that. Well, anyway, I just find the word funny.
In private, but then the man wouldn't attack her if they endangered.
No, but she is 70.
Yeah, so she's a boomer.
Prohibiting interracial dating, calling the rules the anti-lynch code.
More fun. That's what you're gonna do.
In place, they're both at the March on Washington in 1963. But they remembered their parents trying to hide those images from them when they were little. Many SNCC were white women, and their logo grandmother had been enslaved. In 1960, they were not even 100 years removed from the Emancipation Proclamation, and Baker talked about her grandmother often. Another feature of many Black women's lives was that most of their mothers and grandmothers had worked hard, both inside and outside the home. The cult of domesticity, where men made enough money to support a family and women were confined to the home, was not the reality for most Black families. Another of the most significant influences called A Different America. One of the issues that impacted many white women entering civil rights work was a growing awareness of women's subordination. Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex had just been published in America in 1953, and many of the white women who would go on to work in SNCC had read Beauvoir during college. As white women realized their second-class status in society, they became aware that they were relegated to all of the housework and care work at home, and when white women did work outside of the home, they were often confined to secretarial work. Women who were educated and qualified for leadership
sounds a lot like Ella Baker, right? That's how come she took to it.
Were often limited to jobs supporting male executives, and they were starting to become very sensitive to gender stereotype tasks such as typing, taking minutes of meetings, and making copies. So with these different background experiences, women entered SNCC. By all accounts, these women loved each other deeply. They worked together doing different tasks, eating together, working together, sleeping on floors together, risking their lives together. SNCC members, including women, literally faced down the KKK. They were beaten on the bridge in Selma with Dr. King. They changed the world together. And they
didn't be no white women on the bridge.
thought of each other like family. But then came Freedom Summer of 1964. In the early 1960s, violence in the South was intensifying. Activists were being beaten and killed, and the federal government continued its reluctance to intervene. Most of the nation was largely unaware of the voter suppression and of the terrorism unfolding in the South. So SNCC and other civil rights organizations decided to drive attention to the situation by bringing college students, mostly Northern, mostly white college students, to Mississippi. They hoped that the presence of young white Americans would bring publicity that would put pressure on the government. So in the summer of 1964, nearly 1,000 volunteers came down to the South, many of them white kids from elite colleges. There were several events that occurred during Freedom Summer that changed the racial dynamic broadly within SNCC and specifically for the women. First, in the very first week of Freedom Summer training in June 1964, 2 white men from New York and 1 black man from Mississippi were kidnapped by white supremacists. This event was depicted in the 1988 movie Mississippi Burning. While thousands of black men had disappeared and been lynched with no media attention or government intervention, in this case, where 2 white boys from New York were among the victims, the case generated national outrage and involvement of the FBI, which led to their bodies being found in August. Rita Schwerner, the widow of Mickey Schwerner, who was one of the victims, commented that if James Chaney, who was black, had gone missing by himself, his disappearance would have gone unnoticed. And she was right. Within SNCC, the reality set in that America really did value the lives of the white volunteers more than black lives. This created a terribly difficult ambivalence toward the white volunteers. Ella Baker famously said, "Until the killing of black men, black mothers' sons becomes as important to the rest of the country as the killing of a white mother's son, we who believe in freedom cannot rest until this happens." Another huge racial tension caused by Freedom Summer was the occurrence of interracial dating. The thing that would make white supremacists the most rabidly angry
here we go.
was the idea of what they called race mixing. This ideology also had roots in patriarchy. White men didn't consider race mixing as much of a problem if it was a white man with a black woman. White men had claimed sexual ownership of black women.
Yeah, it had been that way for a very long time.
Since the days of enslavement. But a black man could not be tolerated defiling a white man's woman, a woman he owned. And according to the thinking at the time, white women were pure and innocent and childlike and needed protection from black men, whom white men saw.
White women propagated that myth too, so it wasn't just white men doing it.
As predators. For this reason, many SNCC leaders prohibited black men and white women from even being seen together in order to keep black men
safe. Yep. And that was the original reason why black men were not allowed to be around white women, for that very reason.
Lynchings were a very real, constant threat, especially in rural Mississippi, where SNCC did much of its work. This meant that white women who showed up in SNCC and wanted to help were placed away from black men. They were.
But you notice the white woman says that white men and black women were never a problem.
Nope.
Okay.
Daughters of the trade, anybody?
Daughters of the trade. So the divesting goes way, way, way back. Okay. So the divesting is not new.
Often assigned to work indoors, behind the scenes, often in offices and schools. For women who joined SNCC as new volunteers during Freedom Summer, this could look on the outside like sexism. Knowing what we know about some of these white women's sensitivities about being kept inside, doing typing and office work, we can predict how they might feel about it. Now, it's important to point out that black SNCC women worked as typists too, but they also worked outside in public doing everything black men did, including holding leadership positions, because the presence of black women didn't endanger black men.
Exactly.
You can imagine that if black men and white women weren't supposed to even be seen in public together, they really couldn't have visible romantic relationships.
That is true.
SNCC leader Charles Sherrod was very strict about prohibiting.
Yeah.
Now, I can confirm what she mentioned about Dr. King and that particular set of Baptist preachers. They are very patriarchal. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't get twisted. Gynocracy was still in there, but my pastor that baptized me very patriarchal.
Yeah, patriarchal leaning. Yeah.
Yeah,
leaning. In leaning. Yeah. Even though when they went home, there was a different reality. But that's very common even in the matriarchy. Okay, where your leadership will be male.
Yeah,
because
he was not on women preaching at all. You know.
No, most of the women are, because my mother is still against that, and she's in her 80s. Okay. Because my mother, I used to hear my mother say, "Well, basically, women ain't got no business in the pulpit."
Yeah, well, my sister disagrees, but you know.
Yeah, your sister does, but I'm saying my mother. Unless your sister is 80 years old.
No, but she is 70.
Yeah, so she's a boomer.
Prohibiting interracial dating, calling the rules the anti-lynch code. But many of these relationships happened, and there are many ways of seeing this. On one hand, it's understandable. They were 20 years old. They were working and living together and risking their lives for each other, and they were flooded with hormones of 20-year-olds and didn't have fully developed adult brains yet to help them override those feelings. Also, many young people saw these relationships as the ultimate act of rebelling against segregation, which totally makes sense. On the other hand, white women's presence really did endanger black men. At the same time, black men were frequently scorned by their peers if they admitted to dating a white woman. They called it backsliding. So sometimes Black men and white women would have a consensual relationship in private, but then the man wouldn't acknowledge her in public. This understandably caused a lot of hurt feelings for the woman, and it looked and felt sexist for a man to sleep with a woman and then not even acknowledge her the next day in front of his friends. In fact, one white woman named Elaine Delott experienced this exact situation, and it hurt her deeply and made her really angry. Keep her in mind, because she's going to come up again in a minute when we talk about that feminist manifesto. So, in the summer of 1964, there were 4 white women living in Literacy House together. They were Casey Hayden, who grew up in the South and had defied segregation her whole life. Hayden had been with SNCC almost since the very beginning, and she was very close friends with Ella Baker and John Lewis. Mary King. Mary King graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University with a degree in English and apparently showed up to SNCC and said, "How can I help?" She was really good at writing press releases, which publicized SNCC's work, kept people safe, and helped recruit donors. Emmy Schrader. Emmy Schrader had attended Radcliffe College, which was the sister college of Harvard.
Elite white women.
She worked in liberation movements in Algeria and Kenya, where she observed what she thought to be extremely sexist traditions there. And she came home from Africa as a self-described radical feminist. And fourth, Elaine Delott. Delott also attended Radcliffe, Harvard, where she had horrifyingly sexist experiences with men that radicalized her as a feminist. Also, Delott was Jewish and had spent time on a kibbutz in Israel prior to joining SNCC, where she observed men and women working side by side as equals. These 4 roommates had all read Simone de Beauvoir during college, and Literacy House became a hotbed of discussion with many other women, mostly white, but also some Black women. And
apparently, the road to hell is paved with Simone de Beauvoir and existentialism.
even some Black men becoming interested in the discussions about women's issues. They said they passed the second sex around SNCC until the cover fell off. As a result of this feminist consciousness, Mary King started gathering evidence of sexist incidents happening around SNCC and writing them down. In her memoir, she said it wasn't hard to find them. They were everywhere. So now we arrive in November of 1964, when the leader of SNCC, James Foreman, called for a conference in Waveland, Mississippi. Many different currents were converging at this conference, and one current is that these 4 white women had started developing a robust awareness of women's issues. But panning out to the bigger picture, SNCC had been traumatized by violence, including constant jailings and beatings and the fear of lynching. The fabric of Black and white together was beginning to fray. So SNCC leader James Foreman called this retreat to try to heal wounds and determine a way forward. Foreman had solicited position papers from its members. Any staff member could write their position or opinion on any topic they chose to be discussed at the conference. So late at night, the night before the conference started, Casey Hayden, Mary King, Elaine Delott, and Emmy Schrader crept into a small room and they huddled around a typewriter, and in hushed voices they composed a secret manifesto about the position of women in SNCC. They decided not to sign their names, saying they were too nervous about how the paper would be received. They then dropped it in.
Hey Fred, this is BGS's vid that I've been meaning to watch for a few days, how feminism was inserted into civil rights. And you know more about this than I do, so if you want, you can click the link and come up, or feel free to insert your comments in. And as you know, I'm vaguely aware of some of this stuff, but I've never really studied it closely. So I'm kind of immersing myself into this right now. So feel free to chime in.
In a basket along with 40 other position papers and snuck back to bed. The following day, all of the papers were read out loud, including the anonymous position paper. Here are some highlights from their paper. Although there are some women in a Mississippi project who have been working as long as some of the men, the leadership group is all men. A veteran of 2 years' work for SNCC in 2 states spends her day typing and doing clerical work for other people in her project. Capable, responsible, and experienced women who are in leadership positions can expect to have to defer to a man on their project for final decision-making. The average white person finds it difficult to understand why the Negro resents being called boy or being thought of as musical and athletic, because the average white person doesn't realize that he assumes he is superior. So too, the average SNCC worker finds it difficult to discuss the woman problem because of the assumption of male superiority. Assumptions of male superiority are as widespread and deep-rooted and every bit as crippling to the woman as the assumptions.
Doesn't it? What do you hear of modern day intersectional feminists?
What was that you said? History doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme.
It does rhyme, yeah. These are the seeds of it, right? Okay. This was fed to black women.
Mm.
That's why I showed you. That's why I showed you. What's her name?
Giovanni.
No, not Giovanni. That's why I showed you. Well, I showed you Giovanni, but also what's her name? Okay.
Polly Murray.
No, the other, the womanist, and what she
Alice
was
Walker.
saying. See, in other words, this is where the split happened. Okay, because white women thought that, because of their experience, they thought that black women experienced the same thing from their men that they experienced from white men. It's not the same. Okay, that also happened in the 1850s with the suffragettes. They're assuming that, okay, that your black man is not as good as a white man, and basically if you elevate him to the role of a white man, he's going to be just as bad as a white man.
White supremacy are to the Negro. The authors were anonymous, so everybody wondered who had written it. And at some point, we don't know when or how, people figured out that the paper had been written by a group of white women. We have conflicting accounts of how everybody responded to the paper. Mary King said that the 4 women endured crushing criticism, while Casey Hayden said it caused hardly a ripple. The only response to the Waveland paper that was recorded at the time was a joke that was made by Stokely Carmichael. After an exhausting day, the conference participants met on a dock in the night with glasses of wine to sing and talk with their heads on each other's laps, as Casey Hayden recalled. Carmichael, in typical stand-up comedian fashion, stood up to deliver a wisecrack. "What is the position of women in SNCC?" he asked. "The only position for women in SNCC is prone." Again, we have conflicting reports about how people took the joke. Mary King represented most people's recollection, saying that they all collapsed with hilarity. Elaine Delott, on the other hand, said, "I am dead certain that I did not laugh." Whatever women's reactions were at the time, this joke lived on in infamy, as you can see if you Google Stokely Carmichael. After the Waveland Conference was over, SNCC started shifting to embrace a philosophy of Black power. In fact, the phrase Black power actually came from Stokely Carmichael. And in 1966, Black SNCC members voted to expel its remaining white staff, telling them to fight their own oppressors. Many Black SNCC members did not speak to white people again for years. To be clear, the women's position paper was not the only cause of the racial divide within SNCC. All the factors that we talked about earlier had fractured this family beyond repair. But we do know that the authors of the position paper thought the Black women would be on board with them, and they were surprised that they were not. While we don't have any records from the time that it happened, I was able to interview SNCC worker Judy Richardson about this incident. She said, quote, "When I read the paper, I remember not understanding why folks were talking about sexism, when what I felt was overwhelmingly more important was racism against Black folks, male and female. This discussion seemed a diversion from the issue that was definitely more critical, namely racism, and the fact that white supremacists wanted us dead." This assessment is representative of every single Black woman I read who wrote about it after the fact. And here's something we haven't talked about yet. Even though Black women were defensive of Black men, it's not like they just turned a blind eye to their sexism. Black SNCC worker Gwendolyn Robinson started a task force to eliminate sexual harassment and assault within SNCC. Black SNCC women initiated a sit-in in SNCC's headquarters to protest secretarial work. SNCC's executive secretary, Ruby Doris Smith Robinson, was universally respected and kind of feared. She was reported to whack guys right in the face if they said sexist stuff. And a few years later, SNCC worker Frances Beale wrote a groundbreaking pamphlet called Double Jeopardy: To Be Black and Female, which became a classic work of intersectional
feminism. Yeah, classic work.
In other words, I'm independent is not new, huh?
No, it's not new.
critique. This title, To Be Black and Female, is essential to understand.
Going all the way back to Polly Murray and Jane Crow in 1947.
It seems to me that when the white authors published those feminist papers which criticized Black men, they were in a way asking Black women to choose sides and pick a part of their identity. They could choose woman and align themselves with white women, or Black and align themselves with Black men, who were their literal brothers and fathers and sons, who were in an existential battle for their lives and their civil rights. Later, the Black women's movement would develop the term womanism, which is an alternative to feminism. Alice Walker, who you might remember as the author of The Color Purple, coined this term in 1980, writing a description that speaks directly to the conflict in SNCC. She wrote, "Many Black women view feminism as a movement."
Alice Walker, from the bottom of my heart, fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, well, she went the other way. Yeah, she went to the dark side.
Dedicated to
you know what I'm saying,
attacking or eliminating.
Why? Oh,
Mr.
Color
has
Purple?
yeah. Mr. has my name.
You know what? That's Black women have carried that low boiling contempt and hatred of Black men forever. It hasn't changed. Okay.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed. rapists, abusers, beaters, all kind of stuff, right? Never
And
changed.
one thing I've always said about that movie is when she was reading that letter, and he slapped the shit out of her, and
Who's that?
then asked Mister, and then asked him to ask Celia to go shave him.
Oh, shave. Oh, yeah. That's
Even when I was younger, I was like, there's no way there's no black chick I grew up with I could go to and do that without getting cut.
Without getting cut, yeah, you wouldn't do that, and Hatcher shaves you. Okay.
I guess I'm gonna make a comment here that's sure to piss somebody off, but I still, even given a lot of true, good points about, Alice Walker and the like, I still don't get why, people are just so bitter about this. Sometimes you have to let the Alice Walkers of the world just kind of go their own way without a whole lot of comment or Sturm und Drang and, drama over her. I read The Color Purple, obviously a good writer. And I'm personally, one of the good things she did is she kind of saved Zora Neale Hurston from obscurity. Zora Neale Hurston, to a point to where, Zora Neale Hurston was buried somewhere in Florida. I think it was an unmarked grave or just, kind of buried and, without, I don't think she had a headstone or anything like that. And Alice Walker, kind of rediscovered her, put a gravestone there, kind of, brought Zora Neale Hurston's reputation back to life. So, even someone like an Alice Walker can do some good somewhere. And, losing a lot of sleep over, Alice Walker being, a feminist or womanist, I don't get it, frankly.
And then want to see your next birthday. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, that just wouldn't happen. It's just,
yeah.
I don't care how weak you thought they were.
Oh no, you sure wouldn't unless she got off on it.
Womanism supplies a way for Black women to address gender oppression without attacking Black men. The fact is that there remains a schism within feminism. This divide started before the 1960s. Perhaps it started when Africans were first brought to America in chains, and European women participated in enslaving them. It was certainly exacerbated by episodes in our history that I don't have time to enumerate here. Tragically, and I do see this story as a tragedy, the efforts of even these courageous and loving white women failed to heal the breach. I argue in my thesis that one act that might have made a big difference would have been for those 4 authors to invite their Black colleagues to write the papers with them. Judy Richardson, for example, may have offered critical insights on content or tone or on the wisdom of the timing that might have sent history on a different course, but that's not what happened. And as time passed, something happened that added insult to injury. In 1979, 15 years after the Waveland paper, Casey Hayden got a letter from white historian Sarah Evans, who was writing about the foundations of the women's liberation movement, and she wanted to know more about women in SNCC and some legendary women's manifesto. Evans wrote a book about SNCC called Personal Politics, The Roots of Women's Liberation in the Civil Rights Movement in the US.
It was never supposed to be in the civil rights movement in the first place.
The Waveland position paper and Sex and Caste, along with Stokely Carmichael's Joke, and painted SNCC as a snake pit of misogyny. That book became the defining historical record about SNCC, so much so that when I was first investigating this topic during my master's degree, this was still the text that was recommended to me as the first thing to read, but it wasn't accurate. Sarah Evans' depiction of Black SNCC men as misogynists made Black SNCC women even more defensive of their brothers and even more distrustful of white women. It was at this point that Black women began to publish their own accounts of their time in SNCC. I read an email exchange between several Black SNCC women who talked about how furious they were about their brothers being cast as sexist monsters with their muddy Delta boots on the necks of white women.
With their muddy Delta boots on the necks of white women. Jesus Christ.
One thing I do, notice is that I think it's somewhat hilarious for white women to center themselves in, a civil rights movement that's actually not really about them. That part, I get. Hey, Oz, what's up? Hood conservative. If I understand what you're saying here, you're talking about the Ella Bakers, et cetera. I don't have a problem with a male-female disagreement within the confines of the civil rights movement. Just like within a marriage, the male and the female in that marriage aren't always going to get along or see eye to eye. What I do have a problem with is people who aren't necessarily involved in the fight coming in and thinking they deserve a say in that fight simply because they are white or they are, this, that, or the other. I have a problem sometimes with males getting so deeply involved in the abortion rights fight. Sometimes, internal squabbles are okay. It's the outsiders that kind of, blow it out of proportion. That just my personal thoughts. I'm not making any sort of truism here.
Stories, they will be written for us. They published their accounts in these two books, Hands on the Freedom Plow and Many Minds, One Heart. And I recommend them wholeheartedly to anyone who's interested in the civil rights movement or on the relationship between Black and white women. Which brings me back to my initial question about the intersections of the movements for racial and gender justice. Did you identify the missteps? For me, I think one of the most important things I've learned is that white Western women have historically imposed their own lenses, assuming that sexism is the most acute pain point for all women, when often it's not. Let's make sure we are listening and that we never, ever speak for another group of women. I personally am dedicated to healing this rift however I can, moving forward together. Tell me your thoughts in the comments.
They want Black women back on their side. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, my thought on this is, it's not necessarily her right to, get involved and heal the rift, unless you're asked to come in and referee. So anyway, I've been wanting to watch this video, and at some point, maybe I'll try and get in touch with BGS and, kind of pick his brain, because I'm just starting to kind of get into his content. Some of it's definitely intriguing, but we'll see what happens, what comes down the line. Definitely interesting stuff. And kind of glad I got into this John Galt space, because there are a lot of things that I've been curious about, but never had the impetus to go in and explore. So Black conservatives are good for something. They will definitely make you think. Let's see here. What is this? Brian Nichols, good morning. You can't let people murder babies just because they are a protected group. I disagree. Sometimes things are none of your business. Let the people who are directly connected wrestle with the morality and all that stuff. I understand the point that, hey, this may or may not be good. I understand it's a common good issue. That part I'll grant you, but I'm not sure that that's a good enough reason to interfere in personal and family decisions. Let's see, where are we? Where are we going next? I actually, since I'm up here by myself and have some people who might be interested in this, I want to finish up this video, I think. Not sure that it's worth, but I didn't hear the whole video. So we'll see what else Irony has to say. And Hoodservative. Stanley versus BGS would be funny. Weaponized arrogance versus impenetrable smug. What? Here's the deal, Hoodservative. I don't have any particular animosity. I'm more curious than anything. It wouldn't be a Stanley versus BGS. It would be more like, well, hey, BGS, I'm just kind of getting into it. Let me pick your brain a little bit. I'm interested to know why you think this way. And, I'll probably disagree because I'm not a manosphere person to the extent, but you know what? I actually think that Kevin Samuels had a lot of good, valuable positions, things that at a minimum would make you think, if not outright, change your mind on a few things. So hell, who knows? If I can like Kevin Samuels, why not? So it wouldn't be Stanley versus BGS, Hoodservative. Not everything is a fight. You clearly haven't spoken to BGS. I have many times. I know. Okay, well, I mean, that's fair. I'll one of these days see if I can't contact him and ask him to come on the show, or we'll dialogue. Like I said, I'm past the age where some of this stuff even matters. I'm on the downward slope of life. I don't really give a fuck whether women are gynocracized or not. Oh, really, Fred? Okay. Well, I definitely won't be his student. Yeah, okay. Well, noted. Two good friends of mine have forewarned me. So Fred and Hood, I will take your word for it. Yeah, Fred. Now, my only complaint about Vivek's tweet is it didn't go far enough and it wasn't acerbic enough. However, I understand why. It read like a pep talk, and it's good for what it is. It's true. I just personally, and as you could imagine, I'd have been a lot more sarcastic about it. But yeah, Vivek's right. And I kind of went through the whole spiel yesterday. I think that, these are unpopular truths. The mediocrity that Vivek describes is spot the hell on, and not an original thought. There was a book written years ago by a lady named, she has an African name. Her father was Nigerian. Anyway, it was called White Mediocrity. And, she pretty much says the same thing, but a lot more pointed, though I didn't think the book was particularly well written. Oh, come on now, Hoodservative. Don't be mawkish. So anyway, this is Irony. Fred knows who Irony is, or at least knows of him. We'll listen to a few more minutes of this unless it gets interesting. I don't know that it's going to be worth hearing the whole thing, but I think Irony gets a lot about this right. And, these days there's some things I don't necessarily agree with Irony on, but this one I do. Let's see, where are we?
have to. America, my name is Amiose Frimpong.
Oh,
I will
no.
tell you, I did not
need to start that.
Should be in a way that's productive of our technological economy. And also say that we solve that problem not by going outside, but by like recommitting to our institutions with the help of private enterprise here. And
conservative Vivek is a first generation. He is not Indian. He is first generation American. He was educated here in America and has done well in America. I've got friends who were first or second generation Indian, South Asian. I don't think there is anything that he said in that tweet that is remotely controversial, and he is right. As a matter of fact, let's see, an Indian criticizing average Americans. Okay, well, you and I see it. He was being kind in criticizing the quote average American. I would have gone farther and directed it towards the white majority in this country. It is white people that are, largely embracing mediocrity. And the problem isn't the embrace of mediocrity as much as thinking mediocrity makes them superior. That is the huge problem. What's up, HB?
Hey, morning, Stanley. Morning.
Hey there.
Woo. Had to get my workout in real quick, man. Jeez.
Oh, really? Good for you.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So do you have a gym membership like across the country, or do you just pick random gyms?
No. I do like those prison workouts, a bunch of, squats and push-ups and dips, and I have like a little routine where I do like a mix between like squats and push-ups and crunches, all types of stuff. So I just, every week that I'm out here, I just add another set to it. And when I'm home, I do like pull-ups and stuff. And I try to, walk around my truck. I think it's 25 times if you walk around a 53-footer. That's a mile, something like that. Something like that. So I try to walk around. So yeah. I just try to stay active, man. There's a lot of fat fucks out here on the road. So
I can imagine.
Yeah. It's a lot of fat asses out here. So I do not want to end up like them, man.
You know what, Hoodservative? You wouldn't be able to debate me on this white issue. But see, you say basically that you're a thinking man. Well, like you have done a lot of thinking on, the feminism and the manosphere and the red pill. I've done a lot of thinking on, this white mediocrity thing. And not only have I done the thinking on it, I went to school with these white boys, went first through 12 Catholic schools and college, and was in the Navy with these white boys. So when I say they're mediocre and they embrace mediocre, I don't even doubt what I'm saying. So I would welcome that debate. I probably know, the white boy culture way better than you do. I was educated with them.
Stanley, watching this stuff and hearing that white woman talk about this, honestly, it was kind of offensive listening to it from her perspective. But I did notice though that you saw the change in the civil rights movement once those educated whites from up north came down south and started to kind of implement themselves into it.
Yeah.
And I mean, they even sacrificed a couple of their white men for the cause,
Well, I would frame it differently. but I have experienced the, hey, I'm white, I know better than you.
Yes, yes.
Sort of. And shit, it happens on this channel.
Yeah,
Hell, what do you think Be Brave does?
Yeah, no, that's honestly what I see a lot of when like even like when I see like Mavid talk about how John should handle his tenants and stuff. It's like, bro, you Mavid, you would get like tied up in like raped if you were doing what John's doing. John has to act a certain way in that environment. You can't it's you can't use some business class to handle certain people. And it's the same, man, you got to know your environment, and it's like this white where they think they know everything, and it's like you don't know how to handle every situation. You don't understand how to deal with Indian people, or how to deal with Asian people, or how to deal with Black people in their own environment. Yeah, you might be able to deal with them from your perspective in your environment, but
Right.
in their environment, it's a totally different environment. Oh, John, you should be nicer to these people. Man, that shit don't work in the Black community. You can't be nice. It's a totally different ball game.
Right.
Yeah,
Mavid is a specimen.
Yeah. But no, I honestly do like Mavid though, because he does represent that that kind of white superiority complex thing, where they really think because they're white they know better. Or even like, you see it with a lot of people. Where they think their race makes them an expert on certain situations, or just an expert overall. Like an expert overall. It's like, bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, I don't know. I can be that way sometimes. So sometimes I do kind of, take Mavid with a grain of salt. He probably does think he knows a lot. And he probably does. Just not about everything.
Yeah, just not about black issues, But that's how a lot of people are. They think they can solve it, or they think they know. And I see it's been something that's kind of happened since the beginning. Like if I were those white women, I would feel embarrassed to link yourself to the civil rights movement when you guys have literally been the some of the catalysts for the movement in the first place. Like the Emmett Till story, that really happened. Well, I'm not 100% sure if it really happened, but you know what I mean.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, the whole Tulsa race riot thing happened because of a white woman. Supposedly. So, I mean, white women, at least in those two instances, have been, kind of the impetus. And the thing is that at least as near as I can tell, and I haven't studied it deeply, but, this incident in Tulsa, white girl thinks she was just there, doing what teenagers do. And it wasn't anything like, major. I don't think sometimes white women understand this. And again, the one book I've read on the topic was basically called They Were Her Property. And it details how white women were not innocent bystanders in slavery. The whole slave thing. They owned slaves, they whipped slaves, they punished slaves. So,
I mean, they raped slaves too. They were there. They were there just with the white man sexually,
Well, I won't say they were like that to the same extent, because there were limits put on white women, However, they weren't necessarily innocent bystanders, and for some reason or another, they don't seem to get this. There's a whole lot of "what about me?" what about us? We're second class citizens too. And in my opinion, their fight is not a civil rights fight. Their fight is a feminism fight. And wanting to combine the two is pretty much I'm a big fan of compartmentalizing stuff.
Yeah.
Intersectionality can be problematic if it's misused. It's a perfectly good thing until it gets misused.
Yeah.
And not to the extent of a hood conservative or anybody of that ilk. I don't want to add to the toxicity of the situation. So anyway.
Oh, you mean with feminism?
Yeah, well, I think I think fighting fire with fire isn't always the best way to fight a war.
Yeah, my only Stanley, my only issue with feminism is that they linked it with the black plight. I think if you were to make it a standalone thing, I wouldn't have a problem with it. My only problem is that it was linked with the plight of the former slaves and people that had to endure Jim Crow. And to me, that just killed the whole movement, in my opinion.
Right. Hood, you're right about the Tulsa stuff. Yeah, it's called a race war, but it really was one-sided. And I haven't looked at the Emmett Till story recently, so there's probably new stuff that's been discovered and put into the story. There were some black guys in the lynch mob. I hadn't heard that part.
Yeah, there were, because that's the thing too. Emmett Till's uncle was the one that gave him up. So there were there were black people a part of that too. Now, did they really have a choice in the matter? I don't know. But there was a just like there is now, and I think we've kind of broken that kind of division, like where the Northerners feel a way about the Southerners and the Southerners feel a way about the Northerners. Because growing up, I used to really think that, but the more I spend online, I'm like, man, these Southern motherfuckers are way smarter than the people up north. But like when you grow up north, you think the opposite. Well, you're kind of taught the opposite.
Right.
So Emmett Till being from Chicago, being where he was, I'm sure there was a lot of that biasness too with the black folks down there.
Well, I mean, it was different, but there was still discrimination and all the ills that you found down south you could find up north, and people who think otherwise are simply just wrong.
Oh yeah, nah, you definitely see it.
There was something I wanted to say and I can't remember what it is now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I was gonna say that. Oh, I know what it was. The other thing I want to emphasize about this particular stance is that because Lindy Lou mentioned this last night. She thinks that black people and white people need to work together in this coalition. And I told her, Lindy Lou, this is a white and Asian issue. Black people, if they have any sense, will just sit on the sidelines and watch them go.
Yep.
At least this black person has nothing to say about this H-1B debacle, because as was so often put during the election cycle, hey, these H-1B visa jobs aren't black jobs now, are they?
Nah. I'm glad you said it, Stanley.
I think blacks should be heavily in this. Should be in a perfect world. We would be affected by not having these engineering jobs too, but we're not.
No, we're not.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, but I think, the thing about, because Stanley, you've worked in the corporate world, I've worked in the corporate world, and man, working in the corporate world as a black man, you're really you're it's like you're really like put in a situation where you have to protect yourself all the time. Like you
Right.
have to be the standard in those situations. And it's not easy. You're not a white man, so you can't lean on that. You're not a you don't have the H1B coverage. You don't have the woman side, and as a black man, you're always put in this situation where you kind of have to represent all black people in the corporate world. And I don't know. I just feel like, honestly, I really feel like a lot of times corporate America is really no place for black men. And not that we can't compete. I think we can dominate it, but you see it over and over again how we do get kind of I don't know. I know me personally, I felt targeted a lot of times. And you don't want to be that black person that's like, oh, it's racism, it's sexism, it's feminism. So you just gotta eat it. You just gotta let the little slick comments here and there. You gotta persevere, But I think I don't know. I really do think it is a white man, an Asian, and Indian issue. This is what they built this shit up. You got to protect it.
Right.
We were just we were just along for the ride, man.
Well, I don't know about that so much, but I do know that it is a quote elite fight, and what I don't understand is why people didn't see it coming when that Asian case versus the colleges. I'm surprised legacy admissions didn't come up. Well, it did come up, but it didn't get dealt with heavily. But this clash was coming. Asians think that a lot of white people are lazy. Of course, Vivek is going to talk about laziness.
Oh yeah.
That white people didn't know that Asians thought they were lazy, and not all Asians. I'm speaking in generalities here, but laying back on and depending on whiteness and nepotism and all that stuff. Oh yeah, that trope's been out there for decades.
The other thing too is I don't think these other nations of people have forgotten their history either. There's been a lot of destruction caused by white folks in a lot of these people's lands. You think they just forgot about that shit?
I don't know. I've never gotten that impression from the Indians I know. Most of them just want to come up here, keep their heads down, and make money. That's really what surprises me. These people I don't know that the Asians, other than the occasional Vivek or Bobby Jindal or Nikki Haley, Indians, Rokana is another one. There are a few, but most of the Indians I know who are successful, they don't really have political ambitions.
No, they don't. But I do think there is something that motivates them that maybe we don't really see a little bit more. I don't think it's just money. I think it is dominance. I do truly believe that these people do have a rulership mentality. And I think that's the one thing that separates, kind of the blacks with these other groups. They want to wear the crown one day. We just want to work. We just want to work together. The Indians and the Asians. I do think they want to wear the crown one day.
I don't. My limited experience, they could care less about the crown. A lot of the Asians that I know are very spiritual. So, this worldly power stuff, isn't something that they're seeking actively. Now, ones like Vivek who have bought into that whole capitalist trope, yeah. But
Yeah,
most,
he definitely wants the crown. He definitely wants
yeah,
it.
well, I mean, he's that type of person. There are people, who are ambitious in all the communities. But by and large, that my particular community of Asians, they're not really that interested in politics. Money maybe, but not so much politics. Mainly because politics is such a dirty business. They don't want their spirits dirtied, sullied. And Hood, I'm writing this, but try as some folks around here have tried. This isn't a liberal thing. Liberals have nothing to do with this H-1B stuff. Other than currently we hold the government, etc. So of course we have our fingers in that pie, but the Vivek, Elon, MAGA stuff, don't try and bring us into that shit. Don't try and bring black people into it either. This is white and Asian. We, this black person, other than just, crunching on my popcorn, don't really care about the fight. May the best overlord win. And hopefully it's the Asian overlords. Libs have been pushing for immigrants. Yeah, okay, Hood. Yeah. Lovely. I love for you trying to tie the H-1B visas into the south of the border stuff. Sorry, bud. Not gonna work. Better thinkers than you, namely 12th Man, have tried that and failed. That was a joke. So we'll go ahead and play this right quick for what it's worth.
Yeah, and then we have to get serious about look, our engineers are not going to be like those other engineers. Our engineers are going to be unionized. Our engineers are going to be in a guild. Our engineers are going to be just as creative or whatever, but they're also going to have time with their family.
Hood Conservative, Fred, HB, what do you all think about that? I don't know that much about FANG, Facebook, Amazon, and all those other tech companies. Are the salaried engineers unionized? Maybe the junior engineers are, but I didn't know unions played a big part in the tech world. I didn't. Do they?
And they're not going to have to decide whether to have time with their family or be in the guild or be an engineer, right? So we need to understand that American workers are American workers and they're American first in all of the ways. And that's the same thing when we're talking about H-1.
By the way, while I'm thinking about it, Hood, your point about there being more than engineering jobs in this visa debacle. Trump and hospitality. Apparently, the hotel industry has some things. The guy who's going to be the AR czar for Donald Trump, he didn't come here on an H-1B. He came on some sort of lateral transfer type of visa. Maybe he was working for Microsoft in India, and Microsoft doesn't have a presence in India. I guess he transferred to America to work for Microsoft and then, went on to other companies. However, he is now an American citizen. So, that part is solved. Well, Hood Conservative, maybe I missed the part where after you went over to Rumble, it's not necessarily about tech. Oh, I agree with you there. The visas are just an immigration issue. in my opinion, this is like almost an existential sort of thing. You know, who is America and are we lazy? That to me, it's about the culture, in my opinion. That's where this should be going to. You know, the H-1B, the immigration parts, you know, those are regulatable. Actually, it's two things. Who do we replace these H-1B engineers with, which goes to education? And to me, education, how we think, the whole ontological sort of stuff is cultural. It's all wrapped up in the culture for me. So let me know what you think. Am I missing something? You say tech isn't the whole point. I think that,
Stanley, I really don't think it's educational, man.
Well, no, it is, and it's also cultural. So I'm trying to figure out what hood-servative.
Yeah, I think it's cultural. I think it's cultural, but I don't think
Well,
it's
education is culture. How do you learn the culture through education? Yeah, you get acculturated. Kids get acculturated.
With these tech jobs, though, like unless it's like hardware, you can teach somebody how to do like run a lot of these programs and stuff. I mean, they got it's what I think it really is. And John and Get Crack really, you know, kind of broke it down. It's the fact that these H-1 visas, when you have them, these people pretty much are indentured slaves at that point.
Okay, John and I don't buy into that bullshit. John, as a matter of fact, I talked to Crack last night. The indentured servant part is kind of like a red herring, because a lot of people who wound up a lot of the first families of Virginia have indentured servitude roots. Okay, so that an H-1B person, I think it's true to equate it with indentured servitude.
Right.
That doesn't mean you won't become elites 2 or 3 generations down the line. So I don't worry about that. And before you go on, this point about Indians in India, okay, that is a canard as well. Vivek is American. He has Indian heritage, but his interests lie in America. So this bullshit about, hey, if Indians are such great Americans, why can't they be great in India? Okay, that is a version of go back home, which is classically racist. These people are American. They have a say in America, and y'all might as well just get used to it. They have a say and are expected to have a say as American citizens.
Yeah.
And the indentured servitude and all that stuff, yeah, that's all great, but it, you know, again, that's just a visa problem. That's like bureaucracy that can be solved. The bigger problem is the culture.
Right. No, I 100% agree. It could be solved, but I think I don't think it's gonna be solved in that way. I think these major companies, they love the visa system because now these people can't really jump around from company to company. You pretty much gotta.
Okay, again, I don't care about the company to company. That's just something that can be solved. The bigger problem is the culture.
But
who do we replace these people with? We don't have the educated people to do it, apparently.
Stanley, I really don't believe that, man. I think we have the people. It's just I just think those H-1B visa people, they're a much better investment long term. If you're a company,
well, you know, if that was the thinking, that thinking is over now. And again,
well, I think the thinking has always been there. Americans.
Okay, that's obvious. That's not my point. My point isn't this has been a teapot that's been brewing for quite some time.
Right.
These problems, the immigration problems, the indentured servitude problem, that can all be legislated away, much like slavery. was legislated away. Now the bigger problem is changing the culture once these things are legislated away.
Stanley, I want to caution you real quick, and I just want to jump up for a second to raise this kind of issue. You assume that the American system will function as it always has.
No. I'm saying it needs to change.
Again, let me make the point. You're assuming that the system will function.
No, don't tell me what I'm assuming. I just said I'm not assuming that. You're wrong. I'm not assuming anything.
You don't even know what the fuck I'm about to say.
Motherfucker, don't use the word assume.
Sit tight for a second and you'll understand what I'm trying to say.
If you're gonna come up to my panel, don't tell me what I'm assuming.
Don't tell me what to say, bro. I'm making the point.
Make it personal. I'm not.
It's not personal. It's not personal. I'm making a point. Just let me say it 5 more words and you'll understand better.
Okay.
You're assuming that the American system will stay exactly the same with the importation of all these Indians.
Okay, are you done? That's your 5 words. You're wrong.
How?
I'm assuming the system will be fixed. They will
fix the system,
and it won't be a quick fix. That much is admitted. But now that this H-1B stuff has been exposed for what it is, and my argument is it's been exposed for decades. My problem is the culture. I think that is the biggest problem. You can fix the H-1B. You can get rid of programs. You can change the immigration laws. Changing the culture.
I think you failed to see the issue.
I think you have come up here wanting to make an argument or critique.
I'm not attempting to argue with you.
Let me finish.
I will. Please don't cut me off when I speak.
Okay, don't cut me off then. I don't really even care that much about the H-1B stuff. I care more about Vivek's comment about accepting mediocrity. To me, that is the biggest issue.
I don't think it's a useful strategy to think foreigners will implement policies to help Native Americans compete with foreigners.
Okay, you're talking past my argument. I don't care about the foreigners. I care about the culture of mediocrity. That's what I'm arguing.
Okay, why would the foreigners help?
Why are you up here talking about something I'm not talking about?
Because you're not talking about the extra problems. So I wanted to point it out.
I don't care about the extra problems. Okay, those problems I leave to the technocrats who care like you. I care about
they won't even give you what you want.
I care about the mediocrity problem. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. You know, I guess.
Okay, HB, I'm not going to let him come up here and create his own argument.
I'm talking about
the HB. Hold on one sec. I'm talking about the HB1 visa problem, but if I'm assuming anything, it's that it will be fixed, reoriented, re-legislated, or whatever needs to be done. My big issue is the culture of mediocrity, which Vivek has rightly pointed out.
Yeah. And I think conservatives kind of coming at it from a different perspective about like focusing on.
Well, conservative is coming at it from a more, how should I say, a more working class point of view. I don't give a fuck about the working class to that extent.
I don't think the working class got anything to worry about. This ain't a working class issue.
Well, I mean, technically, these are jobs we're talking about.
No, they're not. These are like accounting jobs, and you know.
Okay, well, listen to what Irami just said. You know, he's talking about unions and engineers. So whether they're engineering jobs or accounting jobs, my point is that people have to work, and if they're doing those jobs, technically they are workers. Coming at it from, hey, a jobs perspective, who's getting jobs? who's coming from where to take the jobs. All that is a problem, but it's a fixable problem. The bigger problem, and I'm hoping it's fixable, but it might not be, is the culture, the worship of mediocrity. Okay, and I'm telling what Hood Conservative doesn't seem to understand is that you can concentrate on who's coming over and who's going to change the culture and all that. The actual fact is that Vivek is an American. Okay, he's not going anywhere. So whatever baggage he's brought from his ancestry is here to stay, and it must be dealt with. We don't have the option of deporting Vivek in his values.
Well, why would we want to deport him? That's the thing. I mean, I don't agree. I don't agree with
I'm with you on that one too.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that.
I don't agree with what he said, but at the same time, like you said, Stanley, you're absolutely right. He's an American. I mean, shit, he's entitled to his opinion. So, I mean, to me, I think that I think people jumping in on the Saved by the Bell argument that Vivek made, and even my dumb ass jumped on that, fell for that one as well. But I did it for shits and giggles. The thing is, you know, everybody. I don't think that there's a right or wrong answer. Now, the thing that needed to be addressed, and it got blown to the forefront, thank God. And like you said, Stanley, you're right. There's going to be legislation that would change this. And that's the rampant H-1B abuse. So they're not hiring people that are necessarily coders or programmers or what have you. There are people that are actually asking for H-1B visas. I shit you not, for janitors. There are people that are asking for H-1B visas for call center work, jobs that I could do, you know, jobs that you guys could do. And there's a shit ton of labor here in the United States for those jobs. But again, that would be changed literally by rewriting, you know, Title 8 USC, which is the Immigration and Nationality Act.
And that's where I do agree with Stanley on too. Like, you know, a lot of this stuff can be fixed with just simple legislation. It's not as big of an issue as somebody like Vivek is making. But you got to understand, Vivek has.
Well, no, Vivek, actually, the H-1B part, that is what folks who are deep into the immigration issues want to concentrate on. I see that as a problem, but I see it as one that is fixable. The harder fix is how we educate our children, what we promote in culture. That part of Vivek's argument, I think, is existential. Okay, no, H-1B visas aren't an existential issue per se.
Right. No. You know, Stanley, I think that is very true. Our whole education system, we have to fix that. But I think Vivek and people like him, they have they benefit off of having these H-1B visas in the country, because you know, these people that own these big companies, they benefit from having these people. And I think that's an aspect of it too. I'm not 100% convinced that Vivek really cares about, you know, educating the youth. I just don't believe that, especially the American youth. I don't think he cares. I don't think he gives one shit about it.
Wait, hold on. He doesn't care about what?
Educating the American youth.
The American.
I think this is one time that I'm going to stand up for Vivek. I think he cares. Okay. I think he cares deeply about America and how it's educated. I think that I'm just going to have to come out and say I'm on Vivek's side on this. He's not pretending.
Well, he's in the driver's
reason I think this is, again, I know people who aren't necessarily in Vivek's circle, but people who know people who know people who know Vivek. And they say the same thing. They're really more worried about America's culture, spirituality, even if you want to go that far. They care about things other than the H-1B. H-1B is important. They want to bring their relatives over and get them jobs and bring them into the American way. But they also care about America's place in the world. I mean, why would you come over to a place that's going to be taken over by China.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
they don't want China, Indians especially,
They hate China.
don't want China taking over the U.S.
Well, Stanley,
They don't like China.
He's in a perfect position with in being in Doge. He's in a perfect position to really you know, I guess you know, create some form of change if he can get it, if he can convince Trump of some of these issues. So
It's not
we
Trump
will
that
see.
it's not Trump that he needs to convince HB. It would be Congress that he would need to convince, because the only thing that they really can do, let's just be honest, and please don't give me hell just yet, it's early. The only thing that they can do is figure out where all the waste is, that they think that the waste is, write a report, and then basically make those presentations so that Congress can apply that when they do their omnibus packages and things like that, their spending packages. I don't think that they have the type of power that people on the left and on the right think that they're going to have when January 20th rolls around.
Oh no! They're basically like consultants for the most
Exactly.
part. they
Okay,
don't
well,
have, they don't have any power.
I'm actually thinking beyond even the Trump administration. I think our problem is I just don't think the current squabble over who's coming from where to take these, tech jobs and other types of H-1B visa type jobs. I think, again, that's just kind of a surface level problem. The deeper problem, and Juan, you addressed it in the back chat, even if we start doing the tech and magnet schools, which, by the way, have been around since I was in high school, magnet schools have, I think that moving towards STEM and emphasizing trades, and you don't have to go to college, I think that's all well and good. But what people don't seem to understand is that engineers who can't, appreciate, things like liberal arts, they're not complete people. Some of the smartest people I've known have been engineers and doctors who could fucking read a book and enjoy it.
Right, but I think that it's a good foundation.
I don't think it's even a good foundation. I think you actually have to be good in both to actually be a good competitor.
That's where I was headed real quick, not to cut you off, sir. But the thing is not with the magnet schools. I think, we had magnet schools when I was a kid, and those were for the birds. It was just, they were for, I won't go there. In either case, but for your STEM, your what the hell are they called? Charter schools. That's what they were. At least for my kid, it was the foundation for them to at least get a foothold when it came to math. Now, my kid was dual enrolled in high school, at least in the last 2 years of high school, and so that's where she got introduced to the liberal arts, and I think that allows them to build up such that, okay, you can go ahead and operate on somebody, or you can write the hell out of a computer program while reading Leo Tolstoy. The thing that you're mentioning, and that's why I say that I think that it's at least a start. It's not going to complete the person. I agree with you 100%, but to me, we have to start somewhere. And if that's not it, where do you think that we should start then?
Well, I think the start somewhere is the parenting part.
Oh yeah, I mean that's common sense, right? In addition to the education at home, that thing, where should the public school system join in, I guess?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, when kids go to school, they should be I don't want to say finished product, but how sometimes you have to prep food and then cook it, prepping the food, prepping the student. It's the best analogy I can think of off the top of my head. You don't just make a cake, you have to prep. There's some steps you have to do before you put the cake into the oven. It's kind of the same concept with kids. You don't just send them like straight from the womb. Like, you don't send kids not knowing much more than, when they came out of the womb to school and expect the school to start from square one.
Oh, no,
Kids should know how to read before they ever get to school. Right. School isn't there to teach them how to read. School is to make them better readers.
Yeah, right. I definitely could read before I went to school. I couldn't spell though, if that makes any sense, but I could definitely read.
Yeah, but in your defense, didn't you say you had dyslexia, HB?
No, hell no. Who the hell said that? Why? No, I never said that.
Okay, never mind.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. I was never dyslexic. I think it's a lot. There's with reading and understanding. I do think there's like steps to it. Teaching a kid to read, and then
the comprehension. Yeah, the comprehension is a huge issue. There are people that I went to law school with, and I'm like, dude, how the hell did you get here? And even I shit you not. And then I talk to them, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, you went to the law school, the type of law school that I went to, because you fell out of T1 law school. Oh, you got accepted into the T1 law school because you fit the DEI box or the DEI box, and they found out that you couldn't comprehend, and it's like, dude, how the hell did you get here? And even in college, I'm like, dude, how the hell do you not know 1984 and can comprehend that? I read 1984 in junior high and in high school. It was just, that is an issue that we have to, and to Stanley's point, you're not taught that. You have to figure that at home. And that's, again, that's a parent issue. I would have to agree there.
I want to address something Ryan says here. We want smart workers, the best and brightest, just pay them similar. Not exactly sure what the pay part means.
Yeah, Ryan, it's not about the pay, man. It's really not.
Well, we want smart workers. Well, why, if we want smart workers, we need to create them?
Well, not only that, but I'll address the legal side of it. Hashtag not legal advice, hashtag seek an attorney type of thing, hashtag general information. But as part of the H-1B process, what people don't tell you guys is we have to do what's known as a prevailing wage determination. And now the Department of Labor is not auditing the HR files for these H-1B people. But when you do a prevailing wage determination, you submit data regarding the area that you're at, like the city that you're at, the region that you're at, the job, the field, and what the commensurate market rate is. And what they get back, that company gets back, is an email from the Department of Labor that says, if immigration approves X amount of H-1B workers for you, you will pay that person X amount. And if you don't pay that person X amount, you will get fined. And under the Trump administration, they actually did have people from the Department of Labor walking into these companies, and the companies got lax because, oh, you're not immigration, and they found out, oh, they're paying this under, and they would find the living daylights out of them. That's what.
Well, I understand everybody wants to talk immigration because it's an easy,
it's the lowest hanging fruit.
Well, yeah, it's the lowest hanging fruit, and it's, easy to kind of build on top of the illegal immigration issue.
Yeah.
However, personally, I kind of have to touch on the H-1B part because everybody's talking about it. But again, I think the actual ticking time bomb is Vivek's statement about the mediocrity. And he is 100% right about that. America venerates mediocrity.
It's hard to argue with, Stanley.
To me, that's actually why the H-1B stuff came about. We weren't able to find enough of, whatever thing we wanted. So we had to go outside to do it. And of course, there might be the best in the world in another country, and you want to bring that person or persons here, but that should be almost the exception, not a rule.
Not the rule, exactly. And it is the exception. And that goes back to a comment that somebody posted in the chat earlier regarding Elon Musk, Samson's comment regarding Elon Musk going to China. that says if there were no H-1B visas, there would be no Tesla or SpaceX in America. That's not true. For starters, everybody thinks that Elon Musk.
Tesla predated. Elon didn't invent Tesla.
No, Tesla started prior to Elon even being here. But the thing is Elon didn't even come to the United States on an H-1B visa. He
went to Canada. I'm sorry? He was in Canada first.
Yeah, he was in Canada first and came to the United States on an O visa. It's a similar an O visa is a similar program that we used when we brought the Nazi scientists over in Operation Paperclip. And then he switched from what's known as the O visa to an EB1 visa. That's the Einstein visa. And so, you know, we have ways to bring those type of people. And like I said before on my programs, we want those people here because those are the people that aren't the smart workers. Those are the people that are the smart, that not only have a brain, but they have these badass ideas that actually create new areas of business, if that makes sense. And so those types of people, like I said, for us as Americans, that's bragging rights. Haha, we got your guy, get wrecked. You know, the guy that invented the qubit, the quantum computing, we got him over here, which we needed. That's a national security issue. But the point is there are other ways to bring these people over, not just with H-1Bs. With H-1Bs, we needed the best and brightest that could actually do the work. And you're right, Stanley, in the 60s and 70s, they just weren't here, you know?
Right.
Yeah. What's that guy that made Werner von Braun, that motherfucker? Yeah, we didn't really have a Werner von Braun over here, man.
No, we didn't. Shit, Einstein.
Yeah.
If we didn't poach Einstein, Germany would have had the atomic bomb first.
But you know, I think the thing though, you know, you can't. I just feel like somebody like Stanley, who has, you know, a background in you know, coding, and man, they could hire a Stanley that could figure out most of these jobs, man. I'm not.
I don't know about all that, but the thing is that there are people out there, but I fear that, you know, raising people, giving them a phone at 2, and, you know, the propensity to give kids video games at 3 instead of a book or reading to them or whatever it is we need to be doing. We're creating a need for H-1B visas.
If you're giving your kid a phone at 1.5 years, 2 years old, you are the crappiest parent because
yeah, but the thing is it's not uncommon. So, you know, dwelling on, you know, the individual crappy parent, the problem is we got a society of them.
That's not good. You're absolutely right. That's actually not good for me and your.
And that's what Vivek is so right about, and that's what, you know, folks want to concentrate on the easy stuff. The not so easy stuff is, why are there Ann Coulters who are venerated? Ann Coulter's pretty damn mediocre. Yet people listen to her.
Well, she's doing something right because she's hated on both sides, and I think it's hilarious. I'm like, wait a minute, if you're hated on both sides, embrace the haters, because that means you're being productive at something.
Oh, and you know what? DiCapriono brings up a good point. Why are there black jobs? Okay, that is a black problem. Why are there black jobs? Why are we buying into that narrative? And the first thing I thought when I heard the whole black jobs thing is, I don't know if embarrassing is the right word, but why are we as a group being associated with unskilled labor, and you know, being associated with unskilled labor when a good portion of the black community, you know, isn't necessarily deemed working class by income? That's kind of problematic. And the people, and there was someone, I can't remember who, Lindy Lou, who basically said that blacks and whites have to join essentially to solve America's problems with the Asians. And that's a very loose translation of what she said. She didn't exactly say that. I'm kind of embellishing the argument, maybe poorly. And if she complains, she would have a right to do it. But I'm saying that blacks don't have a dog in this fight. We have our own internal issues we need to deal with. namely how not to be, just automatically associated with unskilled labor. That we aren't in the middle of this H-1B thing is problematic in and of itself.
That's extremely telling.
I mean, in my opinion, Black people give the Be Braves of the world too much ammunition. And that's kind of a different show. But anyway, we can actually, if y'all have something else you want to talk about, I'm kind of spent on this H-1B thing. It's actually kind of strikes at the very heart of my purpose for, as a parent, etc. Striving for excellence, not accepting, a B for a grade when I know you can do better. That's kind of been my reason for being, over the past 18 or so years. And, having it come into the news in the form of Vivek and, this sort of immigration fight is both exhilarating and exhausting, because a lot of people don't seem to get the deeper issue. We want to wonder about why can't people go back home and fix their own countries. That's actually not the big issue, in my opinion. Who goes where and which countries broke and bringing their culture over here. To be honest, most of the people that I've talked to about, Amy Chua, for instance, she was an American. Some of the things that get imported into America could actually help improve America. And one of those is veneration for education and discipline, in attaining it. That's something America can use. And we need to, pick and choose what's good, discard what's bad, and not so much worry about where they shit in India. So do we want to stay here or do we want to move on? Up to y'all, really.
Well, it's not my horse, not my stable. It's up to you and HB, actually.
Well, we have Pop the Balloon, which is why Hood Conservative actually came here, I'm sure. You know what? Let's see what else is in the news. We could do that. Carter died.
Give me one. Yeah. I heard about that. Give me 1 second though, Stanley. Give me 1 second.
To do what?
Oh, just before I can get back in the conversation. I'm working. Just give me 1 second.
Well, let's bring up a newspaper here. Carter dying, I guess for me it was kind of, we knew it was going to happen eventually. He's 100.
Yeah.
Even Trump had words to say.
Well, we're going to have the flags at half staff pretty much all throughout January. And according to the Biden statement, I believe on January 9th, we're going to have a national day of mourning, or I could be wrong on the dates. But I don't remember that even happening with George Bush, the first one, the first George Bush.
Well, part of it is Carter did so much after he was president, and he's the longest lived president. So,
right.
Those things. And I think one of the things that Jimmy Carter, no one has ever said Jimmy Carter was a bad man. A lot of people say he wasn't a great president, but no one ever says he wasn't a great man.
Right. Well, I mean, his Habitat for Humanity's program. I mean, I grew up when I was born. I mean, he was barely on the tail end on his way out. It was 1980, right? But
yeah.
I was growing up. Habitat for Humanity was one of the biggest things that he touted nationwide and also throughout the state of Georgia.
Well, one of the things that doesn't get talked about a lot, he was knee deep in building the nuclear navy. He was Hyman Rickover's flag lieutenant, and Hyman Rickover is, considered the father of the nuclear navy. And I don't even know, what all Carter was involved in, but he was involved in America's nuclear navy. He was like a heavy duty engineer, apparently.
Oh, really? So he wasn't, because the thing that they would always tell us is, he was a peanut farmer. He was a peanut farmer.
Oh, he's a Naval Academy graduate.
Really?
Yeah, he was like what we call a nuke. He was a nuclear engineer in the Navy.
Then you know what? And I don't mean to bring it back to Vivek's comment, but I think Vivek might actually have a point. I didn't know about that. They needed to bring in, at least to my generation, the fact that he was basically a nuclear engineer.
Yeah, he was a nuclear engineer.
Versus he was a peanut farmer and he built houses. Building houses, that was great. But when you're modernizing the Navy such that you're making them an extremely dangerous force to be reckoned with on the seas, I'm sorry, but that's telling. That says something about us.
Yeah, I've often wondered why it wasn't brought out. Now he didn't do a career in the Navy. He got out after so many years, but yeah, Hyman Rickover, when I was in the Navy, was still legendary. He was one of these guys. They interviewed. Excuse me. Let me get some water.
That winter's already hitting us, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it's when I talk a lot, my throat gets dry. Basically, at least when I was in the Navy, to be a nuclear engineer or in the nuclear program, you went through a fairly extensive interview process.
Right.
And I don't know about the enlisted, but I do know the officers. You had one-on-one interviews with whoever the admiral was in charge of the Navy. They did one-on-one interviews. And Hyman Rickover, apparently, he'd do dinner or lunch or something with the interviewees. When he'd come in, if a person basically seasoned their food before they tasted it, they were automatically out. Because that person, basically didn't have the instincts to test something before you make adjustments to it. So, that was one of the stories I heard, this dude was a terror. But it makes perfect sense. Why would you just automatically salt and pepper your food if you don't even know whether, it tastes good or not?
Well,
or needs seasoning or not.
It would be like you making adjustments on the bridge when you don't.
Yeah, pre-adjusting something, when you don't even know if it needs adjusting. Here's an editorial that looks interesting in our newspaper. I'm going to go ahead and play this. Might as well. We'll give a shout out. I like that jacket, by the way. Now, the obituary of Jimmy Carter's is like 44 minutes long with an e-reader. So sounds like he did a lot of things. I guess I'll have to go back and read it at some point. But this is America Needs More Jimmy Carters by the New York Times editorial board.
America needs more Jimmy Carters. This article is by the editorial board and read by an automated voice. There's no predicting history's verdict. Up to now, Jimmy Carter, who died on Sunday at age 100 in Plains, Georgia, has been judged to be a middle-of-the-pack president, his one term in office remembered for circumstances and events that simply overwhelmed him: the seizure in Iran of 52 American hostages, the bungled attempt to rescue them, the gasoline lines, inflation, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Yet he is also considered one of America's greatest ex-presidents for using the residual star power of his office to help his successors and his country as a peacemaker, backstage diplomat, human rights champion, monitor of free elections, and advocate for the homeless, while finding time to write poetry and, by his own example, providing the best possible case for traditional religious values. In 2002, having been nominated many times for the Nobel Peace Prize, Mr. Carter finally won it for his vital contribution to the Camp David Agreement, which set the stage for peace between Israel and Egypt, as well as for his commitment to human rights, his work fighting tropical diseases, and for furthering democracy everywhere. His life offers countless lessons for leaders everywhere. Mr. Carter came to the presidency owing little to anyone, including his own party. Assembling a formidable coalition of small-town and rural voters, white blue-collar voters, and African Americans, he surprised everyone in America, except perhaps himself and his wife, Rosalind, when he beat Gerald Ford in the 1976 election. In retrospect, he could not have run at a more auspicious moment. The previous decade had been brutal for the United States. One president, Lyndon Johnson, chose not to seek another term because of rising public anger at an unwinnable war in Vietnam. Another, Richard Nixon, resigned to avoid impeachment. Assassinations claimed the lives of yet another Kennedy, Bobby, and the nation's premier civil rights leader, Martin Luther King Jr. The war ended in humiliating failure. Then along came this born-again farmer businessman from Georgia with a record of service in the Navy. He was a disciplined man of integrity and rock-solid values, whose vision was to restore honor to government and thus change the mood of the capital and the country. "Trust me," Mr. Carter said again and again on the campaign trail, "I will never lie to you." His opponent, the incumbent president, Gerald Ford, was an honorable man, but had few defenses. The burden of the multiple duplicities and corruption of Mr. Ford's predecessors was simply too heavy. On the whole, Americans liked Mr. Carter. They liked that he took the oath of office on a Bible used by George Washington, that he jumped out of his limousine during the inaugural cavalcade and walked the rest of the way to the White House. They even liked the dutiful cardigans he wore during his television appearances. Although some of this was political theater, there was no doubting his decency and idealism, and as a manager, his drive and determination. These traits helped him achieve some big and good things. On foreign policy, Mr. Carter courageously faced down the demagogues on the Panama Canal, giving Panama long overdue sovereignty over its own territory. He energetically pursued new controls on strategic arms. He risked much to achieve what was by any measure his most important victory, the Camp David Accords, in which Egypt and Israel agreed to make peace. The agreement would not have been possible without Mr. Carter's tireless day-to-day stewardship of the negotiations. There were triumphs as well on the home front. Among the most important of these was the deregulation of oil and natural gas prices, aimed at increasing supply, lowering energy costs, and reducing America's increasingly risky dependence on foreign oil. There is just as much to admire in Mr. Carter's powerful conservation ethic, which led eventually to a legacy of wilderness protection that few presidents can match, most prominently the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, signed just before leaving office, protecting more than 100 million acres of Alaskan land in one stroke. Signing that act was one of the few bright spots in Mr. Carter's last year in office, when everything seemed to fall apart, when it became clear that moral suasion and good intentions and hard work were of little use in the face of powerful forces that were largely beyond his control. Try as he might, he could not get a grip on rising prices and gas shortages, nor could he brighten the national mood in ways that he had hoped. In this, he was often his own worst enemy. His efforts to get the country to face the facts as he saw them often left his audiences dispirited. He seemed downbeat, having lost some of his original joy, and his disdain for the political impact of his actions caught up to him. Exhibit A was his famous Malay speech on July 15, 1979, which he prepared while isolating himself at Camp David. The speech was aimed at addressing the energy crisis, unemployment, and inflation, as well as a vaguer but no less ominous danger. He did not use the word malaise to describe it. What he said was this: "The threat is nearly invisible in ordinary ways. It is a crisis of confidence. It is a crisis that strikes at the very heart and soul and spirit of our national will. We can see this crisis in the growing doubt about the meaning of our own lives and in the loss of a unity of purpose for our nation." This was plain speaking from the man from Plains, Georgia, and many applauded it as such. But the goodwill was short-lived. People saw it as the work of a scold, a rebuke, a condemnation of the way they lived their lives, not a call to action. Within days, Mr. Carter fired several members of his cabinet. According to Stuart Eisenstadt, a key advisor and the author of the definitive and largely redemptive account of Mr. Carter's presidency, Vice President Walter Mondale was so demoralized by the speech and the firings that he thought briefly of quitting. Then came the crusher. The seizure of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini's young zealots, followed by 444 days in which 52 Americans were held hostage. There was not much Mr. Carter could do about it. Indeed, as Mr. Eisenstadt reminds us, he foresaw that something awful might happen if, as people had urged him to do, he admitted the dying Shah of Iran to this country for cancer treatment, which, being Jimmy Carter, he had to do. The crisis consumed Mr. Carter's final year. A rescue attempt was a fiasco. The whole sorry business further undermined his status as a leader. Just as the nation was ripe for a good man in 1976, so it was ripe in 1980 for an upbeat, relentlessly happy, cheerfully disorganized, politically shrewd Hollywood pitchman named Ronald Reagan, a guy who talked not of sacrifice, but of endless possibilities, of America as a shining city on a hill. Mr. Carter, still in his 50s, went back to Georgia and embarked on one of the busiest and most fruitful retirements ever. As this board observed in 1994, compared with Mr. Carter, most former presidents struggled to use their stature for the common weal. Most wrote memoirs. Some disappeared into private life. Some set up foundations. Some went around collecting large sums for speaking. Mr. Carter took risks and played crucial roles as an honest broker in nuclear talks with North Korea and in civil conflicts on the continent of Africa and in the Middle East. He described his second career as waging peace. That work remains far from finished, and it remains for those who admired Mr. Carter to continue. The Times is committed to publishing a diversity of letters to the editor. We'd like to hear what you think about this, or any of our articles. Here are some tips. And here's our email, letters@nytimes.com. Follow the New York Times opinion section on Facebook, Twitter, @NightOpinion, and Instagram.
Wow. Wow. Well,
Yeah, and his obituary is almost an hour long.
wow. Well, I mean, you grew up with him in office. What was the sentiment like back then?
Oh, it was pretty much as they described it. Now, I grew up in Georgia, so I remember him as governor as well. He was always, well received. It was a surprise that he became president because he was not very well known. The hostage crisis, that was a big deal because one of the things they did every single day that the hostage, or almost every single day that there was the hostage crisis went on. Back in the day, TV channels would sometimes go off like at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, and they'd be off till like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So what they would do often is play the national anthem right before they went off the air. Well, they also did this thing about the hostage crisis, and I can't remember. I want to say it was like the Long and Winding Road. They did this little vignette every night, day 400 and whatever of the hostage crisis. It's like every day. So, that hostage crisis is really what just blew Carter out of the water. And we had daily reminders that, oh, hey, the hostages are still there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's going to kill a presidency. And then the inauguration day is when the Shah fucking let the hostages go. Just to put, I said the Shah, I meant the Ayatollah. The day Reagan gets inaugurated, he frees the hostages. Now, what kind of cherry on top is that?
You think it was orchestrated? It sounds pretty orchestrated.
Oh, it was orchestrated, but the one thing that I have heard is he was a real micromanager. He had his hands in a lot of things and had a problem delegating. But that's not surprising considering, his engineering background. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. So, if you're getting a daily reminder that, oh, hey, the hostages are still in captivity, yeah, that's not going to help you much.
Yeah.
And he never, as far as I'm aware of, he never tried to get it, like, never tried to put pressure on people not to do those countdowns.
Well,
So,
I mean, what could he have done? Hit it? You can't hide it.
I have a feeling that other presidents would have applied some sort of pressure.
Yeah.
Hey, can you not do this? You might find your FCC license up for review if you keep this up.
Yeah. And then Ronald Reagan coming from where he came from, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have let that happen.
You know what? This just popped up in my algorithm. Let's check this out.
Hey y'all, we're gonna talk about people today. So let's get into it. I remember talking to a guy that I always
Oh, you could probably hear that
I
dishwasher.
don't know what I want. Every single time I ask him, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? Relationship wise, hook up, whatever. What do you want? I don't know, right? We got to get into that. And I can tell you, he may not know what he wants, but I know what he deserves, and it's not me. It's really not. All right. So if you're new to my channel, my videos are pretty live. Like, I don't really have too much technology going on. I'm not really editing crazy. So you get hiccups, and we roll with them, right? Okay. So please remember to like, comment, subscribe. We're trying to get to 2K subscribers before the end of the month, the new year. So please like, comment, and subscribe. Voice your opinions. We love to talk on this channel. I love to talk, but listen, you're going to be respectful now. All right. And it is a rainy day in New York, if y'all were wondering. So I remember this year talking to a guy, and it was strange. He could never say what he wanted. And it got like that at the end of the relationship. Let's say. Let me get comfortable. Because we finna talk. He could never be straight up. Like, I was always the one that had to really ask him the question, like, okay, what do you want today, mister? Like, I'm confused. Why are you bothering me? Why are we texting? What are we doing? And he would stutter or be nervous about it, didn't want to talk about it. And I'm like, listen, if you want me just for cooch, say that. I can leave. Talking to you, I cannot be bothered. We could wrap this up.
I would. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I think women try to make it seem that like it's that simple. Of course, we want you for cooch. Like that's pretty. I think it's really obvious. Of course, we want.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go even farther and say that's a bad thing.
Yeah. They make it seem like it's like we're not supposed to want them for cooch, or is that all you want me for? Well, what else do I want you for?
Well, now we don't want to go that far either.
But I mean, Stanley, it starts there though. I feel like everything else is built on top of that. Like I'm sexually attracted to you. Now let's move.
Well, that's generally what gets people together in the first place.
Yeah,
it's not because we want to compare train collections.
It's so I don't know, man. It's just like, what men really want. It's really simple, man. Like, it's not. We don't want some somebody that's always trying to kind of compete with us or something. We just want.
Well, the first thing I thought was, well, gee, I wonder what his side of it is. This seems rather one-sided. I suspect we're hearing your version of things. I'd like to hear the counterpoint.
Yeah, and I think especially with social media, a lot of times women they do these types of things where it's like, instead of actually talking to that guy, they want to go to social media about it. And honestly, that all that really does is just push the guy away. And if he knows that you're that type of woman, that's probably why he can't just tell you, like, I just want to keep it simple. You want to go to social media and talk about our relationship and shit. It just it's like I mean,
even if you don't tell my name, there are people who know we're together. They're
right.
gonna. Yeah, I'd
Right.
be pretty annoyed, to be honest. And the other thing I'd be annoyed about is, hey, you could use some makeup. Those little scars on your forehead. When you go online, you represent me. Don't do that again. As a matter of fact, take this video down.
Yeah, do this video over. Put some makeup on, get your hair together. If you're gonna talk shit, at least be a good representation of us. God damn.
Well, I'll watch this a little bit more, but I see where this is going. Let me know when you're done. But I'm just, it just looked interesting, and it was in my algorithm. And sometimes I just go exploring my algorithm to see what's in there.
Let me go. And it's a situation, yes, let's bring that up, of somebody not wanting to let you go, but not treating you right. Not treating you right. And luckily, he wasn't in my area, so I didn't even have to come into contact with him a lot. Thank goodness. But it still was it went from amazing text messages every day, like giving love bomb, this and that and the third, loved it. And then eventually we hook up. He does the thing where guys act different. They go ghost. Well, he didn't go ghost, but he acted different. And I was like, okay, it's not going to work with you because something's wrong with you. And I learned, do play game, right? So I wanted to distance myself, but you find yourself with someone who keeps leeching onto you while you're trying to leave. So I just want to talk about this one phone call I had with him, which was the most treacherous phone call I've ever had in my life. Like, I don't know why this man was still speaking. Like, I was like, yo, like, what are we doing here? For real, what are we doing here? Why are you bothering me? Why are you talking to me? I was just so over it, I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, whether you want to hook up with me or not, or whatever it is, this is like pulling needles. Like, it was just like, this is ridiculous. And I remember saying to him on the phone, our last phone call conversation, that was about an hour. I said to him, what do you want from me? What do you want? Like, I was like, what do you want? And he goes, I don't know. Take my advice, take my lessons in life. Because I know I'm allowed to give them. If a grown man, reaching the age of 30, and that's not even my age, but I'm just saying, I was talking to a man who had 2 kids, reaching the age of 30 in the military.
Well, there you go, man. There you go. Yeah,
What'd she say? She's got how many kids?
He's got 2 kids.
Why is she even with him then?
Yeah, and she's all over the place, man. She's really all over the place.
Hey, Brian, I'm not talking about her eyebrows. I'm talking about the actual, I don't know whether they're scars or, how sometimes acne will leave a mark, like a blemish.
Yeah.
She's got a bunch of those on that forehead. Maybe you can't see them.
Wait, Stanley, can you rewind it like another 45 seconds or so? Because she
Rewind?
said something. Yeah, just rewind it, because she said something that kind of piqued my interest.
So, but you find yourself with someone who keeps leeching onto you while you're trying to leave. So I just want to talk about this one phone call I had with him, which was the most treacherous phone call I've ever had in my life. Like, I don't know why this man was still speaking. Like, I was like, yo, like, what are we doing here? For real, what are we doing here? Why are you bothering me? Why are you talking to me? I was just so over it, I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, whether you want to hook up with me or not, or whatever it is, this is like,
that's what it is.
Like,
that's what it is.
Like, this is ridiculous.
I feel like what fucks a lot of women up is they try to weaponize sex with guys that they're dealing with, and it's such a turnoff. Like, especially a guy that has 2 kids, like that shit, you know, it's really gonna turn a guy away. So if she seems like the type of girl that weaponizes sex, because she's mentioned it multiple times, like, oh,
Right.
if all you want to do is have sex, that to me is like passive aggressive, where women try to use that against you, like you're not supposed to want to
See,
have sex.
the problem is if you want to turn it around, well, why are you, I'm assuming she doesn't have kids, maybe she does. Why are you with a guy with 2 kids if you don't want sex?
Right.
That begs the question. I mean, if you are a single female and she's not plug ugly, if
No,
you're a
she's not.
single female and you're fairly young, surely there's a guy out there who is more, quote, high value than this guy with 2 kids who doesn't even live near you, apparently.
Yeah.
The fuck is she doing? And why? Honestly, I have more questions about her character than I do the dude she's talking about.
Yeah, because I mean, it's easy to get online and talk shit about a guy, but honestly, like, I'm not dealing with a woman with 2 kids and expecting it to be anything more than just the sex. Now, if it leads into something more than that down the line,
Exactly.
maybe, but she's dealing with a guy that already has 2 kids. He's, that's probably his main focus. So what would it
Well,
be other
probably
than?
isn't.
Yeah, well, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm giving, I'm giving him, but it's like, what would it be other than sex at that point?
Yeah.
So it's sex, and you guys are having a good time. What else do you want from the guy? And
But
I think,
let me this, and of course I'm going to link this back to Vivek. This is mediocrity at its best. This isn't a young woman trying to make something of herself. She's telling us about her misadventures, and like we're supposed to be in sympathy with her.
nah, yeah, yeah, and I think that's it is a good example. I think so many people, and I've been the same way, but for me it's like I just kind of think of like the bigger picture, and obviously I do want to get married and stuff, but it's like a lot of these women, they make it so hard on themselves where they don't really see the bigger picture. Like, we could make it work, but if there's always, you trying to weaponize sex, or
Right.
you basically are putting yourself, you're trying to be my enemy when really you should be my helpmeet. You should be somebody that makes life easier. And it's like, I don't know, I just don't think in these other cultures they have these types of problems. Like, women aren't weaponizing sex against men in other cultures like that. If they're married, sex is the least thing that they're arguing about. It's not that's that's standard. That's standard for them. I don't think Vivek's wife is, thinks I don't think she's weaponized sex with him.
I bet she does. But the one other thing I want to point out is this is going to be an impediment for her even getting a good man. Because if I were interested in her, I'm going to find out at some point that she's a YouTuber. And one of the first things I'm going to do is sit down and watch some of her content. And if I ran across this video, the way she wants to weaponize sex and wants to just kind of talk about the guy, even though she's not naming names, first thing I would think is, damn, you know what? I might become a subject of her YouTube video. I want no part of this.
Yeah.
This would be a huge turnoff for me.
Yeah. And
it's like, instead of talking to the guy about the issue, you're going to get online and let the internet know about it? Nah.
Yep. And us guys too, we're not, we're way more physical than, verbal. Like,
Well,
it's still
speak for yourself. I can do both.
Yeah.
What's up, Crack? Have you come up to shit on this girl too? Round head. That's funny. Hey, Dave.
Crack.
Dave, aren't you busy? There's something else going on. What are you doing?
Dave's probably he's probably eating a bagel right now, waiting for his wife to give birth.
You're supposed to be in there holding her hand, Dave.
He only needs one hand. He's using his other hand to type with us.
Wow.
She only needs one hand, Stanley.
She's probably squeezing the shit out of it.
Right. Dave is, hey man, he got the AirPod in one ear, a hand on her hand. He's listening to us. I'm sure we sound a lot.
He's going, yes, dear, a lot.
Yeah. Breathe in, breathe out, listening to us. But no, seriously, Dave, congratulations, though, man. I know that's
We're glad to take your mind off of things.
Yeah, that's got to be brutal.
Because surely this woman will take you off of things, off your game, man.
And I remember saying to him on the phone, our last phone call conversation, that was about an hour. I said to him,
an hour?
What do you want from me? What do you want? Like, I was like, what do you want? And he goes, I don't know. Take my advice. Take my lessons in life.
Your lessons in life.
That's all I have to give him. If a grown man, reaching the age of 30, and that's not even my age, but I'm just saying, I was talking to a man who had 2 kids, reaching the age of 30 in the military.
She said he's in the military?
They got
she did.
I don't know what I want from you, but continue to talk to you, continue to make it seem like y'all trying to have some type of friendship, relationship, whatever it is. Get rid of them. Because those type of men, I've learned, don't deserve you. They know that they want more. They know that they feel in need. Like the goal may even be you, right? But they know they are not capable of being a decent mother effing human being. So what do? They keep you for the long game. They keep you till they change their act. They want to see too if you stick around. If you pop up once a year,
okay. Well, let's get to the end game here. This is painful.
It felt lonely, but it felt at peace. Something about it there was just so peaceful, so serene, and really made me take seconds to think about myself, to think about what I want, the love that I want, getting my fortune.
Stanley, a lot of times too with guys, especially nowadays, it takes a while for you to figure out if a girl is bugged out like this. It doesn't happen overnight. It might take you a year or two just to figure it out. That's why I really do think a lot of times women with kids are a lot more stable mentally. They already understand that you have to be a certain way. Just from sheer, now me, I wouldn't date a girl with a kid, but I don't know, man. Some of these women, they're so fucking selfish. Everything's about them all the time, and you don't really notice it until, just like this girl saying she's like a year into it. Now she's making YouTube videos about the guy. It's like, Jesus Christ. Takes a while to figure this shit out.
The video might be quick or long. I'm not sure.
Now, let me ask you a question. This might just be old man Stan, but you know what? why is she even making videos dressed like this?
Yeah.
You know, if she is to be taken so seriously, why this?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, she looks like Tituba from.
I mean, now I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with dressing provocatively, but the one thing is, if women are wanting to be taken seriously so much, women dressed like this, the first thing I'm looking at is not well, the first thing I'm doing is not thinking about what her message is going to be.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, and I, I'm not gonna lie, the titty meat, it looks really nice, but that's not a woman that you want to.
But see, her messages of the title is why natural black women are not seen in media, which is a fairly well shit. You know what? They are seen in media if they're dressed like that.
Yeah, yeah. No,
What they're not going to be is taken seriously.
Right, right. Black women are definitely seen in media, but they're usually seen just how she's dressed, with her titties out, ass out.
Exactly.
They're definitely seen.
And this is why we are mediocre. She's gonna try and fucking like do a serious message, but the message will not be taken seriously because of the way she's dressed. This isn't thinking, folks. This is mediocrity.
Nah.
And not only that, this is thinking your audience is mediocre. This isn't taking your audience seriously. Now, of course, I'm being a little, old mannish. I'm being curmudgeonly and old mannish, but I think I'm right in that, the only reason I clicked on it wasn't for a message, by the way.
Yeah, no, you saw the titty meat, and you got locked in. Yeah.
Now maybe, but you know what? Hey, it's provocative. I clicked on it. Now I might listen to a message, but probably not.
Yeah, but you already know what her message is gonna be. Woe is me, pretty much, pretty much the same message that was on Color Purple. It's
no, I think somewhat less serious. So, Crack, what do you think? Oh, I'm glad you're here.
No comment. No comment. I mean, a lot of these YouTubers, they're actually a gateway to their OnlyFans.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's
yeah. So a lot of these algorithm hunters, they'll do fake shit, like they'll do exercises, they'll try on clothes, maybe they'll do this commentary, and then all of a sudden you realize, wait a minute, there's some links here, and it goes, oh, OnlyFans. This is how they'll use YouTube to get the word out without being like overt. Yeah. This is the game now. Mediocrity. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
We're gonna worry about H-1B visas. Well, you gotta worry about a lot more, baby.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, Stanley. Maybe you're kind of short-sighted on it, man. Mediocrity pays very well, man.
That's the problem.
That's the big problem, Stanley.
Yeah, but
simps. This is just this is simping is not just like going women, right? Going for women.
Yeah.
It's or like it's something else altogether. It's a general destruction. Well, all right. So what would you say? Is free market capitalism always going to find the best result? Right. That's what economists always tell us. Free market capitalism will end up with the right solution in the end because we let the free market judge. Right.
Yeah.
And I've told you guys on my trading show, I can trade the market. If the market can find the right price for a company, value it correctly, why does it do what it do? Why can I trade how I trade? Because the market isn't efficient. So, and this is what we're getting. This slop we're seeing now that's what it is. That's the result.
Yep. Yeah, yeah. I think this is just this is kind of part of
Mhm.
having a free market, you know.
Right.
There's gonna the mediocrity is always gonna outweigh the you know the really top 1% who are who have like you know, and I don't even want to say that. I just think, you know, to a certain extent mediocrity is just kind of more entertaining.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Come on, this is just a human thing. Because if we put that same system, that's why I said like Hood came on here on Saturday, right? Said like,
Mhm.
can we go to space without having 4B feminism? Maybe not. This is just a human thing, you know. If I did the same
Yeah.
thing and tried the same inputs in another, like let's keep Earth the same, geography, everything, and I just replace it with a different species, right?
Mhm.
Let's
Mhm.
say I get like some super intelligent dolphin or something, and then I just evolved his ass up to our level. Would the results come out the same? Maybe, because it's a mammal. I would assume it's very similar. But then let's say I get something very bizarre, like an octopus, evolve his ass up. Is it the same? It's an invertebrate, very different from a
Yeah.
mammal. We still have the same like common DNA at some point, but will it be the same? I don't know. I would
Probably
love to
not.
do these kind of experiments. I mean, I'm sure the
Yeah.
aliens are doing to us right now. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. You
If they
know,
exist.
you know, Dr. Moreau tried to do it, but
Oh,
they,
Doctor! Yes, yes.
he tried, but they, you know, they got him up out of there, man. They said he was evil.
Man.
I
Yeah.
wish we could do those experiments, man. But you know,
Man, crazy world, man. It's crazy.
apparently,
The system is complex, but simple at the same time.
yeah.
And it's hard to say. I can't answer that question to Hood because he was convinced that we can. And I'm like, nah, I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it all comes with it. It's like you can't have the good without the bad.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think it
Yeah,
all
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
feeds off of each other.
Right, right. Yeah.
Stanley, I wanted to see more of that video, man.
Oh, you want to
Which
see more tit meat? Tit meat?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
See,
Yeah.
she got you. She got you, bro. She got you.
she
The
and see,
algorithm worked.
she didn't get me apparently.
Well, she's in your algorithm, Stanley. She got you.
AI thought Stanley would like it. See the AI.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
had already moved on.
The AI knows exactly what Stanley likes, man.
Oh,
Like that titty meat with the afro. Yeah.
shit. Shit. You watch too much blaxploitation, Stanley? Is that how you got that in the algo? Pam Grier shit.
She did kind of look like Pam Grier a little bit.
Right? See?
Little
Well, I mean like retarded cousin, maybe.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. It's annoying. I don't have the same volume that I usually have on this, so if it's low, just turn it up. I'm so sorry. I also have a full house right now, so there might be noise in the background, but we will talk about it. Black women bodies and being natural and the problem in the algorithm and just how they don't want to make space for us. I'm bringing this up because, and yes, I'm skipping an intro. I know y'all hate that, but I am. I'm not following rules. That's just what I do. And basically, my body always gets taken down from Instagram. I recently had an amazing lingerie party, literally like
oh my god,
last night, like this morning, last night. I guess
All
like
right,
it was
good
very, very
God.
fun.
Oh,
I posted
man.
on my private story, and I wanted to post it on my page too.
Yo, Stanley,
And
wait,
Instagram
pause
just kept
it real
taking it
quick.
down. And yes, it was.
And she's confused why this military man with 2 kids doesn't take her serious.
Oh my god, lingerie party.
She's having lingerie parties on Instagram and wondering why no guy wants to take her serious.
I don't know the. Well, yeah, okay, I get your point. I guess I'm just like, I'm actually gonna go and look for her Instagram now.
I gotcha.
No, I just want to see what is she doing that so horrible that it gets taken down.
Well, I think her Instagram would probably be in her about page on her YouTube.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now.
Okay. Or it might be in the description. Because I just from her titty meat, I'm guessing that she probably has a really shapely body. And
Oh, that's right. You know what? I don't. Let me look at her.
And I do think there is something to that too. With black women, a black woman could wear something that's way more, wear the same thing a white woman could wear, but just sheer her body structure, it's gonna look way more provocative,
Yeah.
Like, God, you're gonna be like, God damn, them yams, the yams is yamming. Cause that titty meat is sitting pretty.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and play this, and then I need to figure out my Instagram password.
Okay, it's probably
but
Kamala 2024. I think
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You
them
reminded me.
showing out. It was just black bodies, and the fact that I even have to say BLK women, BLK men, YT women, YT men is so frustrating that human beings have programmed the algorithm to be so racist. Even me saying this word will trip up the algorithm. They're not going to want to see it. They're going to push it lower in the feed. I literally got a message. It was nothing personal. It was a robot telling me, you keep posting this stuff. We're making your content lower in the feed, this and that. I'm like, it's already lower in the feed. My black content is already lower in the feed because of my skin, because I'm natural on top of that. And that's the thing. Because I'm natural, I do get pushed down further. It's not because you're not beautiful. It's not because I'm not beautiful. I am very beautiful. I love me. But the problem is that media wants to portray one thing. One thing is right because that thing is making the money. Fitness, the proximity to whiteness is making them money. It's political. It's capitalism. That's where it has gone with social media, and it is so terrible. Like, it made me feel so awful, and I want to talk about it because I know other people are going through this. And I did look up an article. I think it was about this woman who had the same experience, but they talked about how there was a plus size black model. Her name is Naomi. I forgot her last name. I think it's Naomi Nicole something, or Nicholas, something like that. Beautiful woman. And basically her content gets taken down because she is a natural plus size woman. Let's talk about that. Being a natural plus size woman, people think that plus size women are all natural. No, they're not. Not all plus size women are natural. There is a thing now in social media, especially when it comes to what's that plus size model, the white girl, I forgot what she's called, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Literally that shows a sculpted body. They be transferring fat from different places and putting it other places. Even that, how many times I say the word fat, like that pushes down my content too. It is frustrating. It is so frustrating. And I was in my head at a point, I literally cried because I was at my point where I was just like, wow, like it just makes you want to not make content anymore. It really does. I'm going to keep making content. It's not going to stop me. Like, literally, my best friend was just like, this is why you're making it. Like, and I understand that. Like, I'm pushing through it. I'm being me. I'm literally wearing my hair natural now only. Like, I just wear my hair natural. I'm doing me, which is hard in a world where people want to not see that.
I think she's touching on something that you've talked about, where AI has become the
yeah, that's right. I did say that. Yeah, and I think the other thing too is women. You know, this is well studied. Women, the effect of social media on their personalities, their whole outlook on life. Yeah, their whole self-worth. Look at her. Her whole self-worth is now tied to an algorithm. If social media doesn't promote me, because women are more like community based, right, compared to men, and now you see men following the same traps, right? Because when men are acting more like females now, right? So you see them like care, like look at like this whole game about how do I get more clicks, more views on my channel, and this is like pathetic, really pathetic. Like, like you debase your self-worth to some middleman, right? And John's always been harping on the middleman. We don't even have a man that's in the middle. It's an algorithm.
It's a straight AI.
Straight AI coded by H-1B visa. Like so we like talking about H-1B visas is a discussion that should have been done like 20 years ago. I already saw, and even before 20 years, it's like the F1 visa and green cards, and it's like, come on, it's too late. Like, you guys are, and H-1B visas. If you look at the stats, because yesterday I went through it and I looked at like all the stuff, and I said, you know, the number of people that actually get hired as H-1B visas is very minuscule. The real problem is that our visa program allows them to bring not only the nuclear family, so not their like wife and kids, also their parents and siblings sometimes. Compare that to other countries, which rarely give working visas and rarely do anything besides your spouse and your kids. Very rare. And you're allowed to bring parents, siblings.
Wow.
See?
And I mean,
so, and all of them are going to create babies. Maybe their parents might have another kid. Maybe the siblings will have another kid on the soil in America and become American citizens outright.
Yep. Wow.
So, I mean, this problem is too late. You've called out the problems too. Like, it took Elon to spurg out on X over the Christmas for you guys. This is why I feel like this whole thing's a game with the Luigi thing. With this, it's because like they're weaponizing it now. Somebody is, I'm sure. I'm guessing somebody that probably hates Elon because Elon like rubs people all over the place. So some fat cat rich dude is probably trying to kill Elon. You know what I mean? Like kill him. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I often wonder about that type of stuff. You know, on that level, how many people are real? How like competitive really is it? And it would have to be. I mean, you're talking about trillions of dollars at play here. Somebody's got to, you know, who. I'm sure there are people that would want to see Elon be, you know, die or just his whole company be go down to zero. Man.
Yeah.
So you don't think it's just the algorithm too?
Yeah, it could be, but you know, yeah, I don't know, man. There's always a game. I always feel like it, right?
Yeah.
Well, they'll take advantage of certain things and they'll just hit on that because the zeitgeist is there. The zeitgeist. There's disaffected people that hate the world, and we see it all the time on here anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm like, just trade stocks, you bitch. I don't know, do something.
Yeah.
Right? No, like we got people here complaining about $2 raising the rent for John's place. You know, there's definitely people that feel shafted by society, and there's a lot more of them now, and now they're going after it. Well, you should have been researching and looking at like what these people are doing, the capitalists or whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
It's nothing new.
We'll start this again right quick. Still working on getting a stupid password changed.
They don't want to accept it either.
Okay.
Like, you need to understand that people are doing things, and technology now. AI is literally racist. Like, this is insane.
Wow,
we just said saying, that. Oh, this is not normal to me. This is dark skin. This is a bigger body. I don't understand this. We are taking this off the internet. That's insane. The algorithm is so right. The technology, a robot is being racist because of humans. This is insane. What's next? It's totally insane. Okay. And even like how, mind you, I have a full house, so you might hear a little bit of noise in the background, but that's okay. They're here, they're allowed to talk. But it's just, we're trying to get this video through, because if I don't get this content out and it's fresh in my head, it's just not gonna work. It goes as far into the dating world. It goes as far into interactions with Black men that are not normal, very abnormal interactions that are weird. It goes as far as to the behavior of men, and not even just, I don't want to say, oh, everyone. No, specifically like Black men, BLK men, whatever. Because like literally the algorithm is just like, oh, you're saying this so many times, we're pushing you down. You can't even say how you feel about men on Instagram. I don't even know if I say the word. Let me say, if I say I dislike men, they're gonna push my stuff down, which is not the case here. But what I'm saying is that that's insane. That is insane. And y'all know the word, it starts with the H. You can't even say I H men. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Because I've seen I H women everywhere. That's insane. So y'all want to sit there and talk about gender wars? Talk about that on social media. That's insane to me, and that's not normal. As far as
I hate men.
Go back to that.
Does that? Are we banned yet?
Black woman. Her content got taken down a lot because it was not seen as normal. It was not seen as her skin's not light, right? It wasn't seen as her proportions aren't what we promote here. We're going to take it down. Because I've seen so many bots that have the most disgusting accounts I've ever seen in my life. So yeah, these apps are made for men. They're made by men for men. And I'm not saying to get off of them because then that's just going to push us down. But what I am saying is,
you know what's so crazy?
Accounts. I don't even care if you want to
she sounds crazy, but she's kind of spot on a lot of shit, man.
Private, there's a problem.
Yeah.
I know people come on here and they're like, oh, you have cleavage out, this and that. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I will always have it out because I love me and I love myself. I can wear what I want. And that's another thing.
Now you lost me. Now you lost me.
Like it's like politics, it's money, it's being like sexualized. It's disgusting. It's not fair.
What the hell?
People to tell me to cover up because I actually got some.
Holy hell! What?
That's not happening.
She went in a loop.
Because you have nothing. Yeah. And the algorithm wants to see that too. They want to see a botched body, if that makes sense. A botched body goes so far on social media than a natural body. Curves, lumps, anything, dips. All of that is really
curves, lumps, dips,
grotesque and abnormal to the internet. And when I say grotesque, I don't mean this in the best way. I mean it in the worst way. To technology, literally, AI is trained to say, take this down. Take it down. It's inappropriate. But I've seen bots out there and actual OF accounts out there on Instagram flourishing. It's like if you have 500K followers, and that too, here on YouTube, if you have a lot of followers, they let stuff slide. And I'm not saying the big bosses. I'm saying AI. I know this is how I feel in my heart. I'm gonna say I know, but I feel it in my heart. I can allege too, so I don't get sued because whenever you say the truth on here and you can't back it up with facts, that's when they go come for you. But I know and feel in my heart and my mind, because I'm using common sense, that the CEOs up there at Instagram or wherever or whatever, what they say is program that algorithm for if you have this amount of followers, whatever you do is okay. You're making us money. We're going to keep your content up versus the person that doesn't have any followers, take their stuff down so we can show people that we actually are censoring the community. We actually are trying to do something and have some guidelines. The guidelines are stupid.
God damn.
They are. They're not fair. And it's not for minorities at all. Especially natural Black women. It's like levels. Like it's
say
like,
what?
You trying to log in still, Stanley?
Still trying to log in over there.
Oh man! Stop denying his titty meat.
Well, I'm trying to
racist
change.
Algorithm.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's oldest. It's ageist. You know what? Let me put. I'll put her
IG.
Her Instagram in the back chat. That'll just be easier until I can. See, I don't ever use Instagram, so I don't.
Crack, you think you could bring her up for a second just so we could see what she's complaining about?
Oh yeah, I don't use Instagram either.
Oh,
I would have to figure out my password too.
Nobody. Okay, well, nobody uses it. Okay, well, y'all just keep watching. I'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
So you want to comment,
You might
HB?
get here, right? You might get.
Oh
some
yeah,
of the
Stanley. I
stuff
wanted
that
to
you
say
have.
one thing.
I can say that you're not missing much.
No,
There's nothing extraordinary about her.
On Instagram, so she doesn't have like a big butt, or is it just the titties?
It's a big butt, I guess, but it's not like. Here, let me show this to you.
Okay. Okay, she's got her bonnet on.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, nah, I don't think we're missing anything. She's just doing the same bullshit.
Pretty much, but the one thing I wanted to show you just to get an idea. I mean, that's shit. If you can see that, that's nothing extraordinary.
Yeah. She's riding around with her bonnet on. Yeah.
If anything, she's got a mom bod.
Yeah. I think she is probably mentally ill, but there is a lot of truth in what she's saying.
She's what?
She's mentally ill. Yeah, she's but I think it's kind of like that's part of the what's kind of wrong with social media is it does kind of target the most vulnerable, and obviously she's a vulnerable woman.
Yeah,
mentally.
it does, yeah.
And
well, tell me why you think she's mentally ill. I just think she's boring.
Well, that too. That's part of the mental illness. It makes you boring. that's part of it.
I mean, if you get Universal on here, he probably would say self-esteem issues, this, that, blah, 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 say blah, blah, boilerplate stuff. Yeah. And do you guys remember the YouTube killer or about the killer? Nassim? So this was back when YouTube stopped monetizing a lot of channels.
Yeah.
And they required you to do certain things, and then she got pissed. She probably thought like this girl. Algorithms against me, the power is against me, blah blah blah. Because she was just doing vegan videos, talking about promoting veganism, but she was just doing it provocatively, like doing weird stuff, yeah. And then she drove all the way from LA to San Bruno in California, up here in the Bay Area, to YouTube headquarters to shoot up the place.
Wow.
You don't remember that? That was a watershed moment. Maybe it was just me, but it's just like, to me, I'm like, oh, there you go. Here we go. The chickens have come to roost. You played people with this whole algorithm game where you promote people's videos, you do this, and then all of a sudden you take out their money, like what they expected. They thought they could make a living just doing crap on YouTube. Huh. Back then it was really easy, man, to get monetized.
Yeah.
You didn't have any restrictions. And now she's complaining about all these new restrictions. Guess what, lady? It's gonna get worse. If you keep relying on the middleman to make money like this, you better be independent. You like, I don't get it. You're not being independent right now. You're just complaining about, like, it's not even just like the YouTube. She's already like circling around in her arguments, talking about like, why can't I say I hate men?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I see.
Yeah. And I mean,
so why ain't this man with me still?
Yeah.
I'm using my algorithm, my pussy algorithm, to try to control my man, but I can't get nothing. And now when the H1B coder is using his algorithm against me, I don't like it.
Right.
Shit, man, bitch. Get out of here.
She complains about, and this is the part that I really disagreed with her about when she said why she's showing her titties. You're showing your titties because the algorithm, the algorithm rewards you for it. You know why you're showing your titties. That's literally the only reason why we're watching right now anyway.
Yeah, right.
Because you showed your titties. Stanley noticed your fat brown titties and he subscribed. You weren't saying something that piqued Stanley's interest. It was the algorithm.
Yeah.
But
And
let
then
me,
now now YouTube wants to be family friendly. The algorithm is going against you. No, you can't show your titties like that no more.
well, I have
Sorry.
two questions. Number one, her body isn't bad. It just isn't like it's a normal everyday. You know, you could go to the grocery store and see it.
Yeah.
So, and there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe that's her problem. It's maybe something she could solve with a workout regimen. But the other thing is Deacon Dave here, who's probably in the delivery suite right now, talking about bliggity blacks like 'em big. And I'm actually, that comment's kind of disturbing. What's wrong with men liking them big? You know, sometimes I think black people, like the thing that she's experienced, maybe low self-esteem or something, I think that's endemic to the black community sometimes.
Yeah.
Because Stanley, and I hear it a lot now, but like me growing up, the thicker women were always more valued than the super skinny, tiny girls. Like if the woman was thick, she had some fat titties, fat ass, they were always valued. They were worshipped damn near, especially if they were light skinned. Light skinned, thick bitch, man, those women were worshipped. But now, where you got more men kind of in their mind, they want to be like white men. So now they want to shame women. Now, mind you, I'm not talking about obese women,
Yeah, but hold on. You just said people want to be like white men. Who the fuck wants to be like white men?
No. What I'm saying is like, I'm talking about black guys where they want to now.
Okay, I understand what you said. You don't need to translate it. I'm basically saying, where did you ever get the idea that black guys want to be like white guys?
Because now they're shaming the thick women when we've always liked thicker women.
Right, and I'm saying that the black community and black men in particular, this manosphere bullshit, it's one big identity crisis.
I agree.
So, you know what? A man likes what a man likes, whether it's skinny women or thick women or whatever. Black men shouldn't be trying to be like white men, even subconsciously. They should want to be like themselves. Whoever they are is who they should want to be. And I know that sounds all metaphysical and shit, but bliggity blacks like them big. Well, yeah, it's a funny joke, but if it's to be, I hear that a lot, so I take it a little bit more seriously than a joke. Black men wanting to be like white men is fucking the definition of crazy.
No, I agree, and I think that's why it's been kind of now. They're like, I don't want to like totally discount the idea that a lot of black women do need to lose some weight. Like that is a very fair point, but a lot of black men do prefer thicker women, just in general. Whether it's a thick Latina, thick white woman, or a thicker black woman. But I think even this girl, like she's not that like body wise and stuff, man. She's low key perfect. Her head's a little fat, but you could work on that.
Well, I find her, I think she's just low key average. No more, no less, nothing bad, nothing good. And I would also say that, I understand wanting to put stuff up on YouTube, but I don't know. She's just there.
Well, hey, this is another problem too. Is that like a lot more people now are on the internet than before,
Yeah.
And let's say what percentage of people in Europe, in Asia, Africa now are on the internet, and what are their preferences? So if the algorithm is trying to find the most viewers, what do you think is going to happen? You think all of them agree on the same body type? No, right?
Yeah,
she's probably no longer popular because globally she's now competing for clicks and views. This is the H1B thing again, isn't it? Where it's just like you're competing with the world. So she's trying to compete for the attention of men around the world. Are they all gonna like this or not?
Probably not.
Is she really trying to compete? I mean,
I don't know. She is, because she complained about the algorithm. The algorithm is not just because someone coded it. It's because it's looking. Yeah, it's optimizing. It is optimizing for the views and clicks, and you're competing for the eyes of men across the world now. You think an Inuit in the hut in Greenland is gonna like your body or not? I have no clue. That guy wants to jerk off and see this. He's like, nah, I don't like this.
And to go to Crack's point, Universal. I like the Afro, but do you think some guy in Sweden is gonna like the Afro? You think some guy from India is gonna like the Afro? Probably not.
And the thing with, like, let's go to Africa itself. Africa is very diverse, man. You think they're gonna? I don't even know if they like this.
Yeah, I don't.
Because they'll be like, I see these bitches all the time. I probably might be looking more for looking at other types of bodies, because now I can see these other types of bodies and their tastes are changing.
I actually think in Africa, her being American would be enough of a
turn off. Yeah. I think
turn on.
Oh, turn on. Wow. Yeah. What do you think, HB? I can't comment.
I think
American women, I would think. I would think she'd be popular if she popped up on the streets of Africa, or on the streets of, say, Accra or somewhere.
I think most Africans would probably think she's too thick. The women over there are very, you got a lot of very thin women over there.
I like that. I like the athletic build on a black woman. That's my shit. I'm like, that's a turn on.
So, once you do see once African women start having kids, they get a little thicker. But this girl don't even have any kids, so I think it might not really work in her benefit for the global market. And I think that's the big thing about the internet, is when you put up content, you're talking to a global audience. And you have to keep that in mind. And I don't think she really gets it. She's looking at it as, it's working.
Like Ruby mentions many times on her show that, why do I keep getting Indian and Turkish viewers? Like, she looks at the algorithm. It shows you where your origin country is.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
So if she wants to work the algorithm, she better know the market.
And probably I could probably guess why she gets so much Turkish and Indian.
Oh yeah.
Look at her. Look at her. I mean, pasty white.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Indians love. They love the pasty white. They could get in another caste system.
Shit! Here we go. Oh my God.
They impregnate Ruby. Get your ass in a higher caste system, man. Fuck it.
Oh my God.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it one way or another.
Well, I'd have to ask her, is SpaceX some sort of Eastern European?
No, that's her fake name. She's Irish.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, some Irish mixed with north. I mean, right? It's the Northeast, so you could.
Scots Irish.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go ahead and play this young lady.
She's in her 20s.
Wig on.
She's what?
Universal wants to know what her age is. We do know she's in her 20s.
I think she's under 30.
Yeah.
She said, I'm assuming her boyfriend was 30, so she's under it. She could do with not going so natural, in my opinion.
Luke,
you know what I'm saying?
Wait.
Then it's like, and you maybe
the
HB, did he cut off?
Yeah, he'll probably be back in.
Man. All right. Lupin's here.
Lupin, what's up, man?
Kevin Samuels quote: "Poor black men always had to settle for the chubby, obese women, but when they move up the socioeconomic scale, they pick more petite women." I totally disagree. Yeah, I don't know. That's a pretty broad statement.
Let's see what he. So chubby, obese women, but when they move up the social, they pick more petite women. I totally disagree. I actually want to say they pick women who take better care of themselves or can. You know, I don't necessarily need a woman to be like skinny, but I would like her to be, you know, toned. You know, at least
right. Yep.
She takes some pride in her appearance.
Yo, Stanley, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay. I had a call real quick, but so that quote Kevin Samuels said is so ironic because when he died and was found with the woman that he was caught with was a thick Latina. That's the irony. She was a thicker Latina. She wasn't some rail thin Latina woman. She was a little, on the thicker side. And I think that's the thing where sometimes you guys gotta see through the agendas that a lot of these guys have.
Well, but the other thing you have to realize is that they're like men have a lot of exceptions to their rules. I mean, I would prefer a 6 foot tall, medium sized black woman who looks really good with an athletic build, but I didn't marry one.
Right. But I'm not saying that woman he got caught with is necessarily obese, but what I'm saying is that, at his peak, he died in a hotel room with a thick ass, big booty, big titty Latina woman. So even with that, I think every man is different. I think it's no matter how much money you're making, that whole idea, I think it's just a narrative.
Hey, Deacon Dave, by the way, she's not obese by any means. She's a little on the thick side, but I would not call her overweight at all. She is, if she went to the gym and maintained this size, body wise, she would actually be a very attractive. I would just encourage her to go to, maybe the barbershop and trim that up a bit, or, beauty shop and do something with her hair, because at least it's natural. I would also recommend she use makeup when she goes on camera, even if it's just a little bit.
Yeah, she needs makeup. And I do appreciate that she doesn't wear makeup personally, but I think this is another reason why she's getting pushed down in the algorithm, and she doesn't see it. Like you're competing with the global market, and you're coming up here with the bare skin, looking like you just woke up. You gotta throw some eyeliner on, throw some makeup on your cheeks or whatever. Some lipstick.
Yes, you gotta glam it up a bit.
You gotta glam it up, man. Anybody who gets in front of the camera puts a little bit of makeup.
Attractive body but struggle cranium. Wow.
Trust me, if she had a little makeup on, she'd look a lot better.
Amazon volleyball player is my archetype. Yeah, I could see that.
See, Lupin, I'm with you on that too, man. But even with those types of build, those are thicker women, man.
They are.
Those volleyball women, man, they thick as hell. Big old booties. Oh man, don't even get me started on the beach volleyball girls. Man. Oh man, you talking about thickness, but I think that's what a lot of guys really like. But Kevin Samuels was right to a certain extent. Once you kind of move up in that socio-economical, you go into these business meetings and stuff, and you got to bring the wives. You got to have a certain type of, maybe a certain type of look. You know, maybe you want a rail thin, supermodel looking type of girl for aesthetics. But I think deep down, most guys they want a thicker woman, man. They like them a little thick, just a little thick, little bit.
Yeah, just put, at least look like you like to cook.
Yeah. I don't think most guys really are into that supermodel aesthetic, like super rail thin, almost anemic look. No ass, no titties, just rail thin. Like, seriously? I don't know.
If you got your body done, you're up here. And that's not even that high because you're really down here to a lot of people. But then it is the Black woman that wears all the hair and stuff and then has a natural body, right? There's that. Then, well, you know what I'm saying? Fake hair or whatever. And then it goes down to the natural woman with the BBL. Then it goes down. It's like a platform. Then it goes down low to the natural Black girl that is just natural and dark skin. And we can even put skin into all these categories, skin color, and how that affects it, and how you get treated, what job you get, which school you get into. I feel like we're going so back in time. It's really scary. It's really scary. And because I'm feeling that a lot, I am pushing forward differently. I'm actually trying to my best to remember to go against that grain. I'm wearing less locks from Amazon. Like I'm doing less. I'm not wearing it as much. I still wear what I want when I want. I gotta buy clothes somewhere, but it's more about saying when I buy it. Am I gonna always go there every single month? No. Literally, I shop at Victoria's Secret, which is one of the worst brands and annoying brands. But I shop there, I get what I like, and I don't go back for months. I don't give them my money constantly. I just literally shop there one time a year, and I'm done. That's my haul. That's it. So it's like, I'm not telling you not to support these brands, not to do anything, but just be aware. Don't have toxic positivity, because some people would be like, well, you got to find a place, or you got to find this person. No. It's not about that. It is really, 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 really about you seeing what is happening, analyzing it, taking it in. It may hurt. It's going to hurt so bad. But at least if you could analyze it, you will see. And that's why I feel like Zeus Network is a terrible platform. But do you understand that the people on Zeus Network are not going to be pushed in the algorithm without Zeus Network? They're not. Even if they actually had real talent, they're not getting pushed in the algorithm. They're not. I think it's insane that I have 900 people plus, about 1,000 people on Instagram who follow me, and only 30 people like my posts. I'm like, who are you people? Y'all don't even like me. And I could say that too, but also I could say that they don't even see it. A lot of my friends will hit me up and be like, I didn't even see your post. Like, Instagram has gotten so bad. It's insane. And I literally cried too. Another reason why I cried was because I was talking to my friend about how it's sad that I see women doing terrible things to their body because of Instagram. Like, I'm not gonna cry. Go get it together. Doing terrible things to their body because of Instagram. You're seeing things that are not real. A lot of these workout girlies are wearing corsets. They're not even doing anything. They literally, if anybody can get their phone out, go to the gym and get their phone out. I'm telling you, they're not gonna be there that long. That takes a lot of work. That's boring. That's annoying. They're pathetic people. I'll be honest. I'm sorry, if you make gym content, you're pathetic. You don't have any confidence, really. If you had confidence, you would stop making gym content. One time a year, fine. But if you keep making gym content and it's a constant thing, I'm sorry, but I think you are the most low self-esteem person. You can't just take a picture when you're sitting up at the beach, when you're sitting up having some coffee. Why? Or when you're in your home, your humble abode. Like, you can't just take a picture. It has to be showing, I'm working on something. I'm working to look that ideal that you all love, which is like, do it for you, not for everyone else. So it is frustrating as a Black girl dealing with this, and it does make me cry. It's very annoying. And I think the sad part is because I see women actually, like I use Rolly as an example all the time. I see women doing the worst things to their bodies so that they can get some change and also feel better about themselves. It's sad what she did to her body. It's so sad. It's sad. It's just sad. And that's how money works. Like our bodies are so political, our bodies are so sexualized. It's disgusting. It's hard as a Black woman just to make content, and as a natural Black woman to make content. Please remember that. Like I'm natural. I'm me. I don't wear makeup. I don't do this. I don't like publish brands in a certain way. Like I have the room to have honesty. When these influencers are out here talking about brands and stuff like that, they're not being honest. No, even YouTubers, I'm sorry, I love y'all out there. I watch some of y'all content, but even y'all, when y'all get those brand deals, y'all be like, buy this cup. You see how good this cup is? Yeah, because the ad revenue on here is not that great if you're trying to live on your own and pay for your livings just through Instagram, just through sorry, you know what I'm talking about, the Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Like, it's not that easy. You have to sell stuff. You have to sell merch. You have to get sponsorships. And that is where I feel a lot of YouTubers start to lose themselves. Now you're not being honest. And I know it's hard because you have to make money and you want to still get your ideas out there. But I don't know. And that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know if I really want to sell merch because it's just not genuine. A lot of y'all are not genuine with y'all merch. I love the Try Guys so much, and I didn't even buy their merch. I went and saw the Lou Burger show, which was great. It was a good time, but I didn't even buy their merch. It felt so disingenuous, and seeing how their company is doing now, terrible, awful company right now. It looks awful. Their channel has plummeted. It's terrible. It's terrible. So yeah, that's basically where my mindset is when it comes to my body. And y'all know I always talk about Playboy and how, you know, they're against Black women all the time. There's like a couple Black Playgirls, but that's not even a realm that you want to be in. But what I'm saying is, even when it came to that, they said we are not going to allow a Black woman in, and if we do, there's going to be a certain type. Do you see that? If we do, there's going to be a certain type. And that is why I always tell people, I'm like, I'm gonna make somebody upset and put myself in that one day. Y'all gonna be mad. Y'all gonna sue me. Y'all gonna sue me. Like, y'all gonna be mad because y'all need to be. But anyways, I probably wouldn't do that because I'm not gonna sell my soul like that. But I'm just saying, I always use that like little reference where people are like, oh, you should care about where your stuff goes and this and that. Child, I'm gonna be in the art gallery someday. Like, I don't see it like that. I'm not one of those people. I love myself. I love my body. And we are literally, my best friend brought up a good point. She was just like, we are on this like floating rock in the middle of space. And everybody is so like just uptight, mad about stuff, being annoying, like just everything, just being sucky.
She's
and
crazy.
It was interesting because I was like, that's because I was just like, we are literally floating in space right now. And everybody is.
Yeah, Stanley, she's losing it up there. She's really losing her mind.
Well, why specifically do you say that? She doesn't seem to be crazy to me. Just
it's
extraordinarily ordinary.
Yeah, I just think like what's crazy sometimes is where people just don't accept reality, and everything is like you got to fight against reality. Sometimes you just got to accept reality for what it is, and you know, that's why I really don't like to complain about too much that's going on. And, you know, obviously you want to complain about what you can change in your life. But, you know, she's over here complaining about AI and an algorithm and stuff. But then acknowledging all the reasons why she's not being pushed in the algorithm.
Yeah.
Like you're not putting on makeup. You're not doing workout videos. And then you want to say that these women have low self-esteem, but you just admitted to crying about this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. She's really just making circular arguments.
That's what I was saying at the
Yeah.
beginning. She was circular. She was already doing it right at the start. It was just like, wow, went back around again and again. The real problem though is she's way behind too, because the AI influencer market has grown so much in the past year. My feed is full of fake women now, not even real women. So she's just complaining about women that's being pushed in the algorithm. Who cares? They're making AI models with bodies of any type that people want. They don't need to exercise? Does the AI image maker need to exercise? Nope. And all these idiots are like getting fooled left and right, because I look at the comments, I'm like, what the hell? Are these all bots? Do they really think this is a real woman? It's over, man. Game over.
They just need a little optimizing every now and again.
Right. It's done. And they got the ChatGPT bots talking and stuff, and once they get the video AI, right now the video AI is not good. But once they get very realistic, it's over. Game over.
Yeah, for some reason the video AI, it can't get the fingers right for some reason.
It can't get the fingers. That was the major issue. That's improved a bit, but the real thing is the movement, the eye movement. Human eye movement is so that's why people always like can tell something's real fake, because the way your eyes move, like the human brain is so attuned to like look at facial tics, eye movement. If you can't get that right, it's over. They already know you're a bot. But if they get that right and can fool enough people, it's over. Turing test. Where's the Turing test?
Yeah. We're gonna have to get Gary and Lolo back up here, man. who is the real one? I mean, I was thinking that for a second. Lolo might have been an AI for a second. I was wondering.
Oh my god.
Nah, I'm just playing. But yeah, it's
actually, yesterday's stream with AI, I mean with Lolo, you remember? So she was on Ruby's stream. So I'm gonna remember this. There was someone in chat complaining that he thought Lolo was lesbian because she didn't have enough decorations on her walls. What do you feel about that?
I think that's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's
so. I'm kind of wondering. Yeah, I mean, what is the human mind like pattern recognition process here, where you think like, if I see someone's walls, how they decorate their room, I can judge a person enough from that,
Yeah, I think that's the thing about the internet. People think that they really think that they can like kind of psychoanalyze anybody.
Yes.
And it becomes one of those things where it just, to me, it really gets out of hand sometimes.
I was just about to say that, HB. They're a bunch of mavens out on the internet.
Yeah, man. It's really sad. It's really sad. It really is. And then
I think it's hilarious, and it's fodder for mocking. It's mocking fodder.
Yeah. Like even with this girl, I think she's crazy, but I'm not just, I'm not saying it's a fact or anything, but I think you can't really tell about anybody online until you actually get to know them and meet them in real life. And the thing about the internet, you only show people what you want to see. So
well, the other caveat too is that guy who said that he was on Ava's stream in person. He actually went to her house maybe a couple months ago, and he was actually a pay pig for Grace for a long time, actually.
Wow.
So that tells you like their judgment of character. So if I look at your walls, I could tell who you are, how you. Nah, bitch. You guys really think you are geniuses with this? No, I'm gonna school you guys. I've been playing people for long enough. It's just like you think you know this much. This is what I'm saying. I think these people have been born post 9/11. They grew up on the internet. They think they can talk to people, figure out people right away. And no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Maybe
Yeah.
too. Maybe too. That
Those
was
people grew up on shows like The Mentalist.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I know about that show. I never watched it, but I know what you're talking about. I know the premise. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Or what's that other dumb show that they had on that? There was
Probably
another.
one of the
There was something
Sherlock.
similar. It was a cornier version of that though. The Mentalist.
I think too. A lot of
Oh, Monk?
times.
Was it Monk?
Yeah, it could be Monk. It could be. There was probably another version of Monk too. I swear to God, there was a third one. You reminded me of Monk. Yes, Monk. Yes.
Hey, Craig. A lot of times when I'm trying to get to know a girl or I'm trying to get at a girl and she like is not into me, I automatically assume she's a lesbian too. So maybe that was just his way of kind of saying, Lolo's out of his league. She must be a lesbian.
I have no clue, dude. I was just baffled by the whole thing where like they're just analyzing her room and stuff. It's like what?
Yeah, that is pretty insane to me. Like I could kind of see, but at the same time, she just doesn't come off as lesbian to me. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. That's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
Didn't Lolo just move into a place?
That's what I thought. See, yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of like there was this other guy on Grace's stream where like this dude just like moved in somewhere too. He just didn't want to pay for the furniture or whatever before he got his job, like like his first salary. And then people were just clowning on his ass, like, "Why is your room like that?" What's It was just damn. That's why nobody wants to cam up. It's just like this is retarded. The whole conversation just goes into like what my room looked like, or it's like what the fuck. Man, I might as well just stream from a prison cell, At least that'll be more fun. You can talk to my cellmate. Like we're making like Pujo in the toilet right now. Like, shit, man.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up?
What's going on? I wanted to comment on your comment, Crack, about that viewpoint of Lolo. It's not really about her, but I think that a lot of people we've grown very used to over like the last 4 to 5 years, seeing people in boxes, like using Teams and Zoom.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Okay,
we start to assume personality and other things about people based on what we see. Like we're looking at this woman now, right? We've seen that her tits were out. That was the first thing we grabbed on. But we also scanned that she's not that cute. If you look, she's like behind 2 doors. She might be in an apartment. That puts a judgment versus if she had like a grass background with the neon lights and some makeup on. So the way we look at folks in these boxes plays a big deal. I think even here on stream, like people who cam up, they're probably going to get a very different screen than people who don't. And then we're scanning their image and things like their avatar,
right?
Things of that nature.
Right. Yeah,
that's why my
PFP is that's why my PFP is the way it is.
Right. Absolutely, exactly.
Yeah,
and I can confirm.
Yeah, someone was trying to goon to my PFP. They were in chat like when Grace and Ben were on here. They were like, "Who's that? What's that girl? Tell me who that girl is." It's like, what the fuck? Are you want to try to look up her porn, dude? She's an old actress. Like, bro, she's dead. Like, I don't got no nudes of her. Like, are you serious?
That's crazy.
You guys are insane, man. You guys, oh man, you monkey brain ass, fucking hell.
The goon culture is crazy, man. These dudes be out here thirsting, and I've been working with Lolo in the background on some of her YouTube channel and having her kind of channel surf a little bit. And the response that she's getting is crazy, bro. It's her fucking Discord's already popping. It's insane.
Oh, I'll bet.
It's insane. And I can confirm Lolo is a real person, y'all. So I can confirm. Don't ask me how or when, but I can confirm.
But no, I like your argument about the if you show your face, that's one thing where like they look at you, and then also you're in a box, right? And then there's a pattern recognition thing where they see so many people in boxes, they go like, oh, that personality type matches with this type of room, or that's how the human mind would work.
Yeah, that's a good point though too, Craig. I think this is just like naturally how we work. naturally want to put people in categories,
Yeah.
subcategories.
That's how you
'Cause-
survive back in the
Yeah.
day. Yeah. Yeah.
I know
So
I do it with women all the time. Like
a physiognomy check. That's what we were joking about.
Yeah.
Physiognomy check. It's like, oh, the sociopath have like a certain facial features you could tell, right? Like it's possible. Yeah, that could be true.
But I think another piece to this though is people share a lot about themselves and what they put out. Like if you notice some of the pop the balloon stuff, when me and Sam, when even sometimes Stanley, we'll hop over to their IG and it tells a story about who this person is or what they've gone through. It's very interesting because I think
it's you, Kevin. It's you. All right, sorry, Universal. Sorry. Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
But yeah, I think that I think you can get a pretty decent read from some people based on how much they share online. And if you just follow their digital footprint, sometimes it leads you right to who they are, how they are as a person.
Yeah. Universal, I think people are just so much more complex than that, man. I don't know. I think
you would hope.
I don't know, man. I think that the internet kind of wants, like the AI and shit, it wants to force people to be simple so it can totally control them. Like it wants to be able to predict your next move and shit. But I think people are so much more complex than that. But I do think there is an agenda to push women towards a certain way, push men towards a certain way.
Absolutely.
And it's partly just the algorithm. We're guys want to see certain things, women want to see certain things, and the algorithm picks up on all that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Crack said it earlier that this woman who's talking now, she's late. Like I think about Target and how Target used to, it still does. They use AI to track shopping, so they know exactly what you buy. They'll send you, like if you have the app on your phone, they'll send you like specialized coupons and stuff. And when you enter the store, they're letting you know exactly what you typically buy when it's on sale. Like it's already here. It's been here. It's been here for years. She's just now catching wind of it and how it's affecting her social life.
That's why I never use any of the apps, and it's so funny. It's like Ruby or Ava, whatever. They got these apps where they go like, okay, yeah, like Dunkin' Donuts app. It's just I get a few % off or discount. I'll never use that because if something is given to you for free, you are the product. They're weaponizing you because now they got your data. They want your data. You are more important. Your data is more important, and they're gonna use it against you. And so that little thing where you're like, oh, I get a discount every time I use this, I don't think it's worth it, man. You're just helping your enslaver, essentially.
Yeah. In a weird way, this kind of goes back to Be Brave, and I hate to make Stanley throw up his breakfast, but Be Brave talks about these corporations and how they have control. A lot of that.
Yeah, the thing is, this is what my problem was. Yet last week when Elon was going off, he spent his whole time complaining about Stanley.
Yep.
Who gives a fuck about Stanley? This is your wheelhouse.
Yep.
Corporations doing this shit.
Yeah.
What?
But
this is what you were waiting for, man. Validation.
Yeah.
That's the irony, though. He kind of falls into the corporate trap.
Oh yes, of course. I know that.
Yeah.
You gotta be 10 steps ahead of these motherfuckers at this point.
The irony, be brave is not be smart.
But Stanley, like he represents that that black intelligentsia that
well, it's kind of like Denison, right? Like I was complaining, like when Mella was on here, and I was driving back from SoCal back to NorCal, and then like I'm stopping at every damn Loves and Pilot, and every time I come back on the stream, because I was the only one moderating, it's just like yelling at each other and screaming. It's just like, and I thought it was just because Stanley and Mella, they got this upper register speaking, that pisses people. And you brought up the point that it's because they're black too, though.
Yeah.
A black person is talking in this upper register, and it's just like fuck.
Yeah.
That pisses them off even more.
But I think the algorithm actually, you know, the guys that are looking up, you know, tractors and stuff, they start to, you know, tractors and cattle and shit and farming, they start to push, you know, more content like Stanley. They start to push these, and it really just, you know, it really pisses them off. You know, like it really, it's like, bro, you're falling right for the algorithm. You're falling for it. That's what they want you to focus on.
Yeah.
But yeah. It is interesting how this shit works, man. I like it though. I like it. I like the fuck shit, man.
So are we done with this young lady, or we want more?
I kind of want a little bit more. Just let her keep going. Let her keep going. Somebody's got to listen to her.
Finding a way to make problems. And problems are going to be there. We're human, but it's about having a creative way to fix them. But people don't. People think so, like, it's just awful. And I want to say to Black girls, continue, and Black women, continue to post your body, continue to post your content, continue to post your bikini photos. This is why I want to make this woman line. Continue to do so, because people don't want to see it, because they don't want to accept it.
Wow.
Once people see you are accepting the way that you look, they get angry because they can no longer profit. Those surgeons ain't making money. The DR ain't making money. Columbia ain't making money off of you and your insecurities. Makeup brands aren't making money. Do you realize whenever a trend is happening because of a celebrity or somebody, how quickly, even if TikTok, whatever, how quickly brands marketing, they shift to like, we need to be doing this. This is what they're wearing. This is what they want. Meanwhile, they be saying something the next year, talking about acceptance. We want to show natural bodies, do this. Then the next year, they're like, we need to, they're getting these BBLs taken out. Well, we have to make some clothing that is going to feel comfortable for when they get these BBLs taken out. And we got to make them look a little different. They don't care about you. Like, if I could say anything about a brand, if you would really understand when it comes to those brands that are, I like it because it's on trend. If they're on trend constantly, they don't care about you at all. Because it's crazy for a brand to be telling you to do something one year, and then the next year they're telling you to change your mind. Completely. And I love to think about it. A lot of the women that go to Victoria's Secret are not married, in my opinion. This is my opinion. They're pushing out bridal stuff. For some reason, they're branching off into bridal. Meanwhile, a lot of people, I've went to the one in New York City. I could literally show you it, or go look at it in the other video. My blog, it literally shows how nobody was in that section. Nobody was in the bridal section. Now, who wants to go to Victoria's Secret for bridal? Like, I'm not doing that. But it was interesting. Nobody was in that section. Nobody. I was like, your audience is not, it's not this type of girl. What are you doing? But they want to branch out to everyone and get as much money as they can from every culture. That is how it works. So what I want to say is, for the brands that actually do care about.
You know, I'm usually not like this, but you know, that little punching motion she was just making, I'm just like, I bet her tits are getting in the way. She needs to put them back.
Put back with her arms?
Or either that or her tits. You know,
that's the only reason people are watching this video.
You know, that push-up bra isn't particularly, you know, that becoming, to be honest.
Stanley, Critical Drinker would like you to drop the link in the chat. They asked me for the IG. I don't got the IG, gentlemen. I don't have enough information. I don't.
Okay, hold on one second.
If you post it in the back chat, I can throw it in the front for you.
Okay.
But so since I've been on, there's anything that's in the back chat I can't see. Just FYI.
All right.
About you, and they do speak, like people from the brand speak to you and branch out. Please treat them with respect. Please understand that they're doing it on their own. It's not easy. You know?
I want to see more of this IG too.
So yeah, it's really.
I can pull it up for you guys.
It's really sad.
Yeah. After this video, pull it up.
Like,
pull it up.
People think.
Hey, just so you know, John and CT are on Be Braves. Once again, Once
Oh
again,
my god.
The show is called Stanley Says, hopefully Asian overlords win.
Damn, man. You still gotta go back to you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I
What is Be Brave's channel? What is his channel? What the heck?
It's Be Brave and Think.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Stanley, man, it's so much more things that are important than
my snide comments.
Well, he didn't even get the first one. He got Be Brave and Think 264. He was not the first one to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
yeah, the content form is insane.
man, see, Get Crack for Me was the first one, baby. There's only one of me. Give Crack to Me is the only first. I'm always unique.
Yeah, well, whatever. I already know what I said, so I don't even need to listen to him.
This is crazy, man. What the fuck they're going over there? Talk about you.
Hey, I also know they're gonna get it wrong.
I should be
Stanley,
I
don't
should
forget to drop
not
IG.
be respected because I didn't go that extra mile. I didn't get the BBL. I didn't go waist cinching. I did not get a boob job on top of what I have. It's like interesting the way a man wants to treat me because I am not insecure, if that makes sense. Like even that is annoying. It's hard. It's definitely really hard for me to just be me because people want to assume like, oh, well, you didn't go the extra mile and do all of this, so I shouldn't even have to go doing this for you, which is not true. They should be. They should be doing everything for you if they really like you. So that's another thing. I've literally, like I said, watched that other video where that guy who thought he was the only thing, and I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, you just was out there with someone who sniffed a book of sugars and didn't have your skin tone. It was taking care of you, some old hag.
What the
was
hell?
taking care of your BLK butt, okay? And you was giving her what she wanted, the fetish. Until it was too late.
Oh,
you messed
man.
up, you had some kids, and now you in the military. Sorry.
What the hell is she talking about?
She just basically said like her man took care of a white girl that
I'm like, they know who they are. They know who they are. But anyway,
slow.
They're like
even
just
that,
no.
like, you know, a lot of BLK band.
Oh, see, and this is what is so ironic that she wants to play this whole insecurity role. You know, anytime a girl starts talking about, you know, she's not insecure, that just lets me know how insecure she is. But you know, I feel like a lot of these women are super insecure, and social media makes it so much worse. Like where they're so hyper focused on the black guys who deal with white women, it really, I don't know. I just think it makes them go crazy, honestly. Like it really fucks them up. But you know, she could be a lot more. She wouldn't have as many issues if she wasn't in her head so much. You know, sometimes you gotta not think so much.
Yeah, that's very true.
This overthinking has really fucked a lot of these women up. Like, just suck some more dick. Stop fucking thinking so much, man. I know it's. I wish it wasn't that simple, but a lot of times it really is.
It would help, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I really do.
Riveting. I don't think she's ugly.
Want to come to me talking about, wow, like you're natural, you're this, you're that, and then once I start speaking politics and I start like, they're like, whoa, she's intelligent, I can't handle this. Like, yeah, you're not going to. You're not manipulating me. A lot of those BBL girlies are so insecure. Like when I tell you, pick me behavior on 10. On 10 when it comes to plastic surgery type women. And for me, it's more about the younger women. I think I might make a video about that. It's a difference when it's like an older woman versus a younger woman. And I mean like maybe a woman, I would say 40s and up who gets plastic surgery versus down. Oh my God, what a difference in confidence. Total difference in confidence and treatment of things that they accept. accountability too, things that they've learned, how not to be treated just because you got a fake butt, how not to be treated just because you got fake boobs, whatever you want to call it. I should say brush, but you know what I'm saying? This is what I mean, the algorithm. People are trying to sell things. They're trying to sell fitness. They also trying to sell food at the same time, like really bad, toxic food. It's mukbangs. Like, it's so crazy how you'll have mukbang videos and fitness videos at the same time on your timeline. Like, I have a business Instagram account. I don't really use it. And that's what I be seeing. Sports. I see the Instagram account. I see so many unintelligent things that don't make sense to me. So yes, this video is talking about my body, it being basically a war and politics and everything as a Black woman, which is so frustrating. It's so hard. I did my best not to cry in this video, which I'm proud of myself. But I think I'm just sick of it. I'm tired. I will keep posting. I will keep being me, but I want other women to know that's what you need to keep doing, because these people who run these companies and these apps want us not to be shown, because they don't want people to do what we're doing because it's going to save them money. Think about it. Being natural will save you money. Being natural will save you money. These companies don't want you to save money, period. They want you to buy their products so that you can look better. They want you to feel insecure. They want you to buy waist trainers. They want you to buy lashes. They want you to buy.
What?
And even this last few words she said, she reminds me of Mela.
Yeah.
I mean, some of it is just incoherent.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's why I think she is maybe suffering from some mental issues, because
no, I think she's suffering from A, lack of a good topic, and B, just mediocre illiteracy.
Oh, geez. Stanley said she has a fucking she's a learning disability. Stanley. God damn.
No,
I think she's just lonely and somewhat depressed.
Yeah, I could. Well, that's most women, man.
I know.
Most women are fucking depressing, man.
Yeah, not like clinically depressed, but like that she's so lonely and she's just commiserating all this Black women rhetoric nonsense. Like, this stuff happens a lot, and I said this earlier in the chat. Like, she sounds like the average millennial Black woman. Like, this is how they talk. That's what they talk about, and it just like spirals.
The shit is really
sad.
Yeah, it is sad, but it's just like, man, to be this fucking depressed all the fucking time, like, God, I don't even know how she gets up in the morning, honestly.
With affirmation.
I can tell you how she gets up alone.
Yeah.
I was gonna say tits first, but that's
she's gonna have to do better.
It's a lot of weight.
Number does
not
have the same weight that it used to. For the most part, anybody who's asking for your number, especially a male, is just seeking for cooch. I'm not trying to be depressing. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm trying to be real with how the game is now.
Yeah, you are.
So give him your business email. Cash.
You know, the only thing worse about a male getting your number for cooch is a male not getting your number for cooch.
Oh, seriously.
She doesn't seem to understand that.
No, but she's about to say something very important, and she's about to highlight the transactional nature of dating. Watch this. Hit play.
Chat. Don't think that these little actions that men are doing are sincere or even above average, because it's not. They do that to everyone, and they're only looking for one thing. Maybe back in the day it was different, but now somebody seeking for your number is honestly embarrassing in public. Especially a man trying to get your number does not have the same weight that it used to.
Play it.
For the most part, anybody who's asking for your number, especially a male.
No, let it play, because she's about to say, send him your business email or a cash app. But that got cut off. Watch.
You think so?
Yeah, hit play. She's about to say it.
It's just seeking for cooch. I'm not trying to be depressing. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm trying to be real with how the game is now.
Here it is.
So give them your business email. Cash App. Don't think that these little actions that men are doing are sincere or even.
Give him your Cash App.
You hear that? See, this is what I've been saying when lasagna comes up. This generation, and you said she's under 30, their dating experience is purely transactional. And some of this is due to AI, some of it's due to technology, but also is due to how we've been socially engineered as men and women. And this is how these women are starting off the dating experience. Don't talk to me in public. You don't give my number. You might be able to follow one of my IG accounts. She's talking about a business email, which is like most of them ain't got businesses. But she said, hit that Cash App before you even say something to me.
Yeah. And then you wonder why so many guys only look at you for sex. It's like, well, you're moving like a sex worker.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, just trying to shame a man for asking for your number. This shit is depressing, man.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But I'm not gonna lie though. on a lonely night, I'll take this one down for sure.
Oh yeah, no. Honestly, she just looks wise, man. She is not a bad looking girl at all, and that's the sad part about it. Like, she's
hey
so
guys,
depressing.
I'm gonna have to hop off for about 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
No problem,
Yeah, just looks wise, man. She's pretty. Oh, Lupin, man. Hey, Lupin. I appreciate that Cash App, man. Jesus, man. Goddamn, appreciate you, man. But yeah, man. She's honestly a beautiful girl, and it's just like so many of these girls, they just get caught up in all these different like agendas and shit, man. Like. The politics and fucking, body positivity and the racial aspects. And it's like, man, can't we just enjoy fucking watching a movie? Can't we just go out and go to go out and get something to eat? Just be regular people?
Like, it's hard, man. Everything's been polarized and politicized with a lot of these women, especially if they go to school, HB, man. And you know this, you dated women that go to school.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, every conversation is like a fucking gymnastics. You doing gymnastics and you're in a fucking theme park.
Yeah.
So you gotta do all this shit just to get to like, I like you. You're not even at that point, you might not even be trying to smash no more. You're just like, what the fuck? I just need to get out of here.
Yeah, nah. It becomes like, I don't know. It's just I guess they don't really see how boring they've become. And like everything is like it's like, man, this is why I never want to take anything away from these women. Like, do what you want to do, politically or financially. I'll never say like, oh, a woman with a PhD is a bad woman or anything. But what really the issue is, what has happened is it made these women really boring.
Yes.
Like, they just have no fucking personality anymore. The personality is like what they've been kind of taught on social media,
right?
Or in these classes, and it's just like, man, I've heard this shit a million times, man.
Yeah.
I've heard it. I've heard these stories a million fucking times,
And the crazy part, HB, is when you start to ask them questions or just give them some basic logic, then they have all these like got them kind of things like, oh, you're a Trump supporter, or oh, you just Samuels, and it's like, what? It's like, I didn't say nothing like that. I'm just giving you basic logic and just responding to what you're saying.
Yeah.
I gotta take a phone call. I'll be right back.
Well, yeah, you guys hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here. I do think in this day and age, just taking the time to get to know somebody, it does get muddled with this whole social media landscape. But I think at the same time, though, it makes it, the social media really does help. It's pros and cons. I think the pros is that men and women, you're exposed to people that you probably wouldn't have met in real life. Like, I sometimes think about that shit. Like, if I just stayed in Detroit or in Flint and only dealt with those women, only had that experience, I'd probably be a completely different person at this point in life, you know? So I do think the internet being able to introduce men in general just to different views and different kinds of women, it is a positive. But I think on the flip side also, it has turned a lot of people, it has made people jaded, men and women, you know, because I think a lot of times when men have issues with women, instead of handling those issues in real life, what happens is they turn to the internet, because a lot of women do that. You know, they have they have issues with men, they turn to the internet, and a lot of women are doing, or a lot of men are doing the same thing. They have issues with women, they start looking up, you know, content about it. You know, how do I get my girlfriend back? How do I stop a woman from, you know, cheating on me or all this other shit? And I just think a lot of this shit is kind of demonic, man. I don't think there really is any one fix all, one thing that's gonna solve all the answers that you're gonna find online. I think people are way too complex, man. You got a lot of trauma out here in the real world. The internet can't account for all of that. It's a lot of fucking trauma out here. I don't think I've ever met a girl that wasn't dealing with some sort of childhood trauma of some sort. It's like, how do you deal with that? How do you combat that as a man? Like, how do you really, you know, you gotta be a hell of a man. You gotta be a hell of a man. Oh, here we go. Ben, I don't know if Ben, you know, this is Stanley's stream. I don't know if he's gonna let you up here. I'll let you up here for a second though. Let me see.
Hey guys.
Hey Ben. Hey Ben. Hold on. JQ said red pill rules dating advice. Yeah, and I think that's probably the issue too. You know, that's probably the issue. Yeah, you guys are kind of like 50-50 on Ben, man. Some people like Ben, some people don't. I don't know what's going on. Damn it, this guy. Yeah, Ben, there. So apparently your mom wrote a book, and we were gonna we're supposed to be reading the book soon.
Yeah. It's not much to it, but yeah.
What made her want to write a book?
You know, it's interesting. You're talking about women and what they, right? Like, so she had 6 kids, and she was raised like kind of traditionally in Norway. You know, where like to be kind of like she was in like her dad was like a Protestant minister, so her mom was like, you know, like a traditional lady. So, but she came to America and she got feminized, divorced. My dad got remarried, divorced again. And even though she had 6 kids, she came to see it as like oppression, you know, to have kids. So she was convinced, like almost like on The Wizard of Oz. You know how like what's her name? The girl Dorothy.
Yeah.
She meets that guy who says like if I only had a brain.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of women are like that. Like if I only had an academic credential, because I think what feminism it does is it teaches women like to want to be like men. And so the thing men find valuable, now women find valuable, even though they can't compete like men, which I think I consider myself the only feminist out there, because I'm saying women should do what women do right, like what women do easy, instead of trying to compete with men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you're always going to lose, and everybody knows who's worked with women that men are better workers generally than women. They're more dedicated, you know, they're more focused, they're less distracted by their family. And there's no shade to women being distracted by their family and taking a phone call when they're working and saying like, I got to take care of my kids. I got to take care of my relatives, you know, but it's like we set them up for failure. And I'm saying, let's set them up for success, because they could be really successful doing the things that women traditionally do. And I'd say the same thing in a less extreme way for the races. Like, I think that Black people should do what Black people are generally good at. And what I found, I've been traveling the South, is that Black folks are generally very social. And so, like, there's an enormous number of jobs in which, you know, customer service and like making people feel at home. You know, I'm at a hotel right now. That's really very valuable. So why this focus on Black folks have to work, you know, like in, you know, like why try to be the white man and try to say like, we need to be Elon Musk? Like, why not just let white folks do what white folks? But anyways, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's an old argument, and people mock that argument, saying like, oh, you just want us to shuck and jive, right? You just want us to dance and play football and play basketball. And I'm saying like, yeah, that, but there's a lot more to it than that. I mean, there's a lot, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that having a great personality, a warm personality, being friendly is an incredibly valuable thing. And I do think that you'd have to be crazy. If an alien came down to America to 2024, they would say the dark colored ones are so much more social and the light colored ones all seem to be autistic, you know?
Yeah.
Well, this is becoming a regular disturbance.
Hey, Stanley,
no, you know, I didn't want to get off into the race aspect, but you know, I think what ends up happening with so much, the more information a lot of times women know, because you know, my sister is my little sister, she's like a genius, like she's really a genius, but my sister is smart enough to not like subject herself to a lot of social media, even though she works for Facebook, but she doesn't actually subject herself to social media.
Yeah, that's,
and I think
a lot of I don't know if you know this, a lot of people who work in like Silicon Valley, Palo Alto, they actually send their kids to like daycare centers where there's no computers, because they know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They
but
know what's up.
know, I think inherently she's always been like that, because she is so, you know, has a really high IQ. She's always kind of been like that, where she'll you know, instead of being on social media and stuff, she'd rather read a book, you know.
Right.
She'll you know, or she'll, you know, play video games or watch a movie or something. She
Something
doesn't
more,
really,
yeah,
you know, stimulating mentally, instead of like, but I think a lot of times women get so caught up in the social media, it makes them like depressed. I don't think they can really deal with too much of it.
I think the problem with women in social media, you see it, because I have two daughters, and I've seen them in like, you know, junior high and high school. Like, I was surprised because, you know, I didn't grow up in the Instagram era, but for a lot of these girls, they really think like their Instagram, you know, curated thing is who they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then they get lost in the sauce because someone will come along and trash it, or show a picture of them that doesn't fit their, you know what I mean? Like, it's a kind of way in which, especially girls become like kind of narcissistic, right? So it's like, I'm creating fake me that you're going to consume. And these girls, I was amazed. My daughter went to an urban school, and that's not just a way of saying like there were Black folks there, but it kind of is in a way. But a lot of girls at age 15 were putting pictures up that I was like, damn, that is like almost pornography. You know what I mean? Like, and that's who you're showing yourself. Like, it's such a high competition that they start so young and they're so hoish. You know what I mean? That like, you're like, seriously? Like, your parents are letting you do this and you think this makes you look good? And you know what I mean? It's almost a race to the bottom to get like male attention. And it's like, why don't you just be 15? It's not, you don't get, you know what I mean? You don't have to be like almost doing pornography. But I get how girls get into that more than guys, because guys are just playing video games, and you know what I mean. Like they're not doing.
Yeah.
There's something about the female. You know, it is natural. I think that girls want to sell themselves, especially to boys when they're that age. But social media kind of facilitates it in a way that's similar to how it was in the past. But like parents should say, like, and kids should say, like, Instagram profile. You're much bigger than your Instagram profile. And just let your Instagram profile be real. Let it be just you. You know what I mean? You could do it, but don't try to make it like you're some kind of celebrity who's perfect. And you know what I mean? Like there's this, it just becomes this kind of like ultra competitive thing, which girls get into. Because I like women can be high IQ. I'm not one of those people who would say women aren't high IQ. Absolutely, there are high IQ, low IQ, but women are also super competitive. Do not ever think that like boys are competitive and girls aren't. It's just in a different way.
Right.
Girls are socially competitive. Boys are like, you know, like in games and sports competitive. But
I think it really plays into their insecurities a lot of times. Where if you see them on social media, they look one way, but you meet them in person, it's a totally different ball game. And it's like I think it really it's kind of like just an avatar where they have this ideal view of themselves.
Yes.
But in real life, you know, they might be 15 years older than that picture that they're posting online, you know, like
I can give you an example. In my daughter's school, there was this weird phenomenon that took place. So there was this I don't know if she was friends with this guy, but she knew this black guy who was telling everybody that he had this girlfriend that he had met through social media, whatever site it was, right? And this girlfriend, you know, kind of like e-girlfriend, right? She took all these great pictures of herself, and you know, you can use the lighting and the camera. And what happened is a lot of this guy's friends realized that this was a trans girl who went to a different school. So they started talking behind his back, right? And he's like, no, because she didn't tell him. She didn't tell him I'm trans, right? So you get how, like, and you know, like among black boys, there's less like sort of openness to that than among like whites.
Okay, I'm ready to move on. We're not doing trans issues today.
Okay. Let's.
Well, what I'm saying is, this kid got lost.
Okay, so when I say we're not doing trans issues, you feel compelled to continue the conversation. Is that how this is going to work?
Stanley, don't be a bitch.
Oh, I'm about to be a bigger bitch.
Yeah, I know. You're always a bitch.
Yep, I'm always a bitch, and I'm always consistent.
It's not about. I'm not talking about the trans. I'm talking about the social media.
You never have to worry about me being a bitch.
I ain't worried about it.
I didn't think you were. So where were we? Are we done with this poor little girl here?
Oh wait, who is this? What video is this?
Oh, this is actually something that popped up in my algorithm, and since Ben Thorpe was here, this is up Rhode Island way. And
this is Rhode Island. Okay.
So I don't know why this even turned up, but I thought it was kind of interesting. It has nothing to do with you, Ben, by the way.
Morning, Kayla.
How are you?
You come here to check my health.
Oh, I know this guy.
Just asking how you are.
I bet you do.
How do you think
I know that?
You look good.
Oh, that's it.
You look wonderful.
Wow.
She's smart. She's definitely looking for a dismissal here.
No, you better stop.
I've been in that.
You know where she's from, Inspector Quinn?
Is it cold in that courtroom, Stanley?
Is there a what?
Is it cold in that courtroom? Did you notice their cities are kind of?
I'm just noticing that horrible Rhode Island accent.
Yeah.
When I lived
wearing
up
a mask that's got the Italian flag on it. She's playing the game with DiCaprio. You know, it's very good. This is like before reality TV became big. This was like on public access. They would show this, and it became like a media sensation in Rhode Island before this kind of stuff became big. It was interesting, but I think it compromised like the actual judicial system because this Caprio guy was just like he was all about looking good, and it was all about him. So you play into his ego I got out of like hundreds of dollars of parking tickets because all you got to do is learn how to work him, and you can get out of anything, especially if you're black.
Yeah.
So he has a little bit of a liberal streak in him, huh?
This is very Rhode Island, where he's like very Italian. He actually got caught though. This judge got caught, like, I forget what it was, like putting like a $2 million pool or something like that. Like, it's a big grift in the Northeast, right? You're a liberal, but like you're making money all the way through it. It's a fat system, like, and the people on top, like, it's like a mini mafia the way they run it. But you gotta make sure you pander to the blacks, just like, you know what I mean? Like, you're a politician, you pander to the blacks, you pander to the Jews, you pander to this and that. And actually, our senator in Rhode Island, I don't know if you guys have ever seen him. His name is
Sheldon Whitehouse.
No, the other guy, the little guy. I forget his name, but it's an Italian name. And I used to live like spitting distance from his father. Was the mob lawyer. He was like exactly like the guy in The Godfather, you know, the lawyer guy who's like the straight man who goes in and testifies and all that stuff. That was his dad. And his dad was he only provided services to the mafia. And his office was right next door to what everyone knew was the mafia office. And yet he made a ton of money, and his son became a state senator. That's how it goes in the Northeast. The Kennedys were the same way. It's like a machine, you know. And nobody pays any attention to the fact that your dad was
Johnston.
You know my dad, actually.
I do?
Yeah, Louis Mansalillo.
Oh, that's your dad, huh?
Yes, that's my dad.
He told me he had a wonderful daughter the last time I saw him.
Yeah.
Must have been you.
Well, I'm his only daughter, so.
Oh, yeah?
I was going to say it had to be a sister.
He said, I have a daughter. She
wrong
has
again.
He said, you know, Frank, he says, you'll never believe it. He says, I have a daughter. He says, she has more money. He said, she don't care. He said, if she ever comes before your court, he
He's
says,
lying.
You don't have to worry about, giving her a break. He said, she can afford anything. He said. So he was telling me how prosperous you are.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I love my dad. He's a good guy.
Did you hit the lottery or something?
No.
No? I don't know. He told me you had tons of money.
Maybe my mom does, not me.
We're getting family secrets here. Well, Inspector Quinn, she thought I looked pretty good. How about Inspector Quinn? How's he look?
Handsome.
Inspector Carrigan?
Handsome.
So you guys are handsome.
Good-looking men. Good-looking men.
Try your glasses.
Ridiculous.
Charles, we're going through a red light on Roger Williams Avenue. Okay, Lisa, let's look at that.
All right.
That's 161.
No, didn't stop.
Yeah. Are you working?
I'm not. I have a 3-year-old son. I'm actually trying to collect disability. I have 18 pins and a plate in my right ankle due to a severe car accident back in 2017. So it's hard for me to like walk and stuff. I do have a handicap sticker.
Pay the court course.
Are you serious? Thank you.
There's something about you people from Johnston. Every time you come here, I get different readings. I mean, so you come in, you told me I look good, but Inspector Quinn and Inspector Carrigan are handsome.
So?
You're supposed to give me the best compliment, not them.
Hey,
you look good. You do. You look amazing.
Yeah,
you always do.
But they look handsome.
About it.
You're handsome too.
Oh, okay. Now, finally.
What a mockery,
You
huh?
look amazing, though. I've never, other than me talking to the mirror, I've never heard that.
I mean, Colleen, your wife must tell you something, no?
Every time I see him, I want to go, Norm.
Yeah. No, Judge, she goes like this. Yeah, you're amazing.
He's not.
It's the inflection that makes the difference.
No, you're from Johnston, right?
Yes.
Is that the Italian flag you have?
Yes.
Does the mayor require that everybody in Johnston has to wear the Italian flag?
I don't know. My mom went to school with him, so they're friends. So he's never said nothing to me.
Well, I think he does a great job, actually.
Yes, he's a good man.
All right, but I'm gonna have to speak to the mayor. and tell him that you were here with an Italian flag.
Okay. He might approve it.
And I want to know if it's like standard.
Oh, if it's mandatory?
And it's a mandatory requirement.
Thank
Across
you
the
so
border.
much, Judge. I
When
appreciate
you
you.
cross the border into Johnston, Judge, you gotta have it either on the car or on the mask now.
Yeah.
Or on the mirror.
Oh, yeah, I'm the mayor too, yep. Which is illegal, right?
You're right.
Yeah, well.
Good luck.
Johnson is the suburb where all the Italians moved out of. That's what they're referring
But
to.
she just didn't stop at that red light. That's all this was about.
And he
So
let
they
her
must
off.
have-
He let
yeah,
her off.
so they must have red light cameras in Providence then, huh?
Oh yeah, it sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's
But if you know
bullshit,
the right
man.
people, you know what I'm saying? That's what this is all about. If you know the right people,
Yeah.
you know, you play the game.
Honestly,
Johnson is actually so the Italians moved out to Johnson, and one of the big things the mafia work. Do you know the areas of industry that the mafia specializes in?
construction. I know construction's one of them.
Especially concrete, and then also waste management, like the trash.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So that's
yeah.
big
Yeah.
black racket.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
actually in Johnson they made the landfill, and technically speaking, the highest point in Rhode Island, because it's very flat, is the Johnston landfill. It's the it's the highest point above sea level, but it's not natural, so they don't count it.
Ben, can you trace your lineage back to the old country?
No, that's what I lived right across the street from like the mafia headquarters, and I went. You know, I'm Catholic, so I would go to church, and they were like,
"Oh, okay.
It doesn't end in a vowel." You know, I was like, "Well, not everybody does." So it was weird being.
You're Irish, Ben? You're more Irish?
No, my God, no. I'm Norwegian, so it's like almost no Norwegian, but almost all the Northeast, like New York, Boston, Providence, it's all Italians and Irish are like two big new groups that came in at the turn of the century. But then you have the old WASPs and the Jews, and the blacks are in the cities, right? So it's like it's kind of like a microcosm of the United States, because like down here, I'm down in the South, you know, there's a much larger black population, but up there because there was, what do you call that? When everybody moved north, when the blacks moved north for the jobs, whatever that was called.
The Great
The Great Migration, right. But it's very different because the blacks in the north are all in the cities, and down south, it's like everywhere. It's in the cities, but it's also like there's a lot of rural blacks. And, you know, I actually found like in the South, the races get along better, I think.
No. I've been moved from, you know, I lived in Chicago, grew up in Detroit, and I moved down to Texas this summer. And honestly, that's what I've noticed more than anything.
Yeah.
You don't feel the same way as you do up north. Up north is way more segregated. Down south, everybody is cool with everybody down south, you know.
But would you say that like there's still a kind of segregation in the sense like black people go to black churches, white people go to white churches generally? There's usually like a
yeah.
But not like enforced. It's not like enforced. Nobody cares, but it's just natural.
Yeah, I think there's segregation, but I don't think it's like just like you said, it's not a forced segregation where, you know, the blacks live over here, the whites live over there.
Right.
Yeah, you know, you're not gonna get a lot of black people at you know, certain churches and stuff, but I just think that's culture. You know, people have different cultures. I don't think it's necessarily a race thing.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's a different culture, and the cultures are generally friendly with each other. Whereas in the north, you know, I lived in a black neighborhood, and every white person was like, "You got to get out of there." You know, they wouldn't kind of say it, but like everybody is like, "Get away from the blacks in the city," because you got kids, the education system is terrible, all that. I don't think that's really like that in the South. It's kind of like you respect each other. It's not like the black neighborhoods are the worst neighborhoods, but in the north, that tends to be true.
Definitely.
Even the blacks are like, "Out of here! I got to get out of the ghetto." You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And there aren't a lot of options up here for blacks generally to like move to the suburbs. It's so expensive. It's just so expensive, and there isn't like a rural black culture. So it's different. And when I went to William and Mary, and I had gotten all the propaganda like the South is racist. And when I actually came down to the South in Virginia, I was like, no. It's
Well,
way more
Virginia's
racist
not,
up north.
Virginia's not the South.
Williamsburg is the South.
No, it's not.
Richmond, Virginia was the
Well, I know. I know.
How's that not the South?
I'm from Georgia. Virginia's not the South.
Northern Virginia is not Southern anymore, but like Southern.
No, anything. North Carolina has North in the name, therefore it is not the South. And anything
Well,
north,
then by that
north of North Carolina.
Well, then by that logic, Miami is the most southern place, but it's not southern at all.
I don't think Florida is the South.
No, I don't think so. So the heart of the South, I think, is, I don't know. I mean, I would say the Carolinas, Alabama, Mississippi, all that stuff. Yeah, I think Virginia's pretty
much ends at New Orleans.
Yeah. That's different altogether, but it's
yes, yeah. I know what I said.
Because the French culture.
You don't think Texas is the South?
Portia will hit me, I'm sure, but no, it's the West. It's the West.
I agree. I think Texas is its own thing.
There are a bunch of Indian wars there.
Well, and you had the Mexican thing. It's totally different. You didn't have any Mexicans east of Texas until recently.
Though I might give exception to Houston. That they're trying. Houston might be an island.
Do you know why? Even though part of the South, though, all the people from New Orleans, they moved to Houston. After Katrina.
I was just about to say.
They're in Atlanta.
Texas
they all
and
moved
Louisiana is. Yeah, I don't know. I do kind of think Texas is kind of its own thing, where it's like it is kind of like Western more than it is Southern, but it's like a mix of both.
Yeah, it's a mix. It's definitely a mix. Yeah.
All right, what are we watching here, Stanley? What is this?
This is Ileana Van Zandt, who I don't know. I mean, I know of. I don't know a whole lot, but this is on Angela Yee's show, and it caught my attention because she explains why today's women are mean and aggressive.
Oh, okay. This should be interesting.
Today are a lot more aggressive in our approach to life in general,
right?
And we've done more work than them, so we have some things that are solid that they don't, and they've got to catch up.
Now, what do you mean by we're more aggressive women today, and why do you think that is?
Well, oh Lord, help me.
It's okay. Listen, we know how you get down. Come on, say it to us.
Say it, beloved.
We have become what I call men in skirts. We are so aggressive.
Yeah, that's dead on.
So demanding. So unaware, really. We think we got it going on, but women really aren't aware of their power, because our power as women is silent. If you really know what
that's
you're
true,
doing, you can work a room.
Yeah.
Wait, Stanley, pause it. Pause it right there. And man, I think women, a lot of times women would rather die before they accept that fact. Their power really is in their silence. And it's like, it's almost like when you.
Well, apparently.
That's not what she means.
You cut off.
What she means.
You went silent there for a minute.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. She's spot on with that. And I think when she's saying women should be silent, I don't think like women should just not have a voice at all. But I think how they go about it really makes you just wish that they would just be silent sometimes.
I wouldn't use the word silence. I would use the word receptivity, because like just because you're not talking doesn't mean you're not active. You could be listening. And there are there's so many men that I've come across, older men, like I just think no one listens to them. And they would, a lot of these older men, they got money. If they could find a woman who would just listen to them, you know what I mean? And like be receptive and be empathetic, they would pour money at them. That's why I tell my daughter, don't get a college degree. If you wanted to, you could just find a few guys online and just listen to them, and you could make a penny. You know what I'm saying? But women, they don't get it. That is their power. You know what I mean? You just look at it anatomically. Women are organized to receive, not to give.
So you think Grace has power?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Don't you?
Well, you are her father, so you would think that.
Don't you think that young women have an enormous amount of power?
Some do.
Yeah, and for them to take that power and be super aggressive with it.
No, now you're misunderstanding.
Foolish.
Those with gravitas do.
Right, with dignity.
Right, and Grace wouldn't be one of them.
Oh yeah. Well, what about all these women on?
I wouldn't have said it. I wouldn't have said it if I didn't think it.
Well, but she's never done all the things that like young women are encouraged to do online.
I have no idea. I just, gravitas and grace never crossed my mind in the same sentence.
Well, that's just because you're jealous of her.
Yeah, I'm jealous of a 23-year-old woman. Sure.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I'm afraid.
You're envious of me.
I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree, there, Mister.
Well, it's not.
I'm
try to be a sassy. You try to be a sassy woman.
I'm
trying to be a sassy.
Your daughter might have power over you, but out in the wild, no. Gravitas and grace do not ever cross my mind in the same sentence.
Well, she kind of attention on.
She does not have gravitas.
Well, that's not true online. She's got a ton of attention.
You know what? Attention is not gravitas, sir. You should know that.
Well, gravitas is something. Gravity is something which draws people to.
No, not gravity. Gravitas.
I know, but
in the Latin sense of the word.
Dignity. It means dignity of like seriousness.
She does not have that.
Yes, she does.
Okay. LOL cows.
Well, she's a lol cow reject, which means that she's actually not a lol cow.
Well, anyway, enough of that. Let's get back to Ileana.
Yeah.
Yeah. In relationships,
we are, because I think we've been left alone and up to our own devices for too long.
Mm-hmm.
I find women to be mean as hell. I'm sorry.
Really? Oh my gosh. Am I mean?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Jasmine, are you?
I agree.
A little bit.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, we're mean.
I'm more straight. I mean, you're more passive. You'll be.
I can tell you right now, that's an angry hairdo. She's an angry rag doll.
And I think the thing about the meanness too, Stanley, like it does turn me on initially, but after a while, it's so exhausting.
Yes.
It will turn away any man. Yeah, at the beginning, it's really hot. You got a mean little spitfire. You want to fuck the shit out of her.
Yeah.
After a while, it's just like, bro, this shit is. I might as well go get a pit bull. I might as well get a dog if I want to wrangle a mean.
Do you think Nia, the girl we were just watching, her 2 videos, do you think she was mean?
I think she was. And see, men being mean and women being mean are 2 different things. To me, mean, what she did to that guy that she was dating, to me, that's mean. That's mean. Why would you use your ex-boyfriend as content to disparage him, talk shit about him? That's something only a mean person would do.
But aren't they? Isn't it because these women are angry because they look around and they see weak men, and so they, in a sense, are trying to. You could say, in a sense, trying to push them to be more masculine.
No,
a lot of times it's counterproductive.
You know what? Nothing more. Well, I hate to. Dogs know when you're afraid of them. They will treat you like shit, growl, and all that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I remember this. Well, I won't even bother with this story, but there was a girl, like some friend of my son's came over once, and this girl just didn't like dogs. And my dog, was actually pretty nice. And for some reason, my dog just wanted to pick on this poor girl. This girl it could just sense the fear.
I'll say, hey, or
But see, I'm an alpha woman, so I'm straightforward too.
Yeah,
I'm in your face and on your word, but I'm not mean.
Okay. Are you aggressive?
No, I'm assertive.
Okay.
I'm not aggressive.
What's the difference?
Well, first of all, your intention.
Okay.
And assertiveness, it's about dominion and accomplishing a particular thing. And aggressive, it's about control and getting what you're going for.
Way up. I think that, and that's a really good point, because even with that example of the last girl, it wasn't about assertiveness with her. It was all about control, aggressiveness.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What do you want? That woman was basically trying to control this guy instead of asking what he wants. What's going on with you? It's all about her. I think that's just the way women kind of try to control men, by being aggressive.
Yeah, it's like, have you ever seen women cops? Women cops are real fast to pull out a gun and try to control a situation with threats because they're in a weak position. Generally, male cops will calm a situation down, and female cops will kind of escalate because they're in a weak position. But in a different situation, like in a party or in a social atmosphere, a woman be that lubrication that makes everyone feel comfortable and they're having a good time. But they're not trying to control it. They're not trying to control it like a cop. But there are some women who try to control a social situation like a cop. And everybody feels forced, when they're like, are you having a good time? Are you having a good time? We're having a great time. Leave me alone, bitch. Just let it flow a little bit here, Yeah. But
Ben, I just saw a video of a female cop. She had a partner, keyword had a partner, and basically she lost control of a situation where it was a simple traffic stop, and ended up getting her partner shot and killed. And I feel like if the man had led that situation, I don't think it would have led to the shooting. Honestly, not saying that the guy that shot isn't a piece of shit. He should be under the jail. But I think the woman leading that traffic stop really led to that the guy cop getting murdered, man.
Yeah, there was one of those situations that was like, it was going to be riots. I forget who it was, but the female cop reached for her taser and actually pulled out her gun and shot the guy dead. It was a young black guy, and it was a traffic stop, but it was a total that should be, I know it's a stressful situation, but you should instinctually know which one's the taser and which one's the lethal weapon. You know what I mean? And I just think women cops, they get frazzled because they're not cut out for that kind of hot situation. Just like naturally, they're not geared to that kind of pressure. And I think that ends up like causing problems in society, because now you're gonna have riots. She happened to be white, but I don't think that was what it was about. You know what I mean? That's not about a white. It was a total mistake. And she even was like, "Oh shit, that." She even said it like, "I thought that was the taser."
Yeah. I think she executed a guy doing that shit. Wasn't he in cuffs? Wasn't he in cuffs when she did that?
Well, I don't think you taser someone who's in cuffs. I think he was compliant, or not really compliant or something like that. I mean, he was this guy who had, I think the thing was, I forget the guy's name, but he was kind of threatening, but he was in his car and she was saying you got to comply. And a taser is a way to make someone comply, but she shot him dead. Right. And I think other cops were like, I don't avow that. You know what I mean? That wasn't procedure. And even she on the video was like, oh my God, that was my gun, not my taser. You know what I mean? And it's more like, it should have been more like, why do we have women cops, you know, than like a black-white thing, but it happened to like go that direction. But I actually think riots didn't happen because I think people intuitively understood, like, actually, this is not a race thing. This is just a
yeah. It's just a woman thing. And you know, I just think certain jobs women should not be in. You know, the military, policing, women shouldn't be doing that type of shit, man.
I think they have a role to play. Like, for example, when you're patting down someone, it is good to have a woman if you're patting down a woman, because you do have to touch all sorts of parts. And like, if you're bringing a woman in and you're going to handle them, like, it is better to have a woman handle them than a man, because, you know, you're going to be doing a lot of touching if you're handling someone who's out of control. So I could see that. I could see there being a role when you got basically like a crazy bitch like that. You just don't want it to get to where, like, you know, someone could accuse you of something. So it's better to have a woman.
Yeah.
We watched I think nurses and stuff like that. It's always been traditional that like women have a role in these kind of areas. Like Stanley was in the military, and you need a woman like Stanley sometimes to, you know, he's a block. He can about the supplies and did you order on time and stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did he say something worth note?
Yeah. He said the military needs women like you in it.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I think it's a joke though, Stanley.
No, but there is a role for, like, because Stanley was the supply guy, and I
was about to say I always consider the source.
No, Stanley was an officer.
You need a guy like him who's like fussy and like, you know.
No, Stanley was an officer, man. He wasn't a.
You were a quartermaster, Stanley. You were a quartermaster. What the heck's going on here?
No, actually, I
like supplies, I think, and things
I was
like
a surface warfare officer.
Yeah, which is very important. I'm saying, like,
we drive the
supplies going through. He wasn't a front line guy.
We control the ships.
Yeah. It's very important. It's very important, and I'm sure Stanley did a great job in that role. But you got to be kind of like this guy who's like very much procedure, and I can see Stanley doing a great job doing that. Just being kind of like,
you know what?
You're not getting.
If not following the procedure could cost lives.
Yeah, that's right. No, I agree.
Sometimes procedures are important.
Hey, HB, you might want to buy the dip right now.
On what?
On anything right now.
Oh yeah. No, I'm seeing this.
Did you notice all that blood red this morning?
Yeah.
Like,
It's blood. It's blood in the streets right now. Everything.
Right back to support. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'll probably have to kick up another stream later. Yeah. All right. So continue.
No, it's true that in modern warfare, guys like Stanley are actually more important than the front line guys, because if you don't keep those supplies organized and, you know, like, keep that stuff going, I'm saying that. I'm not.
You know what?
Definitely true.
I would. I was on the front lines. It was guys like you that we kept having to tell to shave that were handing us the supplies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. I'd be the type of guy who
come on now, Pete.
Like,
come
Stanley,
on now, Beetle Bailey.
Fucking bullets, and you'd be like, no, you didn't order it on time, and like, I can't have that. You need to follow procedure, and I'd be like, Stanley,
no. It would be like, get me my shit now, or your ass is going to be in the brig. That would be more my style.
Yeah, because men tend to be kind of like slobs. Men tend to be slobs. So you need guys like
about the military is you could get your point across with very few words. Like, do it now, motherfucker. That would be enough to solve a lot of problems.
Yeah, guys like you, like that kind of like being power. And keep
I was a sailor. Sometimes the language is necessary.
Yeah, that's right.
Gotta let pukes like you know that the real men are here now and we mean business.
Yeah, something like that.
You know, slumber time is over.
No, that's
Time-
right. I would be terrible in the military. I don't like taking orders from
time to act like you got it set.
Yeah, I'm not into that. Like,
Yeah,
BS kind of stuff.
I understand. You're not into that. You're not in. You go ahead and duck. Let the real men fight the war.
Yeah, I'm not into like taking orders from.
By the way, I like my eggs over easy.
Right.
None of that powder shit. I want the real egg.
Oh.
You like that special sauce. I get you, bro.
That's right.
Yeah, which one?
Over easy. Yeah, Stanley. Yeah.
No, I like that. I like that sauce is not going to have me kick your ass for not making my eggs right.
That's right. You like
send them
forcing
back.
your will on other men.
Back and
I
tell
get
them to
it.
cook
I
them
get
right.
it. I get it. Makes you feel a thrill to enforce your will on other men.
Fucking lootly, it was a thrill. Send them back. Cook them right.
Yeah.
I'm not eating this shit. I expect your best.
Yeah, right.
Wait, Stanley, are you saying Ben was the cook?
No, he was the he was the server.
That's absolutely right. I would never rise in the rank.
The cooks are important
because I don't.
Are important and skilled.
I think Ben's too tall to be a server, man.
No, I was always at the bottom of the totem pole when I worked at a Catholic school. They never looked, because I was always the guy talking shit and keeping it real. And to be a guy like Stanley, to make it in that, you gotta learn how to, you know.
Those nuns broke their sandals off in your ass. Don't lie.
There wasn't no nuns. I didn't work in the girls' school.
There were nuns at my Catholic school.
Yeah, there were a couple. There were a couple of nuns. Yeah, and they were butch as fuck.
That's
man.
right. And they kept your little sissy. I bet they called you a sissy.
Yeah, they were bad motherfuckers.
Ben, stop being a sissy and get in there and go out and play with the boys.
I remember
the dolls are for the girls, Ben. Go play football with the boys.
Sister Diane, and she was a sister of. And we were talking once at the lunchroom about homosexuality, and she was saying they should all be taken and put on an island. And I was like, damn. She was hardcore.
Did you ask her which island?
She just got really mad and left.
She didn't give you directions and a map or anything?
Did she say Rhode Island?
Those nuns were badasses though, man. Irish nuns. Crazy, man. They were hardcore, but they worked hard. Yeah. But like they were a special breed, man.
Yeah, I've always only heard negative things about those nuns, man. I never grew up around them. I wouldn't know.
The ones who made it through all the chaos of the 60s and 70s, man, they were hardcore. But like you couldn't repeat. They worked really hard all day long, but they weren't very feminine at all, man. They were like they were all talking about the good old days when you could like beat kids. And I was like, well.
Apparently they sent all the butch nuns up north.
Well, I mean, I would.
They don't have any nuns.
They would probably be shamed for having any femininity, you know.
Well,
like the priests, they're kind of shamed for having any masculinity. You kind of got to be
true. It is like a weird inversion. That is true.
Yeah.
The nuns all became like, a lot of them became like feminists, protesters, all this stuff. And meanwhile, the priests who used to be known, like Irish priests used to be known as like really tough guys. They all became like sissies and into psychology and stuff like that. It's true. It's a weird inversion. I think it happened in all areas of our culture. Well, that's what we're talking about today is like, right? Is like women have become men, become women. And it's interesting, HB, because that like I find it hot when a woman is like kind of angry and aggressive at first. And so many guys experience that. And like there's an amazing, I would call it like a humiliation fetish. I'm not saying you're talking about that, but like Zoomer guys are so into being dominated by women. I think it comes down to like that their mothers were dominant, so they find it like normal, but women don't really want men like that. You know what I mean? So it's like this.
Nah, they don't.
They want to be dominated by men. So it's like this impossible situation where, like, you can't get them together because the Zoomer girls are like, these Zoomer guys are such.
That was one of the things that really kind of turned me off from Grace, because I actually liked Grace at first, but then when I heard her say "pay pigs," it really turned me off. So I just stopped. I kind of, I unsubscribed because it was like I couldn't imagine there's guys that are okay with being
but you know,
to as a pay pig,
but it's a little bit like the N word. Like we're trying to like reassimilate it and say like we're recognizing it and laughing at it. Like, you know what I mean? That it's not really this.
No, I get it. But I think that's, the language is where it starts. That's how you break somebody. If you make a guy okay with being called a pay pig, now he's okay with being a footstool. Now he's okay with being whipped. Now he's okay with taking a dildo up his ass. It's
maybe, but like, the word simp is similar, right? Like simp is supposed to be a bad word. I always say, like,
I hate that
openly
word,
a simp.
I hate that.
If there's a beautiful woman online, I'll openly simp for her. I'll say, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see what the downside of that is. Like, it's fun. And you could say like, oh, you're a beta because you're saying like I worship this woman. But I mean, mostly I think people are just kidding around online. And if you take it seriously, I mean, if you're giving money, if you're giving tons and tons of money to a young female, okay, and you're like a guy my age, you gotta like own that. Like, it kind of looks like you're paying for the attention. Get Crack for Me is an example of that.
Really now?
Yeah, but I'm
really explain further.
I'm saying you. Okay, yeah. I'm saying you.
Hey, you bitch! Am I being controlled by you or you be controlled by me? Tell me.
Exactly right. That's what
So
I'm saying.
which way is it?
It works both ways.
Are you my bitch? I'm paying your lifestyle.
Exactly. No, I think.
So you're my bitch.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I think there's like an.
All right, we got that cleared up.
It's an interesting dynamic back and forth, and I think you could joke around about it. I just don't think it like has to be so serious.
Oh, joke around. That's fine. Yeah, we can joke around all the time.
because you will support like young female streamers, right?
I don't care. I just want content, bro.
All right, but like OPC Don, he supports young female streamers.
Well, that's his thing. That ain't my thing.
Well, it sort of is your thing. Haven't you supported like a lot of?
Are you serious? Hey, HB, am I attracted to you? Are you a young female?
No, wait.
Oh, all right.
Where you
Interesting.
Going? Where
Yeah, so that fell apart. If I only give a shit about young females, I might as well just go to OnlyFans.
But regardless of
and they'll give me more, right?
Okay, but Get Crack, you in a sense buy a voice, right? Like, so people respect give money.
No.
But you realize that it's got to be more than that. So, but like
a voice. How did I get a voice?
But you're okay with saying like, I just don't have a problem with it. If you want to give money to someone,
I'm assuming some people do expect some kind of attention. Yes, I would assume that, but I never did because I'm always agreeing with you, Ben. It's like you are the content creator. You do whatever you do. I have no say on what you do, and that's it. I think that's fine.
Yeah,
OPC Don tried to control your content, though, didn't he?
But I think if people with that's true. But I'm saying if someone super chats, I agree that if they super chat, their chat should get above someone who doesn't super chat. It's fine. I got no problem with that. But at a certain point, right, you cross a certain line and you're saying like, I'm gonna control you, and then the creator back and says like,
and that's what I think. Yes, that's right. It's a back and forth that way. Yeah, and I think this is a problem with the parasocial relationship. It's kind of like, I don't know. If people want that kind of attention, this is why you'd rather go on OnlyFans. At least like, okay, stick the dildo over here. Put it over there in your mouth like this. Use a bigger and blacker dildo this time. Right. Yeah. That's where the OnlyFans comes in. So if they want attention, they should go over there.
We ran into a guy. He all of a sudden came into our chat. He's like maybe dying of like a brain tumor in West Virginia. was just throwing money at Grace and saying like, I think you're beautiful and all this kind of stuff.
Wow.
And we were joking around with him, and it's kind of edgy joking, but he was saying like, he said, I have a brain tumor, I might die. And we were like, oh, we'll make sure those are like Venmo, because you might be dead by the time we get the actual money through PayPal.
Wow.
But you see, I think people who are in that situation, who are dying, and he was just saying like, I don't want to give my money to like my relatives. I'd rather give it to someone that like I just like what they're doing and support it. And I think you got to own that that's a kind of interesting position to be in. So we joked around about it. And I think that like it was okay with him. He was joking around back.
Wait, was this recent? Was this recent?
Yeah. We were actually going to go visit him in his hospital in West Virginia, but we haven't heard from him in a couple of days.
Holy shit.
So maybe he died. I don't know. But if you're dying of a brain tumor, like you realize like joking around about death is going to be like.
But do you think it's legitimate though? Do you think like some people would play that angle to get more attention?
Yeah, we had someone, remember Grace a little while back had someone, I don't think it was a real person, but she was saying she was dying, she was terminal.
Yeah, she was going to give you a scholarship or a full ride.
Pay Grace to go 4 years to any college she wanted to. But then she tried to start controlling Grace.
Yeah, right.
Extended her offer, and then we latched back out and said, fuck you, bitch. Take your money and shove it up your ass. I actually think it was a dude, but like, there's not line, you know what I mean? Like, basically it's a donation, right? So like you don't put your money in the hat like at church and then go like, hey priest, I want
I would agree a lot of that, and I don't know.
Okay, if like look at it, if you look at a church, it might say on the stained glass, like the stained glass window is paid for by this woman, like, or this family.
Right.
That's fine, but it's like a little tricky because you don't want to as a creator seem like I'm just here to like do whatever you want for money, because then I'm not myself. And like, presumably you're here because you like what I'm doing, and why would you want to change? I was thinking with OPC Don was like, well, we're doing what we are doing. Presumably that's why you're supporting this. And he was like, no. I want you to do what I want you to do. And it's like, well, that doesn't even make any sense, because we're not, why would we do that? Like, presumably you're attracted to what we are doing, but you could, you'd have more of a voice, just like a producer of a movie. If you're paying for the movie, you'll have more of a voice, obviously, than a random audience member.
That's why I don't really like the term pay pig, because honestly, I feel like when you're doing content like this, you guys are controlled more by the audience than you control the audience. The audience controls you guys.
It's a back and forth.
Especially if you make a living.
Well, yeah, if
in that sense.
Yeah, because if they got a lot bigger, that's the problem. The algorithm and the audience will start having more control. Yes.
Yeah, but like would say second, like if Grace did an OnlyFans. It's a back and forth.
Especially if you make a living.
Well, yeah, if
in that sense.
Yeah, because if they got a lot bigger, that's the problem. The algorithm and the audience will start having more control. Yes.
Yeah, but like would say second, like if Grace did an OnlyFans, if she was just about the money and she did an OnlyFans, she could rake it in 2 minutes.
Right.
So the fact that she doesn't do that and doesn't want to, although I do want her to do an OnlyFans, but like a wholesome OnlyFans.
Oh, wholesome. All right.
Yeah, but sure, if she was to like lean too much in that direction, but so in a certain sense she does have a ton of financial power, because everybody knows that like to see, people would pay a lot of money to see her do stuff like that, right? But back and forth. I just think like the relationship between the creator and his or her audience is always, it's a back and forth.
So yeah, let me address this comment first.
You think quality people would go to OnlyFans to see your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let's address this point here, because it's an OnlyFans full of simps that love to be called pay pig. This is the original meaning of pay pig, because we had Nina on here. So this was long ago, many moons ago, and she was in the whole circle where there was Dom, right? She knew the Dom, the BDSM type of crowd. This is where PayPay comes from. They want to be dominated financially.
Yeah.
Okay, so that I just want to put that point out there. That's where the origin is.
It's a big thing. A lot of guys who are online have this kind of, this way in which they like to be humiliated. I've seen it time and time again. We're now interacting with one of the biggest people on YouTube, Keemstar, and I'm convinced he has a humiliation fetish because he keeps making a fool out of himself. And it would seem like, dude, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, he just keeps leaning into it. And I think it's an interesting thing.
So a lot of people's complaints about Keemstar is it was scripted. When you were over there, did he give you scripts or like planned out outlines? Like, it has to go this way.
It was more it was more. It was simpler than like in the idea of a script. Like, people are reading line for line. You would need really good actors.
Right. But it was somewhat controlled. Like, he would try to make it.
Yeah. But it's more or less, you see it like the recent stuff. They had this thing like, okay, let's do the thing where like Boogie 2988 gets this like piece of Chris Chan paraphernalia that we say is person, and let's play that up. Everyone kind of intuitively knows, like, let's play that up, like everything that goes wrong. Oh my gosh, it's the curse. You know what I mean? But
So there was an outline, at least. There was some. Okay, we'll roughly draft it to be like, you got to go hit this point, and then go from there.
It's pretty much you could tell by the thumbnail of the day what it is. Boogie's getting fired. Tina's getting fired. Becky's getting fired. It was almost always
right.
Like, and no one ever gets fired, so it's kind of lame. You know what I mean? But that's the difference.
Hey Ben, what's stopping you? What's stopping you from getting Grace an OnlyFans page?
She has one, but I wanted her to do it in a kind of like, I consider like the way I look at porn is like the original hardcore porn went so far in the direction of being like non-social and extreme that I think OnlyFans actually was a move in the right direction, even the pornographic stuff, because at least it's a little bit social. You actually have to interact with the person. You don't have to. Right. That's why people pay, because I was like, why are people paying for the same thing they could get for free? I mean, there's tons of pornography, and I think they like the social interaction. And I think the next step of it is like to have like right-wing guys tell Grace to like clean or bake or do traditional things, because I think that's my porn, is a woman being feminine. I used to say, to women, like, there's nothing that turns me on more than a woman who's like taking care of my kids or cleaning stuff up. You know what I mean? Being a whore is easy, but like, I want to see women like
it's lazy. It's lazy too. It's lazy too. I think that's the thing about being a whore. It's lazy work. It's the equivalent to me as a guy being a drug dealer. It's just lazy. It's lazy work. Yeah, anybody could do it. Anybody can sell
mediocrity.
Drugs. Yeah, it's mediocrity. It's mediocrity.
I've never been on OnlyFans, but have you guys ever seen like they call it a titty stream on Twitch, where it's like kind of like it's like a PG-13 version of OnlyFans? I'm like, I don't know how guys, and they go 3 or 4 hours, and I get that the girl's in like provocative positions, and I get that it's kind of like hot, and you can chat with her, but like I can't watch it more than 5 minutes. But maybe that's what everyone does. It's just like whack off watching it for 5 minutes. But these guys, like, they go 3, 4 hours, 5 hours. And I find it interesting. I'm not like all against it, but I'm saying, like, wouldn't it be interesting if she had a personality, if she was doing something that's more dignified? And I do think OnlyFans is different than Pornhub, because Pornhub, right in the name of it, you could say it's like that's a porn site. But OnlyFans actually wanted to ban pornography because with pornography, there's almost always a connection with like organized crime, human trafficking. A lot of these girls are not really doing this freely. A lot of mental illness, and so like I'd like to help OnlyFans get out of that genre, you know, and kind of have it be more, I don't know, more dignified. Well, at the same time, still having that like.
Yeah. You know, Ben, I think the thing with Grace and OnlyFans, if she was doing custom content for her subscribers, I think that's where the money would be at. So if you contact her through
but she likes to see
a video with her and
the thing with Keemstar's model is you have to pay to be on their disc. You know what Discord is, right? So you have
Yeah.
to be on the Discord at all. And a lot of people resent that because, there are a lot of people online who don't have a lot of money. A lot of times, whatever reason. So we like to keep it open and not force you to pay, but you can pay. So it's a tricky line, but like OnlyFans, it's always only payment. So, but But the idea of saying there's some content that you have to pay for.
Because you could be very creative with it too. You could do a OnlyFans where Grace will charge you $50 to look at a picture of your cock. You send Grace a picture of your cock. She'll look at it and reply back to it. But you got to send $50 to do it.
Right.
You could do it. You could do it.
She doesn't want to do that, but she does handwrite. She gets a lot of dick pics. But
yeah, she does, doesn't she? On her Discord, I think she does it for free. Charge you for a reply.
Yeah, charge them for the dick pics, guys. I don't know why, but guys really love sending unsolicited dick pics.
Yeah, I do that.
I think.
Yeah.
We know, Ben. We know. Gary knows anyway. Yeah, Gary.
But I only send flaccid dick pics.
Yes.
Gary got your dick pic saved, Ben. For some reason, I don't know why.
Yeah, for some reason.
Now guys are like, I've got your dick pic, and I'm like, okay, well. But I thought about doing my own OnlyFans because I actually have a lot of gay guys who are constantly asking me for dick pics, and also a lot of guys. There's a
big market.
There's a weird fetish for gay guys for me to be fully dressed, totally masculine, and just be yelling at them for being F slurs. Actually, a lot of gay guys would pay a lot of money for that. It's the same kind of humiliation fetish, and I wouldn't have to be gay at all. You know what I mean? I had one guy. He said, I give you $150 if you would urinate on me. I was like, what? But I was like, I would urinate on you for free if you're just around. But I'm not gonna go, fly out to urinate on you. But whatever, I don't care. Whatever you get off to, I don't really care that much. Well, a lot of people say, well, that's kind of gay.
Yeah, it's pretty gay. It's pretty gay.
But I mean, gay. If I just had to take a piss and the guy's like, I'll piss on me, and I'll it makes me really happy. I'm like, well, whatever. I don't know. People are into their shit,
I just think you guys are kind of in that spot where you're gonna have to kind of push the envelope somehow to really because these other content creators, man, these people are just gonna use you guys and throw you away. They don't respect you guys, man. It's fucked up, but
Well, there's this weird thing of guys have offered Grace $1,000 for a pair of her panties, and it's I don't know, it's just a pair of panties. You're not doing anything weird. You're just putting your panties in an envelope and sending it. And, and she's an adult. It's not like she's a kid or anything like that. Or, there was a girl who said she made it through college by selling her farts in jars. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We covered that over here.
Yeah, it's weird. She doesn't do that stuff because it's a little bit, you might say it's not sex work, but it kind of is because you know what these guys are doing, but
I don't know. I feel like she's already kind of in the sex work industry anyway. It's more like denial. If you got a Discord and guys are sending you dick pics all day, you're kind of already there. It's more so
I don't know,
just kind of denying it.
Mostly she just kids around with it. So I mean, dick pics are just normal in 2024. It's not even in high school.
They're not. They're not.
Oh no, I don't right about that. I don't think you're right about that. Dick pics are normal in the I'm not saying people my age, but like
Right,
among
right,
people her age, it's not really a big thing at all. It's like what used to be flirting for people my age. You know, it's not that deal. And you know, the thing about dick pics, I've only seen like one accidentally, but like it's pretty much like the funny thing about it is like everyone's dick is pretty much similar. I mean, there's not really that big of a difference. I mean, some guys might have gigantic whatever, but like generally speaking, a dick is a dick. But it's a funny way that young people like to like I think feel intimate with each other. You know, I don't think it's that big of a deal. And especially if it's just a dick pic, it's not attached to a picture of your face. It's not going to come to haunt you later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And of course, you could be sending a picture of someone else's dick too. And how would anyone know?
Yeah. I think that's probably more common than a lot of people want to agree.
Yeah.
Or
With AI
believe.
and stuff, like it gets to the point now where like all this stuff about revenge porn, it's like going to become so. Grace has a thing where she was swimming once and someone AI'd her topless, where they, you know what I mean, they converted it to a topless pic, and she'll send those sometimes to guys, but it's not her. You know what I'm saying? It's like someone else's boobs that are like integrated to look like hers, but guys will go crazy for them. But then they're always kind of like, are those yours? You know what I mean? How are you going to verify it? You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Wouldn't it be crazy if she started doing that? What if she did a whole OnlyFans where it was just AI generated naked pictures of herself?
Right.
Is that sex? Would that be sex work at that point? I don't know.
I don't know.
Stanley, what do you think about that, Stanley? What do you think about that?
About what?
AI generated. Oh, hey, good morning, Kimmy. Good morning, Kimmy. AI generated nude pictures of yourself, and you sell it online. Would that be technically sex work or no?
I think it's crazy for a father to sit here talking about AI generated topless shots of his daughter.
What's so well? What makes that crazy? What do you think's crazy about that?
Well, I don't know. It just seems kind of unctuous. Just kind
like
of
a reverse
sleazy.
Oedipus it's like a reverse Oedipus
No, I just think it's pushes the bounds of my tolerance to hear a father talking about.
Yeah, Stanley's a bitch. We know that.
Motherfucker, I'm talking.
We know you're a bitch.
Don't do that.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Well, a guy can have a little bit.
Bottom line. Hey,
fun.
You asked. I was asked, and now I'm answering.
Yeah, and I'm responding to your answer.
You're responding with my tolerance, with my forbearance.
Oh, now we're doing the BDSM thing.
Hey, if you can sit here,
you're so consumed.
You can sit here. If you can sit here and talk about this sort of stuff and expect me not to render a judgment,
no, I absolutely
wrong show. I'm gonna get up on my moral high horse, and I'm gonna pronounce on high, about what I think about your morals and your general fitness as a father.
Right, and that's why I say you're a bitch.
And you know what? That's why you come up on this show, because I think you like it when I call you a piece of shit.
Yeah, I like criticism. Yeah.
Okay, well, hey.
I don't have any problem with it. Stanley, I invited you
to understand
a much bigger
if I had been here, you wouldn't even be on the show. You should thank HB that you're even here.
Ben Stanley always talks about parenting
being
the biggest issue in America. And this is why I think you guys would be a very good kind of duo. Stanley, I feel like you guys have totally different viewpoints, almost like yin and yang of parenting. Stanley's
the term is diametrically opposed.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I think there probably is more commonality than difference.
I don't think so.
Is this one of your people? Stanley's the most boring loser. Why this channel gave him a crumb of power is insane.
I've never seen that handle.
Yeah. I don't. I
No,
don't know.
I think riveting is riveting.
But like, let's say I was watching Dr. Phil the other day, and there was this
Oh
woman.
wait, Dr. Phil, that fine, upstanding, moral man.
Yeah, no, he's a scumbag. He's a total scumbag. I don't know if you were saying that, but he had this woman on whose daughter was out of control, but she blamed her dad because she said her dad is abusive. But when the dad was kicked out of the home, the mom had an 18-year-old criminal living in her supposedly living room because he needed a place to stay when he was dating her 15-year-old daughter. I would never allow that, and Stanley would never allow that. Like, that's crazy to have that situation under your roof. But I think I think I'm actually fairly traditional, but I'm a little bit more laid
Well,
back.
maybe it's a northern Rhode Island thing. Apparently, traditional in the South is somewhat different.
I think that's true. I think that's two different cultures. Yeah, Southern culture is more woman oriented. It's more matriarchal.
No, I think Southern culture at this rate is just more moral. There's some things you Yankees do that just wouldn't be tolerated in the South.
Yeah, that's true on paper, but in actual fact.
Oh no, I can tell you, I'm not on paper. I'm rendering this judgment from experience, not from.
Well, like say for example, like drug addiction, that's rampant in the South and the North. It's not like the South doesn't have problems with like meth and all that stuff.
You know what? Are we actually talking about meth? Or are we talking about parenting?
We talk about morals. I would say like a sign of morality is like crime.
Okay, well, you know what? Meth might be moral. Meth might be. Okay, let me clarify.
Let's stay on the parenting thing.
Generally, drugs, I tend to look at drugs as kind of amoral, to be honest. I mean, I guess it can lead to degenerate behavior, but whether you decide to be a drug addict or not, generally, I don't care one way or the other.
You don't think that's throwing your life away?
I don't really. Hey, I don't.
So if one of your kids said, I'm a drug addict, you would say, all right, that's fine.
The funny thing about me, sometimes I don't render judgment until I have to. I don't know any meth addicts.
Okay, so if one of your kids said, like,
sounds like a bad deal. Sounds like a bad deal to be a meth addict, but I honestly don't know him. Now, I do know.
So if one of your kids said,
this panel,
well,
people who don't measure up to what I would consider a moral yardstick.
So if one of your kids said, like, I'm considering doing meth.
I only have one kid.
Say, oh, okay, yeah. If your kid said, I'm considering doing meth, you'd go, yeah, I don't know.
If he's over 18, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Man,
adults now I would tell him, hey, I think you're making a mistake, but I'm not going to fucking stop him.
Okay, but you just said it's amoral, but now you're saying actually.
Well, now I know somebody.
Now you know.
And again, I'm not subjecting him to my personal opinion. I'm going to tell him I think that it's a mistake, but I'm not going to handcuff him to the door.
Oh, obviously, you're not handcuffing anybody to the door. Except
the bottom line is that once you turn 18, you are legally an adult and entitled to make your mistakes.
But
parents are just advisors. Once you're 18,
but that's not a point. Everybody knows.
Once you're 18, parents are but advisors.
Well, but everybody knows that. That's not actually a point.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's my point. Whether you accept it as a point or not, I mean, I can understand why.
That's like saying the sky.
I can understand why you
that's like saying the sky
take the point, because apparently, after 18, you're still deeply enmeshed in your daughter's life. So
yeah, but not
would just kind of
by choice.
That's skull of yours.
That's by her choice.
You know what? And you are encouraging it.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, girls.
Okay. Well, hey, that's your life.
Okay, but Stanley, you can't just like cut me off every time.
Sure, I can. I can.
Wait,
You
Stanley,
can.
that's a bad thing?
No, don't tell me to wait.
You fucking asshole.
Oh yeah, I'm a
Like,
fucking. You're just learning. You're just learning. I'm a fucking asshole now.
Wait, hold on a second, Ben. We're getting to some point. Stanley, you think that Ben and Grace's relationship is a negative thing?
I think Ben's and and Grace's relationship is none of my business.
Okay.
I just understand why parents after 18 are just advisors. I can understand why he would miss that point.
Right.
So in most traditional cultures, that would be true of boys, but not of girls.
Okay, you know what? I live in America.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't live in most traditional cultures.
Well, there are traditional people.
I live in America.
There are traditional people.
This isn't fucking Ireland. This isn't Victorian England. This is America. And no, you are in America.
Hispanic
Let's face it, Ben. In America, you are an exception.
Yeah, that's true.
Ben, would you agree though that the difference between America and most other countries is women have way more opportunities than in these traditional cultures?
It depends. I mean, if you mean opportunities opportunities, I think it's way easier for women to become disasters. But
but I mean, I think it's way easier too for them to run for president.
Yeah, if you think that's a good idea, then yeah, you would say that. I think women have far less opportunity in America to be happy because they're with all this propaganda that they should become men. So I think it's good I think it's good in a culture that the culture encourages people to do what is like follows their nature, not to like rebel against that. So in our culture,
you know what? I think a culture that does that encourages hedonism. Follow your urges is not necessarily good life advice.
Yeah, and I don't actually think America's a hedonistic culture because most people are angry.
I didn't say America was. I said it could lead to.
I actually think you should follow your like what makes you truly happy, which should also be something.
I actually think you're one step away from being a hippie.
Well, I mean, I think that's what a Christian is someone who says like you should love.
You and I differ probably on what a Christian is. A Christian
is. I think a Christian is someone who should morally grandstand.
A Christian does not live.
That's absolutely not what a Christian.
I'm not even that big a Christian.
So Ben, so I think when it comes to parenting, you and Stanley really are kind of morally kind of opposites of parenting. Stanley, his son's off at Georgia Tech. You kind of have the idea that for Grace anyway, she doesn't really need college. What kind of pros and cons? What kind of pros and cons do you see from Stanley's point of view that your son or your kid should go to college?
Well, you're asking this in isolation. I could give you answer, but you must understand that it's HB asking this. I could give a shit less what you think.
Okay, Stanley. I forced all my sons when I was able to get out of the house at 18, whether they go to college or I do not think after 18 boys should be living at home, especially with their mothers. I think that's a terrible situation. But girls, I think need the protection. So I would say it's very different, boys and girls. But
okay.
I think it can be. I think you can make a case where. Like a girl goes to like nursing school or something like that, where it makes sense for her if she just wants to, have a career in which she can also get married and have kids. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's totally fine, but I just think she should be under the leadership of her father and not like free and like doing whatever she wants to do. Because you look at these college campuses, they're filled with hoes, and these hoes generally they rack up a pretty big body count. A lot of them have abortions. They end up disasters when they're like doing their own thing and having fun, and they're not under under a man's guidance. That's just my take on it.
Now, Stanley, what is your take on that? Like, the boys should be kind of systematically forced out of the home at 18, but the women should be coddled a little bit more until they're ready to leave the home. What do you think about that? That kind of.
I don't think about it.
Okay.
I don't have a daughter.
Yeah. I mean, well, if you did, would you more so agree with Ben in that point?
I can't imagine like being in that kind of mindset. So, a lot of it will depend on the child.
Yeah. Well, like if Grace was your daughter, imagine that.
Grace were my daughter, she'd have a different life. I'll put it that way.
Absolutely. Having a gay father is like brutal.
I don't think that's
well. You know what? Obviously, and having a father without morals seems like an easy life.
Does it? It seems like an easy life. If I didn't have, I have strong morals.
From my standpoint, and you have to understand, this is just Stanley's vantage point. Right. You are heathenous, and I'm not even a Christian. You are a slippery character.
Oh, you're saying I'm Jewish?
No, just slippery.
Well, that's what they say about the Jews.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jews do have. They are pretty.
I had no idea. I don't generally, my anti-Semitism isn't that well developed.
Yeah. Well, I consider that. A compliment.
Slippery.
Like you're so rigid.
In your position,
you can't even come
on. A lot of things you are forced to take as compliments.
You're getting into your gay BDSM again, Stanley.
Yeah, you know what? You wish I
was. Why don't you sometimes I think you're a funny guy. You're right to say like I like the interaction, I like the dynamic. Why don't you come on our channel sometime and we can, you can be sassy.
Do we have to start this again? Have you even gotten up to pee in the last 5 minutes?
I rescind. But just think about
Ben, what do you say? What makes you say that you don't really live a hedonistic lifestyle? Because I do kind of think you to a certain extent, you guys do kind of live a hedonistic lifestyle a little bit.
Well, okay, so how do you think I'm a good-looking guy? I think everyone would acknowledge that. I'm 6'8", good-looking guy, articulate. I've only been with like 3 women in my entire life. Is that hedonistic?
No. Hedonism isn't always about sexual. It's more about what makes you feel good. It's not necessarily a sex thing.
Pleasure.
It's more. When I say hedonistic, it's more about your rudderless life.
Well, I love God. I love God, and I try to serve.
Okay, well, that's all well and good.
I've suffered.
It doesn't. That is.
Wait. Hold on a second.
Are you a wandering prophet?
Hold on a second. I've had my kids taken away from me. I've been to jail for 12 days for taking a walk with my daughter. I experienced repeated arrests.
Are you playing victim now?
How's that hedonistic?
Okay, well, that's kind of actually the hedonism comes in why you have been in all this hot water.
Because I love my daughter.
No, because you're a constant fuck up and you keep winding up in trouble with the law, can't keep a family.
How was it fucking
that
up?
All sounds mighty hedonistic.
To father to your daughter.
It sounds like Ben has done what Ben wanted to do, to the detriment of people who at some point in time depended on him to be a little bit of a self-sacrifice. That is hedonism.
So I should self-sacrifice by saying my
I
kid
think
that I've
Ben,
committed criminal acts
I
with my
think,
daughter because of
listen, I
I'm
don't
not
give a shit about all the details, Ben. You can spare me the excuses. My point is that the people who depended on you, you have let down because Ben wanted to do what Ben wanted to do when Ben wanted to do it. That is a wanton life in my. That is a wanton lifestyle for the father of a family.
Okay, so would you say the same about
Nope.
Jesus Christ?
I don't get it. You're not. Hey, I've known Jesus, Ben, and you're no Jesus.
No, but I'm not saying I'm Jesus. I'm saying, so you say if anyone has
Jesus and Ben in the same conversation.
Oh my
And
God!
I'm not even offended.
Stanley,
I'm not offended, and I think you might get
I'm
struck.
not saying I'm Jesus Christ. I'm saying you're saying if anyone has.
No, I'm saying I
life,
said what I said. You don't need to steal man.
No, I do, Stanley. I need to.
You
unpack.
don't need to steal
like your
man.
little lavender bag when you got home from that bookstore.
You are leading a rudderless. You
all your makeup
you are
and all
leading
your
a rudderless life. You, as a father, have let down people who depended on you, and I don't take fucking excuses in that matter. It is what it is. It's up to you to do.
So we're not going to have a discussion. So you're just doing your BS.
No, we're not having a discussion. Absolutely not. We're not having a discussion.
Okay, so
do you think you're worth the discussion?
Wait, come on, Stanley. Come on.
Stanley.
Rudderless life, dude. Let down some people.
Well, we're having a discussion.
I don't even know, motherfucker. I don't even like having a discussion with people like you.
Yeah, I know, because you're a bitch.
No, I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch, but I haven't let anybody down type of bitch.
And Ben, that's what I wanted to get to. You kind of have to look at it from Stanley's perspective. He is a man of duty. I think from his point of view, you live a hedonistic lifestyle just because
All right, wait.
Duty.
All right. How many kids do I have? I got 6 kids.
I don't.
Six beautiful kids.
How would I know?
He could barely squeeze one out, and it probably was his wife cheating on the side.
You know what? Obviously, you squeezed out
real bullets.
Stanley's kid is fat.
Stanley's kid is fat.
Hey,
My kids are all beautiful.
You know what? Here's the deal.
Go head to head,
I could afford to give my son food to get fat with. I'm not cooking up fucking macaroni on a dirty cook stove in a broke down van.
Well, why is your kid fat?
Come on, you guys.
All I have to say is bon appetit.
Come on.
Well, because he doesn't have a masculine man in his life.
We don't have to talk about kids, guys. Come on.
Hey, I don't have to.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. He's got to talk about kids, because when I bring up responsibilities and fatherhood, he will be found wanting.
How so?
You'll be wanting a character.
How so?
Hey, I don't need to explain it. You probably know better than I.
Well, but you have to explain it.
I don't have to.
You're saying.
No, Ben, you need to get it through your head, Ben. Stanley doesn't have to explain anything.
Right, I know that's the bitch part. We already know that.
The bitch part. Ain't it a bitch?
So you openly identify as a bitch. All right.
I think the term hedonistic is sometimes it's taken out of context. I think the way that you live, kind of without any real, you live a life where a lot of people could strive to that, where they don't have any, they don't really got to worry about bills and shit. They don't got to worry about the rat race.
I don't.
I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily.
I got the same pressures as everybody else. I got it, whatever. How do you think I'm exempt from that? And to the extent I've made money in real estate, like, how's that? Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, I invested, I worked hard, I built up a business, and I cashed out on it, and now I'm building up another business. That doesn't seem to me like hedonistic.
Yeah, you got a point.
Just because Stanley always had to suck the government dick, and he couldn't be a man and make it on his own, doesn't mean that he he could flex on me.
Yeah, I'm sure you.
Government check.
I'm sure you think you're landing punches there, Benny.
No, I don't. I don't think I am. I know I am.
Yeah. Okay.
What
Otherwise,
makes you think, Stanley?
Why don't we go head to head on YouTube? You know what I'm saying? You could see if you can land the punches or not. You know, we're here.
Ben, what
are you talking about?
Wait, Ben. What makes you think Stanley depended on the government his whole life?
Because he worked for the Navy and he gets his Navy retirement check and Social Security. He lived a very conservative life. He never owned his own business.
I've never done anything else in my life. Then
I bet this guy can't even like fix a knob in his house.
You know what? You know what I can fix though? I can fix any notions in your head that I have respect for you.
Yeah, you are a perfect bitch.
You do know that I have no respect for you, so that part is fixed.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. Fixing.
It's what I'm talking about.
You fix? Can you even turn a screw? Do you know which way to turn it? No.
All I know is how to rhetorically twist a knife in that very fleshy back of yours.
Well, see what the chat says. Do they all agree with you? No.
Do you really think
about
the chat?
You're a joke.
Hey, I'm a joke.
Yeah, and it's funny.
You're the only one.
I don't mind the back and forth.
Have you noticed? You're the only one laughing.
No, I haven't noticed that. What do you take this seriously? Your little like proclamations from your little Queen Tower?
Absolutely, I take it seriously.
Seriously?
See, that's the difference.
Stanley. Nobody gives a fuck.
Yes, it's absolutely true that I take my life seriously. that you don't.
On John Galt's channel,
you don't take your life seriously.
Little bitch
shit didn't take your family's life seriously, and now you are where you are. And
you are where you are behind
a motherfucker significantly better off than you are.
Bitch at some kind of
you can name call all you want, but you're the one who has kids, sons still with their mother, and you can't even fucking go say hi. Can you shake your son's hand?
Well, yeah, I can't, but like they become alienated.
No, I'm not interested. You don't have to make excuses.
I could go.
I'm actually not interested. I just bring up, make a point.
And I'm sure he'd be dying for more.
You know, motherfucker, you're not sure of anything about what he would be doing.
Well, fat guys.
Can you call and ask him what he'd be doing? The answer is no.
Can I call your son?
No, your son. Or did you forget you had one?
Yes, I can.
You haven't seen him in a while, so I can out of sight, out of mind with you, Ben.
I have 4 sons, Stanley.
Oh yeah, and all 4 of them cannot talk with their daddy.
That's not true.
Ben,
you know what? I don't know whether it's true or not. I just made the comment.
Well, you just said something not true.
Oh, I just said it. And as far as I know,
all 4 of them can talk to me. Yes.
As far as I know,
I'm correct. Do you think your sons would be better off with you or their mother?
Definitely me.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't really think that this, you know what they do in these court situations? They make you fight over the kids.
Wait, you had to go to court over your children?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. You live a rough life.
Yeah. When you're a real man, like people like attack.
Yeah, when you're a real man, you go to court so they can tell you what to do with your kids. That's what real men do.
They're gonna want your lavender bag, your little leather lavender bag with your makeup.
You know what? Conservatives said something about the government interfering with families, and you've had the government knee deep in your family life.
Yeah, because of bitches like you.
They told you what to do with your family. Who goes where? Who stays with whom? Who pays what?
Right. That's terrible.
I haven't had the government involved in my family since I haven't had the government involved in my family since my son. I got a Social Security number.
Is that
Right.
true? Or is,
Suck
are
the
they just
government
trolling?
dick. You suck the government dick.
Hey,
is this true?
fuck the government, dick, but you know what? If they're paying me, they're paying me, but they didn't tell
Right.
me
You a
what to
hoe.
do.
You a hoe.
They
You
did
bend over
not.
to the government. I get you.
They didn't tell me which son
The
lived with
government is
me.
your daddy. That's
Never
right. The government is
decided.
your daddy.
We never
In every way.
decided.
In every way, the government is your daddy. Pays your bills,
They
provides for you,
never.
gives you a
Government
place.
never told
Suck,
me.
suck government dick your entire life. Yes.
Government didn't decide where my kids slept.
Right, because you're not a man, so the government
No, the government got knee deep up your ass and told you where your kids could go.
That's right. That's right.
Big government at work in Ben Thorpe's life.
Right.
I know why you're better now.
That's right. And they
You
should
should
do
be
that.
mad as hell at the government.
Right, I am.
Oh, I bet you are.
I bet I am.
That government cigarette in your mouth.
That's a government cigarette. What the fuck does that mean? What's a government cigarette, nigga?
You got
What's a government cigarette?
It's like government cheese. It's government cheese. Craft cigarettes.
Government cigarette. Everything in your house is a government thing in your house. Every dime you've ever made in your life is a government dime you made in your life.
And you know what?
100%
You
true.
know what? They didn't tell me where to spend it.
Right, but it's from the government.
They took your privately earned money and decided who got it.
They didn't take a dime. No, they didn't take a dime. I didn't play their game. They didn't take a dime.
Oh, you didn't support your family?
They didn't take a dime.
Okay, I get it now. They couldn't make you support your family.
That's right. I'm a true nigga. I don't go to no.
You know what? You are a truer nigga than I am.
That's right. Yeah, you're a white boy. You're a white boy. That's right.
You know,
you bend over every time daddy government wants anything from you. Bend right over. No, you gotta lube. It's already lubed up. That's right. You're not a man.
I'm gonna look down my nose like
nigga,
a
I'm
real
here trying to be man.
nigga.
I don't give a fuck what the government says. That's right.
That's what I wanted to kind of get to. Not in those words though, but do you think Stanley actually maybe he benefits from white privilege a little bit?
Oh, absolutely. Why do you think he got a government job? You don't think it had anything to do with skin color?
Nope.
Yeah. Dream on, brother. Dream on. You don't think the military has the DEI policy?
All I have to say, I know what it takes to make you feel better. No. Someone with my skin color out fucking performs your dumb ass. I love seeing a white man on his back.
That could be true,
You
but
you are Vivek Ramaswamy's wet dream right now.
The policies of the military.
You know what? Yeah. Vivek was right, and I'm looking at him now.
Everybody knows that, Stanley. It's the #1 DEI.
That's right. You are the poster boy for the mediocre white male.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, of course you don't.
I told you I'm a true nigga. That's what I'm the poster.
A Negro just used
for
the
a
term
bitch ass white boy.
that Mr. White Man from William and Mary doesn't even know what it means. Sad.
I don't know. I just sense. I know what the word
Isn't William and Mary a good school? Did you attend class a lot?
Did I attend class? Sure.
Did you finish William and Mary?
Yeah, I finished before 4 years. I couldn't even drink a beer and I was done with college.
I don't give a shit about what beer you drank. That's irrelevant.
I didn't respond to
so
what
you
beer I
as
drank.
a
You
white
asked me if I
man
finished.
graduated from a fairly decent college, and you made nothing of yourself.
Well, Stanley, I can talk about my career. I made like millions.
I don't give a fuck about your career. I'm looking at
incredibly popular restaurant.
I'm looking at you. Can you even
I worked a 2-decade career as a high school teacher. I didn't take a job where I had the benefit of my color.
What happens if you work outside?
20 years and then retire.
I'm curious to know, do you even have shoes to put on?
With a purple lavender bag.
Is the one in your van?
What's that?
I'm assuming you're in the van, right?
I'm in my van. Yeah, that's right.
Is it warm?
It's beautiful. Yeah. I
Is
got
it
a
really?
Mercedes-Benz $140,000
Is it
van.
engine
How's
running?
that a flex?
Hey,
And the government didn't pay for it. I paid for it from making
you
money in
didn't
real
pay
estate.
140. Was the van new when you bought it?
No.
Then you didn't pay 140,000.
Right. Only a dumb black person
Okay,
paid
it was
full price for anything
given to
and
you.
brag
It
about
was
paying
given
full
to you,
price.
wasn't it?
Yeah. The white man knows how to cut a good deal, and I got a hell
Speaking
of
of
it.
turning screws, were
That's
you
how I
able-
made my money.
Did you fix
That's
that?
how I made my money. Not begging from the white man.
fix-
Oh, massa,
Speaking of turning screws,
give me
Ben,
some monies.
did you turn a screw to fix your toilet?
Yes.
You didn't turn a screw, did you?
Stanley, you know how I made my money?
That
Hey,
you had
whoa.
to
Stanley, you
somebody.
know how I made my money in real estate? I took
Don't
old
give a
houses.
shit. I don't think you made any
No,
money.
Stanley.
No,
You know
don't
how I made my money in real
lie.
estate? I took old houses. I fixed them up.
If you
Gonna
made
talk over
money
me.
in real estate,
Stanley, you're losing
you
it.
didn't spend it on your kids.
Okay.
You
Stanley,
spent it all on yourself, didn't you? You spent all that money on yourself. Where are your kids? They're still living with mommy, some of them, and the other is leading a rudderless life with her daddy.
Well, in your mind, that is. But I want to tell you how I made money.
Hey, I watch your show every now and again.
How to make money in real estate. I learned how to do plumbing.
Hey, wait, hold it. I don't give a fuck about real estate. Why are you telling me?
I know you don't. Because
no, I don't give one. I don't give a
all day, every day, for decades. All right.
Hey, I'm not interested in your insights on real estate. Don't waste your breath.
I learned how to do. I learned how to do electrical. I learned how to do heating systems. I learned how to do carpentry. I learned how to do painting.
Your real estate.
Because you don't know how to do any of that shit.
No, I don't. I don't want to know. Don't need to know.
Right, because you suck.
I don't need Ben's knowledge.
And if the government check was cut off,
Ben's knowledge.
If the government check was cut off,
is useful.
If the government check was cut off from you, you'd be dead.
If the government,
you don't know how to do anything unless
you're absolutely right.
Man, Uncle Sam.
Absolutely right. But guess what?
You don't know how to do anything.
Guess what?
You're on the plantation just as much.
If you keep
your ancestors,
it's if
keep your hand out. That's right.
If.
Wait. Is this true? Is this true? Ben, can you read this message from I don't know who this is. You know you get a lot of trolls, so I don't know what's true or not.
No,
Ben got the houses from his dad to do it. No, I bought I bought 2 houses from my dad and I purchased a 3rd house, but I took those houses and I renovated them from the floor to the ceiling. And I turned them into Airbnbs. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Pseudo-intellectual palaver? Really, Momo? Hey, Momo, how does zebra get its stripes? That'll keep him busy for the afternoon.
Nailed it, Stan.
To be fair,
he
that
knows
is
what
true.
I'm talking about.
I'm not saying I didn't leg up from my dad having real estate and starting me on the career.
We're going to talk real estate anyway, aren't we?
That's true.
No. I'm just saying if he thinks you got something from daddy government, you got something too, Ben.
He got something from daddy.
This whole argument's dumb anyway. Like, let's go. No, I could go back to the bear argument with lasagna. It'd be like a bear didn't care. Bear doesn't have society like humans do. Human has a leg up. Oh, you suck on daddy teat because you have civilization. You got farmers giving you corn. So what's the point? We can go around this in circles. A bear can fuck your daughter and it'll be over. It'll be like the bear won. That's why we always go back to the bear argument. Who are the people afraid of getting raped from? The human or the bear? Just like this is all fucking sophistry, man.
No, I think it's actually really important because...
No, it's sophistry, bro. This is a wank off, man. It doesn't matter. Anybody could say they had a leg up due to something in human society. This is like, who gives a fuck?
No, but I...
Boring! This is why I don't pay! This is content! This is fucking pathetic!
I think there's
a big bro. We don't got time for this
big
shit.
difference between people who see their daddy as the government and people who see their father.
Oh man, whatever.
I think that's the basic.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're just abstracting. You're abstracting it.
because
It is abstracting. This doesn't matter. This is why we had a whole fucking argument on Saturday with this guy complaining Anglo-Saxon culture made people weak. And then at the end of the argument, it came back to daddy mommy shit. This is like, exactly. You're abstracting societies to like daddy mommy shit. Daddy mommy shit. It's always daddy mommy. It's psychological. It doesn't matter. I could abstract it even further and say none of this matters. None of this matters. Do you want to fuck or you don't want to fuck? We could just abstract to the point where, like, how many genes have you spread? How much of your DNA got across, like, who cares, man?
I don't think you know what the term abstraction means, but like
I don't think you do. Bye. I'm done. I'm fucking tired, bro.
Yeah.
I'm fucking tired of this shit. Man, God, man. I listened to that whole shit while trading stocks. I'm fucking bored, bro. It's like, I'm here to like get some like fucking can we get some pillow talk now? Anyway, if you want to continue on, I'll
that was crazy.
You know,
obviously
I think
daddy issues big time.
Oh, we heard that. Grace is there. Did you hear that? Oh, Grace is there. We do it.
Well, yeah, no. Where would Grace be?
Yeah, but I mean that's more entertaining. This is where the money comes in. Money flows in through that. This sophistry is boring as fuck.
I think I think the thing with Ben and Stanley is they're almost like they're really like polar opposites. And I think that's the interesting thing about
that's why he wants him on the show. Yeah, because they would make a great duo.
I don't think we're polar opposites. Like, I do think there is differences. Yeah, he's an uptight bitch, and I'm like a masculine man. So it's interesting.
Yeah, you're smoking cigarettes like a masculine man.
Yeah. You don't think it's masculine?
You're smoking cigarettes like you're in an Ingmar Bergman movie. You had
to bring up Ingmar Bergman, and we're gonna go Seventh Seal, man. Let's do that because we're gonna read the book. So we're gonna read your book, your mom's book, Ben, later today. We're gonna do double header. Yeah.
Her book is all about how like she's a victim of everything, and that,
I'll bet.
Life is like terrifying. And it's interesting.
Yeah, because we have a psychologist here that can do it because he grew up in Minnesota. He knows the whole like Nordic mindset. Yeah, it's gonna be Seventh Seal.
Yeah. That's interesting.
So that's where his point of view will be really good.
Yeah. I only know Scandinavian culture from my own family, and it's crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But Scandinavians are the only people that really there's no like slurs. Like what do you call it?
Yeah, if you got to eat lutefisk all the time, yeah, definitely, I'll go crazy. Fucking shit,
the food
man.
Is awful. The food is awful.
Yeah, Danish food is probably the worst I've heard. I haven't tried it. I mean, I like IKEA meatballs, I guess. And I went to Iceland one time. Their seafood's pretty good, but yeah, I think probably maybe whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, you can trace it back to Protestantism and things like that. It's like Germanic culture. It's like white,
right,
culture. Very fatty. But you can understand back in the day before there was heating and stuff. Like you had to like, hold up on calories because you're freezing away.
Oh yeah, and dry and insulting fish too, right?
Yeah.
You gotta save the protein. Yeah.
And you didn't have fresh fruits and vegetables either.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Can't really grow there, so it is a weird culture. Some people are big into Scandinavian food. Scandinavian.
I think it's all right. Yeah.
Scandinavian furniture is like super popular. But I don't think Scandinavian. A lot of people see Scandinavian on the right wing see Scandinavian culture as an ideal because they're ethno states. No black, no Jews, and there's no crime. And but I always tell these people, go to Norway if you want to. It's boring without the black.
Yeah.
But all the trains time and everybody. You know, there's very little crime, so people see it as ideal. But I don't know why people.
I think nowadays they don't like it anymore because it's too high trust. So then they let a lot of immigrants in. They think like they'll behave like them, and this is where they get taken advantage of.
They don't allow any immigrants. Sweden allowed a lot of Somalians in, and they regretted
Sweden,
it.
yeah.
Norway is like, no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, ain't taking none of them in here because they have like no fly zones now, or like the cops won't go in certain neighborhoods, which have become Somalia and
Yeah.
Hungary. Because that mixture, Somalians are like the scumbags of Africa. They're like,
Where's Duale?
you know what I mean? Well, they live in a.
we have a Somali Ben from Germany.
Oh, yeah.
He could comment on this if he was here. Duale, where are you?
Out of government, so you got to make it. You got to scrap. So if you got to be a pirate, you got to run whatever. Because I worked with Ethiopians for years at an Ethiopian restaurant. They were always like, man, these Somalis, man, they are shysters. But they also know how to work the system, and I give them credit for that. I had a dude. I had a dude to work for me.
Is it true in Norway too that the suicide rate is pretty high out there?
Mental
Probably because of it's probably because of Arctic Circle though. They don't get much sun. Yeah.
Super high. Yeah, they can't keep the population up. You would think a country with low crime, filled with like Aryan gods and goddesses, would be booming out kids, but they don't. They kill themselves. If you want to go where people don't do all the opposite, you go to Africa. They love kids. They love reproducing, and yet they don't have all the money and all. You know what I mean? Like, so it's interesting. I don't buy into the white supremacist idea, but a lot of people who do, they point to Norway and they go, "Look, without the blacks and the Jews, it's an ideal society." But it isn't. It's boring.
Yeah, and there's a lot of guys killing themselves, so there's got to be something to it.
Yeah, you don't have blacks
so
killing,
ideal.
but like end up killing yourself, right? And all the women are hoes, but they don't reproduce. They just have abortion. You know what I mean? Like, so they have the highest. They have the highest rates of, what do you call it when you have a lot of sex? What's that called? They're the most promiscuous. They're the most promiscuous people in the world, but they are also the least reproductive people in the world. Which I think, I mean that tells you something.
Yeah, you think they have a culture of kind of a hedonistic culture? That's probably the issue.
I do think that's true. Yeah, you get because I think that like other ethnicities, like they keep you on your toes. You know what I mean? They keep you having to stay strong. And if you're with all your own people and you've got, like, Norway discovered oil in the North Sea, so it's got this fat kind of. They're almost like an Arab country, but white. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever seen anything that you've ever bought that's made in Norway? No, maybe a can of sardines, because they make all their money on oil. But
sardines.
It makes you lazy and complacent, and so that's why I'm like, yeah, there's ups and downs to mixing ethnicities, but overall, I like it. I like America. I like the mix. And
the thing about modern society, I think when you have a modern society, you can't be one race. I think that only works if you have like a kind of a tribal society. Then you can have one race. But once you get into the modern society, you got to introduce different races of people to balance it all out.
I think it's good.
You see it with these majority like white nations and the majority Asian, China China.
They're dying out. They're dying out. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's about time. They gotta start importing other groups of people.
That's right. Yeah. I want to take. I want to take a bunch of black people over to Japan to run like a kind of Genghis Khan on them, because they don't want to look so chinky. You know what I mean? So if we run like a kind of Genghis Khan on the whole country, they'll produce all these interesting kids.
Stanley, you are
fascinated with blacks. Asians are fascinated with blacks.
Stanley, you want to take Ben up on his offer, man? Me and you go over to Japan and
you have to involve me in this venture.
I mean, we're trying to save the world, Stanley. You don't want to be a part of that?
Let me put it to you this way: this group saving the world. That's the concept.
Yeah, it
is. Ben might be onto something, man. Stanley.
Ben has been on to something for what, 50-some years?
Come on.
Somewhere around there.
I think it's a great idea, man. Honestly.
Yeah, because blacks don't want to look so black. Asians don't want to look so Asian. So if you mix it up a little, everybody wins. You don't have to do all the surgery. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's an interesting
Well,
point of view.
this is cool. Hippie euthanasia.
That's not euthanasia. Reproduction is the opposite of euthanasia.
Oh, what did I say? I'm sorry. Hippie. What is the word I'm looking for?
Eugenics.
Yeah, hippie eugenics. My bad.
Yeah, but it's voluntary. It's free. It's fun. You know, you guys don't think we're doing eugenics in the United States? We're trying to encourage black people to have abortions.
Okay, every time two kids get together and produce, they're doing eugenics.
No, when they have an abortion, they're doing eugenics.
No, I think sometimes women know how they want their kids to look.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Obviously, yeah. It's like natural that you are attracted to healthy members of the opposite sex because you want to have your kids be beautiful or smart or whatever qualities that other person has. Yeah, that's.
Why do you think, hey Ben? Why do you think that these countries with really low birth rates? Why haven't they kind of adopted that idea to import, people to reproduce?
Because I think what comes with it is like a higher crime rate. It's like I want things the way they are because it works for me. And I don't know, why do people move? I grew up in suburbs, and in a certain sense, the suburbs are like what everybody wants: low crime rate, everybody's white, you don't have the crime of the city. That's why everybody moved to the suburbs, right? But I hated the suburbs. So, but a lot of people like the suburbs. They like to live in their own, like, isolated, safe, boring existence, eating same shit every day. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's more fun to, I lived in cities. I raised my kids in a city, and I thought it was good for them, to encounter other people. But most white folks were like, no. I mean, all the people I went to college with, they lived in the suburb. All the people I went to high school with, you know what I mean? It's a thing.
So you think these people would rather die out before they become like nigger lovers? They'd rather die out before that.
Yeah, I think some people are like that. Yeah. They don't
Jesus Christ.
Like a lot of people, and black and white, like they wouldn't want their kids to like marry someone from another race. And I actually understand why you wouldn't want to, because like there are problems with mixing cultures and things like that, especially if the religion is different. But it's also got a lot of benefits to it. You know what I mean? So I think this idea, like I'm Norwegian, right? I'm 3/4 Norwegian. Like I'm almost as pure blood, like white person as you can be. But that was all a mix way back in the day. I came from somewhere in Asia originally, you know what I mean? And there was a lot of mixture. And the mixture gives you a certain vitality. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at dogs, the least healthy dogs are the purebreds, because they're all kind of bottlenecked. You know what I mean? And whatever weird thing you bred into them can get funky. The healthiest dogs are the mixed breed dogs. And, I think we got to get over this, like, I think it's natural that you want to like be with people who look like you. And there's nothing wrong with that, and share your culture. But I think there's also, especially sexually, a desire for the otherness of the other. Like I find Indian women beautiful. I find Arab women beautiful. And I find like light-skinned black women very attractive, as well as whites. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of with you on that too. I do think Arab and Indian women are pretty hot, man. Honestly.
Yeah, you might have problems if like your culture is too different. You know what I mean? Like if, but I think the mixture is good. I think I like the Hispanic people. I'm Catholic. They're Catholic. They're family people. They're hardworking. And I know there's a big thing among blacks, like that when the Hispanics get there, they start competing with blacks in the cities for job, and they often outcompete them. And I understand that. I understand complaining about that, but I also think like, well, pick up your game. Maybe the competition will drive you to excellence. You know what I mean? If you don't,
that's something you and Stanley actually agree on. He doesn't believe that blacks should be competing with you know, migrants and shit. And I kind of feel the same thing.
Now whites have a new standard they need to pick up to.
Yeah.
Now
HB1 visa bringing all the Asians over to compete.
Oh yeah, and whites and Asians are smarter than whites, and whites are lazy. They need to pick up their game and
I agree.
compete with the
Competition,
Asians.
generally speaking, competition is good, but I do think too much immigration all at once. I know a lot of immigrants I work with.
Well, they're not keeping up with the Asian Americans.
Oh yeah, no, Asians are doing well, and you know they work hard. I stay at a lot of shitty motels, and a lot of them are run by, they call them Patels, you know, Indians. They're scrapping. They are scrapping.
Asians are doing better than that. They're running your tech companies.
Yeah. But a lot of the lower, the ones who don't have the education are running motels and stuff. Just like the Chinese when they come over, they
Okay, well, hold on. Is that who you're competing with? You're competing with the hotel people? Is that the best white people can do?
In some sense, whites are competing with, obviously you have the first generation people without the education. Then they send their kids, they're into education, they get their kids good education, and then they compete with like the high tier.
I'm talking about white elites who run away from Asians because their kids can't compete.
But you know, Asians have white kids still. Like I worked in a school in which we had a huge influx of Asians, and the thing about Asians is like they're very successful, but they're not very innovative. They're not very creative, and like they always operate within a kind of hive mind. So I do think whites still have an edge in terms of innovation because it's cultural.
I don't know. Vivek says y'all are lazy.
Yeah, I mean, you can't portray a whole
worship mediocrity, and you know, present company not accepted. I can't help but agree with it.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Ben Vivek saying it. You know, when he first said it, maybe you got to bring up the specific tweet, Stanley, so we can get Ben's opinion on it, because you know, when he first said it, I was a little offended, but the more I sat and thought about it, you know, he's kind of right.
Or was it just about like Americans needing to compete with immigrants?
Basically, he said
no. He said Americans worship mediocrity, and I thought he was kind, including all Americans, but I think he was talking about white people specifically. And someone last night said that, hey, America can't survive if white people and black people don't get together. But I'm like the opposite. I think this is a white Asian fight. Blacks should just sit on the sidelines and eat.
You know, I mean, I went through the American school system. I do think it's like it does breed mediocrity. It makes zombies out of kids, and I think we got to up our game and be more creative. So I agree with those impetuses. But black schools are not.
Okay, well, we weren't talking black schools. We're talking whites and Asians. I know you want to see. That's the other observation I have. As long as black people are involved and whites can feel superior, you know, they're pretty happy. But when you take blacks out of the equation, just like Vivek did, or I did for Vivek, this is a white Asian thing. Y'all need to go and try and work to be as good as Asians, and then take your creativity with you. You know, I don't think you have to be exactly like Asians, but your math scores could use some improvement.
Yeah, no, I actually think Asians do well, and I don't think we should be competing with them.
Oh my God!
I think whites should do what whites do well.
Yeah. Whites should do what whites do best, and that's white flight, away from trouble, away from challenges.
No, Stanley, who do you think built the house that you're living in right now? White
Just
people.
like they did
White
at John
people
Street,
built the country
down in Georgia. They ran away from the Asians because the Asians were outperforming Brad and Karen.
Stanley,
hey, Craig, did you tell Ben about the book yet?
Country. Who built the
Yeah,
country?
he already knows. Somebody told him.
Oh, okay.
He might be able to read it with us, or maybe give some context to it.
Nah, I don't want. Nah, I don't want Ben to input. He's gonna be like, no, that's wrong. No, that's this. It's gonna be contradictory. If anything, he should give input after we read it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ben, you want to do a reaction video after we do our reading? So once we got the psychologist on here trying to analyze your mom, we can do a commentary on it. That's free content.
Yeah.
You want to do that? We can do a back and forth, and then we can have a discussion at the end.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, that'll be
Speaking
good.
of, did Universal give a date yet? Is it still today?
I thought it was today. That's why I'm up here, man.
He said Monday.
It's a boring read. I mean, her life's interesting, but it's a boring read.
Yeah, I will second that. That crap is lame. I already got done with the book last week. It was kind of
It's an academic book. What do you think, man?
Yeah.
No, it's not academic.
Well, this is what it is. Yeah, but that's how social science academic shit ends up anyway. So
I consider it academic because it's a good case study. If anything, we're getting more out of it than your mom did making it, according to reviews anyway.
Yeah. This is how the social sciences do it. They publish a ton of retarded books, make you pay to read those books when you go to their classes, and that's how it works. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you include history is it's a legit intellectual endeavor.
Yeah, history I like. Yeah, I'm talking about more like sociology, anthropology, something like that. Where sometimes it goes off the rails.
Yeah.
I think there are some legit academic stuff that goes on, but a lot of it's bullshit. Women's studies, black studies, it's usually just crying about your experience or something like that.
Yeah.
Their classes, you know what I mean? It's a cakewalk, but it doesn't prepare you for anything. So I do think that people are idiots to take those classes, you know. What is a black studies degree going to get you?
More black studies degrees.
With a 40-year life being a nightmare. Yeah. She was wound up. My mother was wound up.
I think it does make you feel like an expert on it. That's probably the only thing.
Yeah, it's a circle.
But don't you think most black studies professors and stuff are full of shit? Most black people don't actually find that their experiences match up, because I think in some sense black studies people are trying to act white. You know what I mean? Like all the lesbianism, it doesn't really resound with normal black people. Tyler Perry movies, they resound with black people because that's real, but this sanitized Marxist stuff doesn't really resound with black people.
You just say Tyler Perry movies are real.
Tyler Perry movie, is it Tyler Perry the guy? Medea? Yeah. I mean, I do think Tyler Perry movies are real. There's a Medea type character that I think every black person knows about, someone like that. But white people won't make a character who's black like that because they'll see it as racist. You know what I'm saying? They're afraid to say there are, these kind of grandmother figures, these black grandmother figures who are both lovable and crazy. Instead, you get this sanitized version where all black people are superheroes and perfect and morally superior. You know what I mean? And black people don't go see those movies. It's a weird thing. 12 Years a Slave. I don't think that really resounds with black people that much.
Did you watch that movie, Ben? 12
I
Years a
didn't.
Slave?
I don't watch those. I don't watch those because I think they're they're propaganda. They're not really movies that are interesting. I'd rather watch a Tyler Perry movie, which those are kind of shitty in a certain way, but I'd rather watch that than watch these sanitized anti-racist movies. I just don't think they're very real.
Yeah, what I will say about Tyler Perry movies, as opposed to that 12 Years a Slave shit, those type of movies, I think you will learn a lot more about the modern black culture from Tyler Perry than what you will from a 12 Years a Slave movie. That
right.
is a whole different time. Most black people don't have that mentality of like a slave mentality for the most part.
Yeah, and I think they exaggerate how oppressive slavery was. I'm sure there were slaves. I'm sure there were slaves, like there were black workers who drove their masters crazy, and the masters were like really very generous towards them. And I'm sure there were also cruel white masters too. But I don't think every black slave was like this, had this like horrendous like existence. I'm sure a lot of them had a good time and fucked around, and you know what I mean. Like, you know what I mean. The part I don't understand about it is like, a lot of white people had a black mammy in their house raising their kids. If it was so oppressive and everybody was getting raped and tortured, like how would that happen? The Aunt Jemima type figure who loved her white family, wouldn't leave them for, you know what I mean? It was more complicated than just this like oppressed shit.
Well, I think a lot of it had to do with the black man, not so much the black woman.
That's true. I think that is true. Yep.
Yeah, I think a lot of white people feel comfortable around black women, but the black man, that's where.
That's true. That's true. And I would use as a parallel, the history of the Irish, right? So they were oppressed by the English, undoubtedly. You could argue that it was worse than slavery because there was a lot more killing that went on. But Irish men have the same problems as black men of feeling insecure, having to be tough guys, never feeling, you know what I mean, like real men. And I think that comes from centuries of oppression. And I do think that is a legacy of slavery. But I do think it's counterproductive to play into it. You know what I mean? Because the whole like black motherfucker trope is like, to be a real black man is to be a gangster, is to be hard, to be tough, to be a criminal. And I just think that everybody knows that's counterproductive. You can't stay on the outside and also expect to succeed.
Yeah. I 100% agree with that. What do you think about that, Stanley? You still there? Stanley? Crack?
Yeah, think about what? No, I heard some talk about American history or slavery or something.
We were talking about the thing that came out of the 60s is the black motherfucker, like the hard black man, the angry black man being like the real black man, and whether that's like a good idea for black culture to promote that.
Well, I'm not talking black culture with a racist.
Oh.
Well, what do you mean?
That's what Stanley thinks.
How am I racist? I'm not racist against white men.
I'm not going to waste my time. We've had these conversations before, Ben. I'm not going to waste my time.
Well, I mean, you mean by a racist someone who thinks the races are slightly different, which everybody knows is true.
Ben, I didn't know you were a racist, Ben. How long you been a racist for? I'm just finding.
How am I a racist?
I just found out from Stanley right now. I didn't even know you were racist.
Well, like some people would say you're a racist if you say that, like, say maybe like average black intelligence is slightly lower than average white intelligence, which is slightly lower than average Asian intelligence. I would say, yeah, I mean that everybody knows that's basically true.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of smart black people. There are a lot of dumb Asians, but like I would say overall, there's probably a little bit of a difference there. If that makes me a racist, to me, that's as obvious as like white people have lighter skin than black people. To me, it's not a putting someone down thing, because I don't think intelligence is necessarily a good thing.
Yeah. Nah, I think it sometimes, a lot of times it could work against you.
Yeah, a lot of intelligent people, they get too abstract. You know what I mean? They get too like disconnected. A lot of times they become atheists. They get lost in their head. You know what I mean? Lower intelligence people tend to be more grounded, more real, better sense of humor, more, that kind of thing. But I would say this you might say is a racist point. But that black motherfucker thing. Before that, prior to that, you had this like image of blacks, like you see it with Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben and like Louis Armstrong, this idea of like black people being friendly, having a big smile, you know, that kind of thing. I think blacks should like appropriate that kind of image because I don't think that's racist. I don't see why the idea of like Aunt Jemima like serving up great pancakes that are delicious is racist. Like I don't see why that's not black. You know what I mean? Or Uncle Ben is like great
Just as an aside, the level of this intellectual conversation is I don't understand why Aunt Jemima's racist. Hence my hesitation to talk seriously with this racist.
I don't see why Jemima is racist. Yeah.
You think he's racist because he likes Aunt Jemima? You know, Stanley,
I think it's a positive in black folks. I don't think it's racist.
Yeah, I know you want to have fun with this, HB. Like I said, I've had this conversation multiple times with Ben. I'm not going to waste my time repeating.
Oh, what about Uncle Ben? Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben.
The only comment we'll make is an elevated conversation about race should not involve Aunt Jemima necessarily.
Well, Stanley, I thought the whole point of Aunt Jemima was to appeal to people like Ben. You know, they feel more comfortable with a fat black mammy that's always smiling. That was kind of the point.
That's right.
Well, I actually think if we have to talk race, the conversation du jour is Asians and white people. You know, that Aunt Jemima stuff, it's been floating around for years now. It's kind of old hat. I want to talk about how white men need to figure out how to up their game. And
but why? Why do they have to up their game?
They not disappoint Vivek Ramaswamy. He might be president one day.
I don't think white men generally resent Asian men for having more money.
They resent. I say they need to work up to that standard.
Why? Why?
No, yeah, why? I'm white.
You know,
well, why? I don't think whites are spending a lot of time. Like,
you will soon find out why.
Stanley, I think subconsciously, as long as it's not black people, I don't think most white men really care that the Asian or the Indian is going to be their new overlord. As long as it's not black guys.
What replacement theory isn't something that gets talked about a lot, HB. Sure, white men don't really care. Replacement theory, that's the
I don't think a lot of
they only care if it's black people. That's
you know what? Point. I had no idea you had such an insight into white men, HB.
Well, I know what their true motivation is. They don't care about the Asian and the Indian, unfortunately.
Okay, well, you know what? You, like Thomas Sowell, are a spokesman for white people, an ambassador, if you will, to the black community. And we appreciate you.
Can I tell you what? Can I tell you what my theory is on that? HB? Why? Because it's absolutely demonstrably true that Asians and especially like Indians make way more money than white people on average, but there's really very little resentment, and that's because culturally, like white men are much more confident. Like, they're more attractive, more funny, they're more charismatic.
There's no resentment because your rank and file white man doesn't know. It's kept secret, just like the H-1B visa stuff. It doesn't come out until
no. You're wrong about that. In the suburbs,
no, actually, I'm not wrong, Ben. You are.
There's a big no.
Ben.
Let's not. In wealthy suburbs,
there's no
successful white men. Successful white people see it.
Not talked about a lot.
Successful white people see an influx in wealthy suburbs.
Successful white people
of Asians and Indian families moving into those suburbs.
Yeah. You don't have an elite perspective on this. I understand you might have an opinion, but it's not one I'm interested in knowing.
I do have an elite perspective. I come from a wealthy New England family.
I don't believe you.
Okay.
I mean, his mom wrote a book, Stanley. I think. I mean, she's pretty elite, right? Right?
I mean, my dad was an architect. That's
well, then you're well, all I have to say is, you know, from what I am witnessing, here of late and what I know of you, it's hard for me to believe that you came up in any way, shape, or form elite.
Well, but you said I can marry, so like that's an elite school, and I got a master's.
Well,
degree.
anybody can get into William and Mary. William and Mary isn't some like super elite school.
It's an elite school, especially
I'm afraid by William and Mary's a good school. I'll give you that.
And then I got a master's degree at Boston College, which is an elite school.
That is an elite school. That is an elite school.
You're not gonna be able to say it's not Harvard, but it's like right there. Plus, like I had 4 uncles who went to private schools for high school, and they all went to University of Pennsylvania.
You don't need to explain yourself to me.
So, and they lived in Newport in a mansion. I mean, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
But you don't.
I come from, on one side of my family, a wealthy.
Okay, I can tell you right now.
Direct lineal descendant of the governor of Virginia.
Calm down. It's okay.
Well, I'm just telling you. You say
it does not matter.
Well, that would convince you.
I am not elite. It doesn't matter if I don't believe you.
Ben, why else do you think that white men for the most part, or white society for the most part, besides this H1, because I feel like this H1B visa thing, it's kind of like the thing that's kind of, it's like what's kind of sounded the alarm with a lot of quote unquote white conservatives.
Yeah. I think
this is like the first time where they've kind of acknowledged their new overlords. Why?
Right.
Why do you?
Because they didn't care about the Mexicans because they were just competing with blacks for low-end jobs that whites don't want to do anyway, and making the money off the cheap labor. But yeah, the H-1B. I mean, I get the resentment in to some degree that you send your white kid to college, he gets a computer science degree, he's got a lot of debt to pay, and these guys just get flown in from India, and you know what I mean. It's a lot easier. It's tough to put like Americans in that position where they should have to compete with cheap labor. I get the resentment, but I just don't really think it's that big a deal. I don't think there's going to be a race war or anything like that, because I think white men are confident that they are. I actually think the main thing is that white men think they're attractive to women, and so they're satisfied. Like they pull pussy.
That is a good. I didn't even think about that. That is a good point.
Because no white man in the world thinks an Asian, no offense, get cracked. An Asian dude's gonna spin and take his bitch. No way.
I mean, you never
Wait,
know.
what's that?
You never know.
Oh, Gary's up here again?
Yeah,
what's up, Gary?
I wanted to ask you, what time is the book reading supposed to be today?
No, I don't know what the heck was that?
Money is a
stupid lunch timer. What time is the book reading?
No, I don't know, Gary. I have no clue, man.
All right, okay, I'll email Portia about it. But all right.
So this
I don't think white men are insecure. I actually don't think black men are insecure in that area either. I don't think black men are super insecure about their attractiveness and charisma. But I do think they suffer from like the economics. And I think especially this thing, like I gotta be ghetto, I gotta be true black, true nigga, I gotta be like counter antisocial. Like I think that's self-fulfilling prophecy. It creates this dysfunctionality that I think is really hard on black men, because black women don't respect it, but white women generally don't either. But white men get a lot of respect cross-culturally.
So you think if like a bunch of white women started dating Indian and Asian guys, you'd see there'd be much more of an uproar.
I think so. I think you find a lot of respect. Yeah, if we start pulling our women,
But just kind of like, taking the CEO jobs and kind of taking over the power structure. They don't really care as much about that as it is the pussy market.
I think white men respect the fact that like Asians and Indians work hard. You know what I mean? And so like, I don't think there's as much of a victim culture unless you get into the Jews. When you start talking about the Jews, you find a lot of white resentment. A lot of white.
Yeah.
But not really towards, not really towards Asians. And Asians don't play into it. They largely sidestep when they try to do this thing of people of color. to try to say like, yeah, let's get together with the Asians and the blacks and everybody against the white man. Asians basically were like, nah, we're not doing that. Nope.
Yeah.
Because remember a couple of years ago, they were like, oh, there's all these anti-Asian crimes. Asians are victims of hate crimes. But it was the blacks that were hitting them in the city. It wasn't whites. I think there have been so few racial incidents between Asians and whites that it's like you almost can't find them.
Yeah.
But blacks in cities present the Asians who come in and open up a market or like get cracked, right? You open up like a black beauty supply company, and the blacks resent that because the Asians are making the money off like black products. You know what I mean? And I think they should just outcompete them, but like there is that victim culture more. I think if whites are doing their thing and blacks and Asians do a better job, I think you respect them. Like I think we respect Toyota, Honda. They make a good product. It's hard to claim to be a victim of people who just do something better than us.
Yeah. That's why I never really got the animosity that whites had against the Jew.
Well, the thing with the Jews is different because the idea is that the Jews don't play by the rules. You know what I mean?
Well, they don't. But I mean, you could say that. I mean, the white man that doesn't really play by the rules either, though.
That's true.
I think the Jew,
that is true.
I think the Jew is just better at it. That's what the
That's
animosity.
True. I actually think you're right.
Like I just
because I think in business a lot of it is smoke and mirrors and manipulation and all that shit. And if somebody does it better than you, like look at us, we're in the I would say we're in the entertainment industry, and a lot of people resent the Jews because they were sleazy in the way they did it, but like they created Hollywood. It was not whites that created Hollywood. And
I think the biggest thing, Ben, honestly, is lack of.
They did a lot of sleazy stuff, like exploited a lot of women and blacks too. They exploited blacks, but you know, it's that's why I'm not that sympathetic with Kanye. You're a billionaire because of Jews, and then you turn and say you're exploited on them. I mean, you became a billionaire by rhyming. You know what I mean? Without the Jews, you're just a guy on the corner rhyming. So you got to give them props, or just say like, all right, I'm going to hire all blacks now to manage me and to run my accounts and to be my lawyers. Good fucking luck with that, because they just don't know how to do that stuff as well as Jews. You know.
Hey, Stanley, do you have a better sense of understanding now, kind of from the psyche of the white man when it comes to Asians and Indians?
No, I think Ben has no clue what he's talking about.
Well, I mean, he is a white man.
There's a new thought from Stanley.
Well, you know, HB, I know you tend to, like all black conservatives, tend to worship the white man and what the white man's insight might be.
Come on, Stanley.
I don't happen to be of that mind. I think Ben is stuck up in his small state, in his tiny little camper van,
right now.
and he is not aware of what's happening in the larger cultural world.
You know what's interesting about Stanley?
That's my insight.
Stanley is obviously mixed.
I know you want to fuss, Ben. I know
Stanley
I was talking about you, and I did. I talked about you in the third person.
Stanley is probably.
However, I'm aware that you're here, Ben. And I while I respect your opinion, I don't take much stock in it. So, HB, you have your answer.
Yeah. And you know, Stanley, I just like going to the source. You know, if we're gonna talk about the white mentality or culture, I would prefer to have a white man up here to speak for himself. That's
okay. I know, like I said, you trust every little Tom, Dick, and Harry who has
Stanley. No,
that's not it.
You think you want to take their word as Christian gospel because Jesus was white?
Stanley, listen.
I don't think Ben has his finger on the pulse of what's actually going on. And his betters, I don't think he's aware of what his betters are thinking.
Stanley, you think Jesus was white?
It was a joke, man. It was a joke. I'm sorry. I got a little sophisticated.
Jesus wasn't white. Jesus wasn't white.
Stanley, I'm
You're
just
gonna
trying to,
get
I'm just
stuck
trying to
on
be
that,
a,
aren't you?
Stanley, I'm just trying to be a good host here. I do give you credit, Stanley, as far as, you may be the greatest white man on this panel right now, Stanley. I'll give you that.
Hey, you know what? You know what? You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till I get into my full compete with Asians mode.
We're just talking about straight.
You didn't get any traction on that point.
I'm sorry, what point?
You said, like, let's talk about the tensions between whites and Asians. There really aren't any.
Okay, hear the crickets on my end, Ben?
Yeah, because like
I'm not particularly interested in your impressions. I'd have asked you.
Well, you said like,
no, don't tell me what I said. What I did not do is ask you a question about your opinion.
Well, I asked you, Ben, and I do appreciate you for at least giving your opinion on it.
Thank you.
Stanley.
Well, I'm glad that you value Ben's opinion.
What do you think of HB? What do you think about Stanley calling you Uncle Tom?
That someone is not me.
What do you think about Stanley calling you Uncle Tom, basically?
Well,
I did it in such a sophisticated way.
Stanley's he's a jokester. He makes jokes. I don't.
No, he really.
I know what Stanley does, and Stanley knows what I do. So it's all a part of the show, man. But I think I just want, and I know what Stanley's perspective on it is. But I think it is interesting,
Hey,
but
Lou.
Stanley
Lou.
Stanley thinks if a black man has a discussion with a white man, sellout. That he's a sellout. That a real black man has to automatically just say,
You know what? I
don't care what you say.
I'm not going to have a fake white man question my blackness. You are not of the your cloth is not.
Why can't I question your black? Question my white.
I come from when it comes.
You call
to
me a fake white man, right? You're questioning my whiteness. Why can't I?
You can sit there on your big back and fucking talk about real blackness all you want. But there is no opinion on blackness or the black community.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
That you could offer.
Why not? Why not?
Because I think you're a clown, for starters.
Well, that's not an argument.
Oh no! The ad hominem will fucking do.
That's not. That's the opposite.
I don't need an argument.
You do, Stanley. You do
ad hominem.
Everybody else.
With you.
Everybody else needs an argument. You got to make a point.
Everyone else isn't me.
You're a clown.
Everyone else isn't me, Ben. You need to know by now, Ben, that I'm not everyone.
You're a
Hey,
bitch.
John, what's going on, man? John, doing all right?
I ain't no morning, everyone.
Oh, man.
I see y'all got it going this morning, huh?
Yeah, we were talking about Ben and Stanley, pretty much polar opposites. We were talking about raising children, parenthood, and just kind of their different kind of philosophies on child rearing. Ben's idea and Stanley's, and I think they kind of agree that when it comes to raising men, it's one thing. When it comes to raising women, it's another approach.
No, Stanley said the same.
Stanley said what?
He said, I said there's a big difference between boys and girls. When they turn 18, boys should be independent. Girls should remain dependent until they get married. But Stanley says 18, you should be independent and not really be a parent to them.
Well, yeah, be an advisor. Parenting is done once they become adults. Now, some people may reach adulthood a year or two earlier, some a year or two later. So, I mean, It's not a hard and fast rule, but I don't care. You know, you can keep all your white Eurocentric, what is tradition, what it's not, to yourself.
More of a
Because
Spanish
no
thing than
motherfucker,
white.
do not interrupt me when I'm talking.
That's more of a Spanish
You're
thing than a white.
interrupting when I'm in a flow. Let me finish answering your statement. I don't buy into your idea of what traditional culture
You said
is.
it was
However, to
not
each
yours,
his own. You do you. I'll do me. I don't need your advice on parenting, Ben.
No, but you're wrong. It's Hispanic culture
You
that is
think
more
that
protective
doesn't mean
of
I'm
adult
wrong.
daughters than
You
white
think
culture.
I'm wrong doesn't mean
White
I'm
culture
wrong.
generally does encourage girls.
Ben,
They're-
I'm not interested in your opinion.
Yeah, but Stanley, you got to have a
I
conversation.
told you mine.
Say, I
Now
don't
you
want to
know
talk.
it. I
Fuck
don't
outta here
need
then,
your
Stanley. Get the fuck out.
I don't need your opinion, Ben.
I didn't say you needed anything from
Okay,
me.
then
You
I
ain't getting
don't
nothing
do
from me.
it. Why are you wasting
But we
everyone's
can have a
time?
conversation.
I don't
Tell
want to
black
have
people
a
to have a conversation with a white
Ben.
person.
If
You
I
tell black
had my
people to have a
way,
conversation with a white person.
Ben,
That's Uncle
if
Tom.
if I had my way, you wouldn't even be here to have a conversation. So
No, I don't.
enjoy your time with HB.
Ah,
I am enjoying.
I'm not a fan.
And I don't think you should call him an Uncle Tom because he has a conversation with
I
someone
didn't call
who
him an
has
Uncle
white
Tom.
skin.
I was
You
much
said
more
you did
subtle
it
than that.
in
You
Hispanic.
would have called him an Uncle Tom. I'm better than that.
No, I don't. You're a plant.
I can get my point across without being so crass as to call him.
Every dime you have, everything you've ever had.
It is the beauty of language is I can get the Uncle Tomishness of my point across without being a brute like you would have been.
I don't know about that, Stanley.
That's what you're doing. You just thought you were fancy about it because you're.
Yep, I was fancy. I admit I was trying to be fancy.
Yeah, I'm more plain spoken.
Even a brute like you got my point.
Right, and I think terrible point.
You know what? Noted.
I don't care what you say. I get it, Stanley. That's not a point.
Motherfucker, you don't get to define what I think a point is.
I do.
You
Yes,
don't
I
even
do.
get to define the conversation. Who the fuck are you? I'm
another person.
I'm curious now. Who the fuck are you?
I'm another person.
Who the fuck are you to define my type of conversation?
It's called
Where
social
did you
skills.
get off?
Stanley, it's called social skills. I have a command of logic.
You know what? Don't you need to gas up the van or something?
You're just a bitch.
What type of gas do you
call out a bitch all day?
What gas do you use in that hoopty?
What's that?
It's probably diesel, Stanley. Why? Come on, man.
I got a diesel.
Right,
what does that have to do with anything? You got sugar.
Stanley, you know that.
You got sugar in your tank, boy.
You know what? I have no idea what kind of van that is.
You know good well you put diesel in
Does
that.
the toilet work now?
I can't use it up north because of the freezing weather. We can't use the water.
Man, it's like a little India in that van.
Is that why you go south during the summer?
No, well, in the summer you're fine anywhere.
I'm sorry, in the winter. Sorry, in the winter.
No, we went down south because this guy Keem said you get a contract and all this money and all this fame if you come down to. So he came down to meet this woman in South Carolina to sign a contract, and then there was no contract, so we ended up. Once you're down in South Carolina, it's only like we were 5 hours away from Florida. You know what I mean? And when you're down, it's nice. It's nice to be able to. We spent Christmas at like 85 degrees. We're tanning, and so why not? You know what I mean? But we're headed back up north now.
Did you and Grace exchange presents for Christmas?
I don't. No, it's my birthday too.
Wow.
At a
Happy
certain
birthday,
point,
man.
Thanks. If I bought Grace a Christmas present, I would be buying it with her money. So it's kind of, you know what I mean?
Oh, jeez.
See, I live off her income, so.
Do you really? I thought that was all like like a shtick or something. I didn't know that's.
We're kind of
reality.
partners, but legally speaking, like everything's in her name. So, you know.
Right. I hear you. You know,
And
you say less. Say less.
Part of the reason for that is because like crazy people on the internet think like I'm controlling her, right? And I just want to say, like, you know, she could walk away with pretty much everything and could at any point like do that. So I'm not controlling her. It's like, you know, it's free. It's a free relationship. She's an adult.
It's
like Stanley said, when you teach in America, you know, the government doesn't back you if you know, try to guide a woman. She could say F you. It's absolutely true. Other cultures would back.
You gotta trust her.
Yeah.
A lot or something like that.
Yeah. And I wanted her to know like our relationship is totally free. And you know, it's not about like controlling someone. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do what Stanley does. Control other people and feel like a big man because he got a government job and the white man put him in charge of a supply.
Oh, motherfucker, do you know the thrill I get out of controlling people?
Yes, I do. It's called gay.
It's called getting what you want there, Benny boy.
Yeah. And I do that with other people freely, and you do it
but
by having power.
Guess who you don't do it to?
Oh, I
Take
get what,
one guess.
Stanley. I get what I want from you.
I don't think you do.
I think I do.
Are you getting lonely on your little?
Why do I keep coming back for more if I'm not getting it?
Do you have me on your show, Ben?
Yeah, a lot of times.
The answer, well, you get to restream it, but you're restreaming.
Yeah, but when someone's a guest on,
do people get to tell you no and then tell you why they say no much, Ben? I told you why you didn't want to do your show, didn't I? How'd you feel? How'd you feel when I told you why I didn't want to do the show? How did you feel?
I felt like you're a bitch and stupid.
Oh yeah, you know what? You felt like a little child. I could feel you wanting to stomp your little feet.
No, I'm not. I'm a man.
No. We all know. I've got several comments from people I didn't even know.
You live in a fantasy world.
No, this is the amazing thing. The amazing thing is how many people were watching that show, and not even on this air. I've been on other shows, and people have talked about, well, shit, man, you did a good job.
I bring a bigger audience.
Good job.
That's right.
Telling Ben what Ben really is to non-Ben fans. And there are a lot of non-Ben fans out there, Ben.
Yeah, there's a lot of bitches like you. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? You call them bitches. I call them decent people.
Right. That's what a bitch would say about other bitches.
The decent people on YouTube know what you are, Ben.
Yeah, bitches, what you call decent people. Right?
Yep, we don't call you bitches, that's for sure.
You don't call me a bitch? I know.
Nope, I don't call you a bitch. Nope.
Right, no. You say like, you're controlling, you're a bad person.
Piece of shit.
There you go. Piece of shit. Right. And I call, and people like
to call
you a bitch.
Like a champ. I do appreciate your self-realizing kind of attitude. Yeah, you know you're a piece of shit.
No, I said people like you call me a piece of shit.
No. The calm way you take it, the way you retort, the way you push back, tells me that you are comfortable with being a piece of shit.
No, I'm comfortable with a bitch calling me.
No, you're comfortable. You're basically saying, "Hey, I'm a piece of shit. What of it?"
No, I'm saying
that's what I think you're actually
like
doing.
you calls me a piece
what
of shit.
you're doing, Ben,
purple lavender bag with your little white man suit on at the bookstore
right now. Does Grace? Well, Grace probably knows you're a piece of shit too.
She knows that bitch like call me.
Stanley,
yeah.
Stanley, let me ask you this: would you also think Ben is a piece of shit if he married Grace off to some rich Saudi guy?
I honestly thought you were going to say, "What if Ben marries Grace?"
Well, I mean, that would.
That's where you were going.
No, that That would be an interesting episode.
She gets
but
lots of offers. From rich guys. She gets lots of offers from rich guys.
No.
Yeah, sure she does. What do the
Yeah,
rich
she does,
guys?
Stanley.
Whoa. What do the rich guys' mothers say when they find out?
I mean, a lot of these guys are from Middle
I
East,
bet
of
the
course.
rich guys' mothers don't approve.
Stanley, though,
a lot of rich guys don't care what their mothers say.
You know what? A lot of rich guys in Newport.
A lot of these rich guys, they care what their father says. And that's why you need a bitch.
Ben, the type of people you seem to want to aspire to, they do care. They do care who marries into their families. Ben. You know
they
it. And
care, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
they care.
Good
The real men care when they're.
Good morning, you guys. Good morning. That was a replay, I think, from maybe last week or the week before. Yo, we got so much content over here. We could probably do replays for a whole month. Honestly, probably just stream that shit 24/7 for a whole month. God damn. Good morning, though, everybody. Listen, I'm gonna end this live and start up the Gone Trucking live, so you guys come over to that one. I'm trying to make sure everything is everything. All right. So yeah. Hey, Tom Gully, good morning, man. Red Wine, good morning. Good morning. Eclectic, good morning. Oh, Mavin. John, can you make it known these are replays? It's difficult for us when we think it's live for any amount of time. Hey, good morning, Mavin. Ah, yo, if a YouTube channel is making your life difficult, yeah, man, you might wanna rethink life. Hey, Daniel Nixon, good morning, man. Good morning. Humble's president, good morning. It's difficult. Yo. Maybe absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I'm gonna end this live though. I'm gonna start I'm gonna end this replay. I'm gonna start a live very soon. Give me about 60 seconds, you guys. We're gonna get this show on the road, man. Eclectic said, hey, Bobby Perkins, not yet, man. I did watch Easy vs. Suge though. Yo, that nigga Suge stumped that nigga. Yo, Easy is done, man. That nigga Easy is done. He's done. I have a chip implant that programmed me to not be able to tolerate junky emojis in case anyone's offended that I blocked them. When I tried to tolerate it last time, it gave me a migraine. No, Eclectic, you're fine. You're fine. You can block or unblock anybody. You know, there's this Eclectic. I have been getting emails from people who have been complaining about you blocking them in the chat. So all I would say is just chalk it up to you being very you're very popular, Eclectic. People want to know why they can't see your chats. Anyway, I'm gonna end this live. We're gonna start it up. We're gonna start the next one up in 60 seconds, you guys. Let's get to it.
Feel like I should